Chapter 1, Lord Orochimaru, long time no see. Drib. Drib. The sound of water droplets echoed continuously in the dark underground laboratory. Shijin Haizawa, wearing an Anbu uniform, cautiously followed a purple-haired female Anbu member towards the front. The dark passage was like a path to hell. Ordinary people would probably feel a chill in their hearts upon seeing this scene. Be careful, this place is suspected to be the laboratory of the rogue ninja Orochimaru. The purple-haired girl glanced at the situation ahead, then whispered to Haizawa behind her. Moreover, we have been separated from the others, and battles may break out at any time. We must stay focused. I know, Senior Yujao. Haizawa nodded, but his words made Uzuki Yujao, who was in front, pause. Wasn't your Enbu evaluation excellent? Why don't you know to use code names during work? Also, be serious. We are facing Orochimaru. Yes, Senior, I understand. Uzuki Yujao was clearly somewhat dissatisfied with Haizawa, especially since they, as Anbu, represented the Hokage in Konoha. Especially in recent years, Konoha's situation has been very bad. 5 years ago, in Konoha Year 47, the nine-tailed fox incident caused Konoha to lose the 4th Hokage. After that, in Konoha Year 50, Orochimaru, one of the Sunin of Konoha, defected from Konoha. And last year, the Cloud Village almost started a war with Konoha. It can be said that Konoha is currently in a precarious situation. As Anbu, they naturally have to work hard for the reputation of Konoha, especially since they have finally obtained information about Orochimaru. Something's happening, be careful. Just as Uzuki Yujao was about to say something, Haizawa suddenly spoke and pulled Uzuki Yujao aside. Whoosh! 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 Several kunai accompanied by the sound of piercing the air came towards them, and it seemed that there were also faint sounds of battle in other parts of the laboratory. Obviously, they were ambushed. Damn it! Uzuki Yujao steadied herself and cursed in a low voice, quickly drew the ninja sword behind her, and turned to Haizawa. Prepare to fight, we. Before she could finish speaking, the explosive tags tied to the kunai were detonated, and the firelight and thick smoke enveloped the surroundings. Moreover, several figures were rushing towards them in the smoke. At the critical moment, Haizawa suddenly formed hand seals, and the ground trembled slightly. Is this chakra so strong? Uzuki Yujao was a little surprised. Although she was only 13 years old now, her entry into the Anbu already showed that her talent was very good. However, she had seen Haizawa's report, and this newly joined Anbu was even younger than her. No wonder, his evaluation report is all excellent. While sighing, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, instantly sweeping through those attacking figures. The smoke enveloped the area, and Haizawa suddenly jumped up and plunged straight into the smoke. This scene made Uzuki Yujao's expression change slightly again. Too risky, those lackeys of Orochimaru are definitely not easy to deal with. How can he be so reckless? Although Uzuki Yujao was somewhat dissatisfied with Haizawa's previous attitude, as a fellow Anbu, she was still very concerned about Haizawa. The Anbu are the Hokage's direct troops, and the people of the Anbu are also the ones who have received the deepest will of fire. If even the will of fire is not up to par, it would probably be difficult to get into it, let alone gain the Hokage's trust. Even if the Anbu are somewhat extreme and will do anything for the mission, the Anbu are still much better than the root, which doesn't care about the life or death of their teammates. I must help him. The ninja sword in Uzuki Yujao's hand flickered with a cold light. She wanted to find an opportunity to go in and help Haizawa, this newcomer. However, soon, she realized that her thoughts seemed to be a bit off. Even though the smoke enveloped the area, she could still distinguish Haizawa's figure after all. He looked a bit shorter than the others. But even though Haizawa was shorter than those lackeys of Orochimaru, it did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. Uzuki Yujio could clearly see that in the smoke, Hidezawa's figure was as fast as a ghost, and he wandered around those attackers, constantly launching attacks. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously in this area, and even the sound of metal piercing flesh was constantly ringing. That kind of sharp speed, that kind of use of techniques, really made Uzuki Yujio dumbfounded. Before long, the smoke slowly dissipated. Hidezawa's figure also landed. He stood there calmly, and around him, the attacking ninjas had already fallen to the ground. Looking at this back, Uzuki Yujio was also a little dazed for a while. It seemed like she hadn't done anything. You okay? Although she was a little depressed, Uzuki Yujio still asked with concern. But after Hidezawa turned around, he grabbed her hand and pulled her directly behind him. This action made Uzuki Yujio want to say something, but the next moment, she froze, because she heard footsteps approaching unhurriedly. Moreover, as the footsteps approached, an invisible pressure followed. Before long, a man in white, with a pale face and orange-yellow eyes like a snake, vaguely appeared. When Uzuki Yujio saw this figure, the face under her mask suddenly turned pale. Orochimaru. The ninja sword in her hand involuntarily tightened. Even though their target this time was Orochimaru, Orochimaru was still one of the Sunin. Countless ninjas had grown up listening to his stories. Facing this person, the fear in Uzuki Yujio's heart was naturally difficult to suppress. Senior Yujio, don't worry, I'm here. At this moment, Hidezawa suddenly spoke in a low voice, and this voice unexpectedly calmed Uzuki Yujio's heart. I lost my composure. No, anyone would be nervous facing Orochimaru. Hidezawa shook his head gently, then said seriously. Senior Yujio, you leave here first, find the others to join up, and then quickly reinforce here. I will try my best to hold back Orochimaru. No way. Hidezawa was interrupted by Uzuki Yujio before he could finish speaking. How can I leave such a dangerous thing to you? Senior Yujio, now is not the time to argue. Hidezawa looked at Orochimaru, who was getting closer and closer, and said quickly in a low voice. Senior Yujio is better at swordsmanship, but swordsmanship is difficult to have a substantial effect against someone like Orochimaru. But I am different. Senior has also seen my abilities, so please trust me. Uzuki Yujio looked at Hidezawa in front of her, listening to the approaching footsteps. She knew that her time was running out. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and nodded, and said in a deep voice. Don't let anything happen, you must wait for me to come back. With that, she took a deep look at Hidezawa before gritting her teeth and turning away. At this moment, Orochimaru had slowly walked to a position about 3 meters away from Hidezawa. Clap clap clap. Applause sounded, and whether it was Hidezawa or Yujio, who had turned to leave, a kind of chilling feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake inexplicably arose in their hearts. Commendable courage, so how long can you stop me? A hoarse voice sounded, and Orochimaru's face showed a bit of appreciation and playfulness. Hearing this voice, Uzuki Yujio felt the pressure become even greater, which made her speed up even further. However, Hidezawa, who stayed in place, seemed very calm. After confirming that Uzuki Yujio had left far enough, he slowly took off his mask. Black short hair paired with a handsome face can easily make people feel good. Facing the gloomy Orochimaru, he bowed slightly. Lord Orochimaru, long time no see. Complete side quest, meet Orochimaru. Quest evaluation, A. Reward obtained, 1 free point. Due to facing Orochimaru and the quest completion reaching A special reward is obtained. Unowned Cursed Seal. New author, new book, please follow up, please collect ons. Chapter 2, Shijin Hidezawa. It's you, that kid from the orphanage who was brought into root back then. Orochimaru was also stunned for a moment when he looked at Hidezawa's face, and then he smiled playfully. If I remember correctly, your name is Shijin Haizawa, right? Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Danzo asked me to see you. Haizawa nodded. It was a bit outrageous for Orochimaru to point out that he was from Root in the Anbu team. However, he has an even more outrageous identity. He is a transmigrator. He used to be an old oiler with a decent salary, not many chores, a little wine after get off work, and fishing during work. He still remembers the night before he transmigrated. He met a female college student in a business KTV. She said that her family was not well off, her father was seriously ill, her mother was unemployed, her younger brother was still in school, and she also needed tuition fees. Upholding the psychology of doing good deeds, he wanted to understand more deeply, but he never expected that he just took a nap while waiting for others to take a bath, and as a result, he transmigrated. Number 2. Although his time travel was fortunate, sparing him from worrying about World War III, the Hidden Leaf Village's Iron Fist would soon teach him a lesson. Having become an orphan and adopted by Yakushi Nono, he not only witnessed Obito, that filial son, sending the fourth Hokage couple to their final rest, but also witnessed Danzo coming to the orphanage to take people. What he never expected was that he, who originally just wanted to watch the show, would be noticed by Danzo when Yakushi Kabuto volunteered. Although he didn't go undercover in other villages, the Root was never a place for people to stay. Danzo's training for Root members had always followed the most traditional path. That is, rather than lecturing, he preferred to use his fists to enhance the members' physical experience, using physical methods to achieve the sublimation of the soul. In such a harsh environment, and with the prospect of the future, Haizawa's mentality slowly changed. If I don't strangle you, you bastard, how the hell am I supposed to live? For the sake of his own life, Haizawa was determined to kill Danzo, but it was at this moment that his transmigrator benefits arrived. Since you are a member of the Root, then. Orochimaru looked at Haizawa with a playful expression, but he didn't forget the most important thing. The thing I asked for, did you bring it? I naturally wouldn't dare to neglect Lord Danzo's mission. Haizawa immediately took out a scroll and threw it to Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had defected, Danzo's funding for Orochimaru had never stopped, and Haizawa was here to deliver the goods. Orochimaru easily caught the scroll and began to carefully check it, while Haizawa glanced around and silently opened his own panel. Shizawa Haizawa. Overall physical quality, LV6. Chakra, LV6. Abilities, Water Release LV5, Earth Release LV6, Taijutsu LV5, Sealing Technique LV5, Unowned Cursed Mark, omitted. Free points, 5. Haizawa's cheat doesn't have artificial intelligence, and the operating rules are very simple. In short, the task will materialize the system task, and you can get a reward for completing it. No matter how he completes it. The rewards are also messy, including techniques, money, and even ninja tools. Of course, the most important thing is that you can get free points based on the difficulty of the task. Free points can be added to his attributes to improve them, but the consumption will increase every time he levels up. For example, an LV6 ability requires 6 free points to upgrade. This time the task was not very difficult, but his harvest made him particularly happy. In addition to free points, he also obtained an unowned cursed mark. If I remember correctly, the cursed mark was researched by Orochimaru from those guys who were born with the ability to integrate natural energy into themselves. Natural power is immortal art. Even if it is a product of Orochimaru's research, Haizawa is still very excited. After all, his system doesn't have rewards like bloodline limits or Sharingan. He was also very confused at first, but after he understood it deeply, he was completely discouraged. In short, his body's ancestors can't be said to be dignitaries, but they can also be said to be generations of cattle and horses. Bloodlines have nothing to do with him, and bloodlines are not within the scope of system rewards. It seems that all he can do is a pure numerical freak. For example, the overall physical value is a combination of strength, speed, reaction, and spirit. Every 2 levels can correspond to the strength of a ninja. LV6 belongs to the category of Jonin, and it is still a well-rounded Jonin without any partiality. Chakra is naturally the amount of chakra he produces, but this attribute is linked to the overall physical attribute. After all, manufacturing chakra requires the combination of physical strength and spiritual power, and those earth release and wind release are the strengths of ninjutsu. The most important thing is that, according to his understanding, his growth seems to be unlimited. Of course, those are all things for later. He now also very much needs this cheat to help him get rid of Danzo. Following Danzo is a dead end. Not bad. Just as Haizawa was checking his panel, Orochimaru also completed the inspection of the scroll, and then he looked at Haizawa with a playful look. But I'm very curious about one thing. Are you currently in the Anbu because of Uchiha Shisui? Also, why did you come to my laboratory in this way? Isn't this a bit rude? Orochimaru knew something about Uchiha Shisui entering the Anbu even after leaving Konoha. After all, he almost became Hokage. As for this action, it's Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru. Haizawa said softly, and Orochimaru also showed a sudden realization. If Jiraiya had noticed something, then Haizawa's actions would be reasonable. As for me, it is indeed as Lord Orochimaru said. I see. A look of disdain appeared on Orochimaru's pale face, and he shook his head slightly. That guy Danzo probably wouldn't be willing to part with those family ninjas in his hands, and you are a commoner from the orphanage, so you are the best choice for him. But a root member in the Anbu, monitoring Uchiha Shisui, is really his style. Haizawa pursed his lips. In fact, he couldn't wait to leave the root, but he couldn't say that. That guy Danzo is still as always, and my teacher is still so hypocritical. Danzo is just his glove for handling dark matters. How could he not know what Danzo is doing? Orochimaru didn't care about Haizawa's silence, and continued to laugh disdainfully. My teacher is becoming more and more hypocritical and cowardly, unwilling to touch even a little darkness. No, what's the point of you telling me this? Brainwashing and instigating shouldn't be so obvious, right? Haizawa couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy Orochimaru is very good at seducing people. This kind of silent, gentle rain, seemingly just complaining, can easily make some ninjas suspicious when it reveals a pile of earth-shattering secrets. If it were any other time, he would have happily spouted a bunch of conspiracy theories and philosophized with Orochimaru. Having read many novels in his previous life, he knew everything. LV5 sealing jutsu wasn't a waste of points, he didn't have the restraints of a cursed seal at all. But now he was still thinking about Uzuki Yujao, who had gone to get reinforcements. What if she came back and saw him rambling nonsense with Orochimaru? Wouldn't that be terrible? All right, you can go back. Orochimaru didn't seem to want to say much more. He knew the importance of knowing when to stop. But just a slight hint, you'd better leave some marks on yourself, otherwise it will be difficult to explain some things. Do you need me to help you? Thank you for your kindness, Lord Orochimaru, but I can handle it myself. Shizuo quickly shook his head, he didn't want to be touched by Orochimaru. Who knew if that guy would leave something behind? Orochimaru didn't care. He turned around and walked out of the lab, but as he walked, he suddenly turned his head and smiled. You'd better hurry, your teammates won't be able to hold on much longer. New author, new book, seeking follows, seeking collections ons. Chapter 3, Senior, it's the second time. You're actually quite nice. Watching Orochimaru's figure completely disappear, Shizuo couldn't help but complain. But he also completely breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that Orochimaru brought was really great, even someone as outrageous as Shizuo felt a bit overwhelmed. But this was also normal. Shizuo's stats might look impressive on the surface, but strictly speaking, his strength was only that of a genin. Just looking at it from another angle. I joined Root around the same age as Kabuto, around 7 years old, but I didn't have any external missions, only internal village missions. How did I manage to grind to this level? Thinking of this, Shizue also felt it was outrageous. Just how much did Dan's, that bastard, exploit child labor? But thinking about it carefully, he felt that he was lucky. At least compared to Kabuto and those who were cannon fodder on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War, this didn't seem like much. New mission acquired. Rescue ANBU members. Shizue wasn't surprised by this newly emerged mission. Having a mission was a good thing for him. If there were no missions, how would he get rid of Dan's, how would he betray his boss, and how would he escape from his current situation? Moreover, the identity of a Konoha ninja was a position within one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The ultimate destination of the universe was a position. Shizue didn't want to give up this identity. But even a veteran has the desire to improve. If he wants to be promoted, he has to wait for his leader to be promoted first. If his leader can't be promoted, then he can only wait for him to die. As a veteran, Shizue knew how to navigate the workplace. While putting on his mask, Shizue looked at his stats. With 5 free points he didn't have few options for upgrades. He could try anything at LV5 and below. But what he was more interested in now was the unowned cursed seal he had just obtained. Unowned cursed seal, a cursed seal product of natural energy. It can be bound to oneself to avoid the disordered and chaotic state caused by natural energy. After activation, it enhances one's abilities according to its level. Shizue knew very well what the advantages and disadvantages of cursed seals were. Although he was excited, he still had to pay attention. He didn't want to lose his mind like Jago and Suzuki. But now it seemed that he was overthinking it. Although the system had never given him anything good, this cursed seal was still very good. It's just that I don't know to what extent the power provided by a low-level cursed seal can reach. Also, why are even the rewards geared towards stat monsters? Shizue couldn't help but complain. Of course, being a stat monster wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Strictly speaking, the first Hokage of Konoha seemed to be a stat monster as well, right? Bind the cursed seal and upgrade it. Shizue silently issued the command. Soon, he suddenly felt his hand burning, and he immediately took off his glove to look. He saw a black 3-tomo mark appear on the back of his hand. At the same time, his stats also changed. Cursed seal bound, current level LV1. Cursed seal upgraded to LV3. Remaining free points, 2. After absorbing the information that emerged in his mind, Shizue nodded in satisfaction. Then he carefully sensed the surrounding situation, and he had already determined the general situation around him. It was quite amazing that the overall physical quality option really added to everything. Even his sensory ability was unexpectedly improved. This was probably the benefit of a fully developed stat monster. To be honest, if it weren't to give himself enough combat power, he really wanted to add all the free points to this. Forget it, it's time to act. It's also a good time to test the abilities of this cursed seal. Uzuki Yujao warned the confused but extraordinarily powerful ninjas in front of her with a grim face. She had taken Shizue's advice and temporarily left the confrontation with Orochimaru in order to seek help, but she didn't expect to encounter such enemies. As expected of one of the Sunin, Orochimaru, even after leaving Konoha, he still has so many followers. Uzuki Yujao thought to herself while dealing with the enemies in front of her. In fact, normally speaking, a mission like Orochimaru's wouldn't fall into the hands of their small team. It was just that the mission was issued suddenly, and the situation was urgent, and they happened to be nearby, so they were temporarily assigned. Number 3. Even though they were mentally prepared and knew the difficulty of this mission, and had been careful enough, the final result still made her feel somewhat discouraged. No, I have to speed up, that kid. Dodging the deadly blade, Yuijao gritted her teeth and thought to herself. Especially when she thought of Shizuo choosing to stay behind alone to face Orochimaru, her eyes became even more determined. Facing the siege of these mindless yet fearless enemies, she suddenly leaped up, the ninja sword in her hand spinning in the air. This was a sword technique she had developed and created herself. Although it was only a prototype, it was quite suitable for fighting desperately. Konoha-style Hazy Moon. The long sword in her hand turned into a phantom, and Yuijao slashed fiercely at the ninjas in front of her, and these ninjas also roared and charged towards Yuijao. Their eyes were full of madness and fearlessness of death, and in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed in front of Yuijao. They ignored Yuijao's blade, and the weapons in their hands also slashed fiercely towards Yuijao. These people were obviously Orochimaru's experimental subjects, but Orochimaru's personal charisma was unmatched. They were also Orochimaru's most loyal people, and anyone who came to make trouble for Orochimaru was their enemy. Even if it meant risking their lives and perishing together with the enemy, they would not hesitate. Damn it! Yuijao obviously noticed the madness of these people, but at this time, she also swung her sword to meet them. Her inner conviction was so firm. She wanted to defeat these guys, she wanted to find her other teammates, she wanted to rescue Shizuo. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and the sharp blades had already swept across each other's clothes. But just as they were about to collide, their expressions suddenly changed, because at this moment, the earth shook. Earth release earth flow wall. In the next instant, a huge earth wall rose from the ground, blocking between the two sides. Bang! The solidity of this giant wall was beyond imagination. Neither Yuijao's nor Orochimaru's subordinates' attacks could penetrate it immediately. Smoke and dust filled the air, and under the obstruction of the giant wall, both sides were directly bounced back. Uzuki Yuijao landed with a slight stagger, but before she could completely stand firm, she suddenly noticed someone supporting her. She hurriedly raised her head and looked behind her, only to see a slightly embarrassed but extremely firm figure appearing in her eyes amidst the smoke and dust. "Senior, this is the second time. You have to be more careful in the future." Chapter 4 Curse Mark. Looking at Yuijao, who was still slightly dazed, Shizuo smiled and then looked forward. Although she was wearing a mask, Shizuo still knew that this young senior, who was only 1 or 2 years older than him, looked pretty good. Are you okay?" Yuijao didn't know that this junior Shizuo was thinking about such nonsense. She asked with some concern. "Also, where is Orochimaru?" Orochimaru didn't want to delay too much time, probably because he was worried about our reinforcements. Shizuo said softly. Their small team was close by, so they became the advance team. Of course, this was also one of Danzo's plans. So I was lucky enough to survive in his hands. That's good, that's good. Yuijao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Although she was somewhat regretful about Orochimaru's departure, it was fortunate enough to survive from the hands of this Sunin. "Is your injury serious?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Shizuo lowered his head and glanced at his body. This body of injuries just looked a little embarrassed, but in fact, there was no major problem. After all, he did it himself. Besides, his physical fitness was very strong, and his recovery speed was not slow. Bang! Just as the two were communicating, the earth wall that Shizuo had cast before was finally broken, and rubble echoed in the underground laboratory along with roars. Yuijao immediately gripped the ninja sword in her hand when she saw this, but Shizuo grabbed her hand. "Senior, leave it to me." "You can't, you're injured now, how can you?" Yuijao refused without thinking, but Shizuo shook his head. "I just joined and don't cooperate well with Senior. I'm worried that there will be mistakes, and I don't want Senior to be injured again." "You?" Shizuo's words made Yuijao's heart beat faster. Was this guy saying these things without looking at the occasion? But fortunately, Shizuo let go of her hand and went towards the roaring monsters. These people had become somewhat inhuman. But I still need seniors' support. Please be sure to help me at critical moments. The veteran's way of handling things was still in place. On the one hand, he explained that the cooperation was not good, and on the other hand, he also expressed the need for reinforcements. This could both save Yuigeo's face and give her enough sense of participation. Most importantly, Shizuo could also feel the power of the curse mark. Moreover, this laboratory is probably researching curse marks, right? Looking at these monster-like guys in front of him, especially the black marks on their bodies, and the chaotic and violent natural aura on their bodies. Roar! Just as Shizuo was observing, one of the monsters let out an angry roar and charged fiercely towards him. Be careful! Yuigeo immediately reminded him, but Shizuo moved at this moment. The curse mark on the back of his hand flickered slightly, and in an instant, Shizuo's body also revealed the aura of natural chakra. Just like the description said, Shizuo was not corroded by this violent natural aura. He still maintained his own sanity. However, the improvement doesn't seem as significant as I imagined. As a numerical freak, Shizuo has a very strong grasp of his own situation. He can naturally perceive the extent of the cursed seal's enhancement. Roughly, it can elevate me to the level of an elite jonin, but to advance further, I need to improve myself or have the cursed seal enhanced. The cursed seal is comparable to Sage Mode, but Shizuo is unsure which is stronger. After all, one is obtained through external force, while the other is self-cultivated. However, Shizuo knows that these natural forces can counter the Manjikyu. Roar! While pondering, a monstrous ninja suddenly lunged at Shizuo. His hand had transformed into a claw, frantically swiping at Shizuo with unmatched ferocity. However, Shizuo, also in the cursed seal state, reacted extremely quickly. The blessing of natural energy enhanced his perception. In an instant, his figure moved, dodging the attack, while the kunai in his hand struck fiercely at the monster. He's actually faster than before. Yuigeo watched the battlefield with tension. She immediately noticed Shizuo's unusualness, and at that moment, she seemed to understand something more. No wonder he could hold off Orochimaru. Shizuo's attack forced the monstrous ninja to change his move, but Shizuo didn't actively pursue. Instead, he suddenly tilted his head slightly. In an instant, another figure appeared behind him, and several messy strands of hair were cut and scattered in the air. However, Shizuo didn't care. In the instant his body shifted, he also completed a hand seal with one hand. Earth Release, Antlion Technique. With the infusion of natural chakra, the ground instantly softened and began to spin, and one ninja was directly swept into the ground before he could even react. Seeing this, Shizuo immediately stood his index and middle fingers together, and chakra erupted once again. Earth Release, Earth Spear. The originally soft ground instantly sprouted sharp earth spikes. One ninja was almost entirely covered in cursed seals, but he couldn't react in time and was directly pierced through his entire body. At the same time, the kunai in Shizuo's hand suddenly thrust out quickly, and with the sound of tearing through the air, a figure strangely collided with the kunai. The kunai pierced right into the large artery in his neck, and blood flew past the edge of Shizuo's mask. However, at that moment, the last of Orochimaru's test subjects pounced over. Roar! Amidst the roar, the test subject slammed a fist fiercely at Shizuo's head, but Shizuo didn't panic in the slightest. The moment the fist directly hit his head, his body shattered, leaving only a pile of solidified clods of earth on the ground. Earth clone? When? That fast? Yuigeo was completely dumbfounded by the dazzling fighting style, which was beyond her expectations. She felt both happy and helpless. She was happy that the matter seemed to be resolved, but helpless because she seemed to be unable to do anything. Are they here? In the battlefield, Shizuo's figure, hidden underground, suddenly sensed something. Outside the laboratory, another group of Anbu had rushed in, apparently the support force for this operation. But that's good too. It's time to end this. While pondering, Haizawa's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he had burst out from underground. The LV3 cursed seal obviously couldn't last too long. Bang! The ground shattered, and Haizawa burst out of the earth, and he had already completed the hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. The roaring water dragon ferociously headed towards the last of Orochimaru's test subjects, and amidst the violent impact, the test subject roared and crashed heavily to the ground. However, the test subject was obviously unwilling to give up. He threw several kunai at Haizawa, who was rushing towards him. However, Haizawa in the cursed seal state was very agile, deftly dodging his dying counterattack during the sprint. The next moment, Haizawa's kunai also pierced fiercely into the test subject's head. At that moment, Haizawa's retina leaped again. Completed mission, rescue Anbu members. Chapter 5 New Gains. It seems we were one step late, and Orochimaru still managed to escape. Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the report in his hand while smoking his pipe. He glanced at the assembled Anbu standing before him, especially Haizawa standing behind everyone, and then he opened his mouth with some helplessness. Although there were some losses, obtaining information about Orochimaru is already good. Moreover, our preparation was insufficient, so this mission is not considered a failure. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The assembled Anbu immediately bowed slightly, while Haizawa in the crowd couldn't help but purse his lips. Is this considered achieving a most successful failure case? Haizawa actually knew that the third Hokage probably didn't want to deal with Orochimaru at all. Otherwise, when Orochimaru fled Konoha, why didn't the third Hokage, who was still at the end of his peak, perform a righteous family extermination? You should know that in a few years, he will nod to a ruthless person who truly means I killed my whole clan. It's just that what the third Hokage thinks has little to do with Haizawa. Anyway, the reason he stays in Konoha is partly because Konoha's civil servant status is attractive, and partly because he hasn't strangled Danzo. Number 4. Besides, hiding in Konoha, there is the protection of Konoha, and even if I do something, Konoha will take the blame. What a great thing this is! Alright, you guys go down and rest first. While Hidekawa was lost in thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spoke, but he looked at Hidekawa again and suddenly smiled. Hidekawa-kun, I'm sorry to trouble you to stay a little longer. Hidekawa, who was standing behind everyone and preparing to leave, suddenly heard these words, and his body couldn't help but stiffen slightly. He didn't know what this third Hokage was up to again, but he still stayed where he was obediently. After all, a workaholic who wants to improve still has to listen to the boss, right? Hidekawa-kun, according to the report, your performance this time was very excellent. After the other Anbu members walked out, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and asked. Also, how does it feel to be in Anbu compared to Root? Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Whether in Root or in Anbu, I am serving Konoha. Hidekawa immediately showed a righteous expression, but in his heart, he was sighing, Anbu is much better than Root. Not to mention anything else, the LV5 sealing technique cost him a lot of free points. With these free points, his physical fitness could have reached LV7. What's more, Danzo's personality, like a kin of surströmming hated by people and dogs alike, was just too damn dark. He threatened to kill your whole family at every turn. Besides Hidekawa himself, how many normal people could there be among his subordinates? But thinking like this, facing Danzo's good buddy, the third Hokage, whom he even tried to assassinate but was forgiven, Hidekawa decided to endure it. That's right, we are all serving Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know what Hidekawa was thinking. He seemed very satisfied when he heard these words. Although our responsibilities are different, my old friend has really cultivated a good seedling for me. The meaning of root is to cultivate and train talents for Enbu. Hidekawa didn't know how to respond for a moment when he heard these words. Obviously, Orochimaru was right, that is, this third Hokage knew very well why he was sent to Enbu. But this is not surprising. I'm afraid he and Danzo have long been engaged in fierce verbal battles behind the scenes. Your performance this time was very excellent. I will give you enough rewards according to the Enbu system. The third Hokage continued to smile. Also, there were personnel losses this time. Some teams will be reorganized. Your current team will also be reorganized. I will rearrange people to enter this team. Hidekawa was slightly stunned. Is this Danzo exerting his strength? Using Orochimaru's hand to kill a few Enbu members, and by the way, let himself hand over the research materials to Orochimaru, and also let himself be able to dispatch people in Enbu? Amazing, old man. Hidekawa was even considering whether to leave him a whole corpse when he killed this old man in the future. I will listen to Hokage-sama's arrangements. Hidekawa nodded and agreed directly. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi still had a smile on his face. Yujao cooperates well with you. Fujikawa was injured this time, so let Fujikawa rest for the time being. Then you should go down and rest too. Relax. I am very much looking forward to your good performance in Enbu. Truly worthy of being master and disciple. Hidekawa couldn't help but complain in his heart as he turned and left the office. The way these two people speak really emphasizes fragmentation. What they say is one meaning, and what they mean behind their backs is another. Fortunately, Hidekawa is an old fox. He can understand these words, and according to his habits in the workplace, he can understand some words, and he can also pretend not to understand some words. But the relationship between these two people is too subtle, right? Could it be really because of the nine-tailed fox incident that the third Hokage's wife died, so? Suddenly, Hidekawa couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, the image of Danzo being held down by the third Hokage and unable to speak kept appearing in his mind. This weird scene made his face turn pale. It was too damn disgusting. At least turn off the lights and don't let this scene appear clearly in his mind. You're out. Just when Hidekawa was disgusted to the point of being unable to bear it, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts, finally pulling him out of this weird scene. Yujao-senpai. Hidekawa turned his head and saw Uzuki Yujao, who had already taken off her mask. He simply took off his mask and then asked with a smile. Senpai, are you waiting for me? Yes. Yujao nodded directly, and then said seriously. You just entered Enbu, and you are not familiar with many things. Moreover, you saved me twice in this operation. Could it be that she wants to offer herself in return? Hidekawa raised his eyebrows and thought it was a bit funny. After all, he was very confident in his solemn appearance. In fact, no matter what job you do, appearance is always combat power. Otherwise, why are people with good looks always destined to be together? Then I'll treat senpai to ramen. Although his mind was full of outrageous ideas, the words coming out of Hidekawa's mouth were still very reliable. Yujao was stunned for a moment. How did it turn into Hidekawa treating her? Without waiting for Yujao to speak, Hidekawa continued with a smile. As a junior, it's only natural to treat senpai. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, we will still be teammates in the future. Please take care of me in the future. Yujao was also stunned when she heard these words, but she was still a little hesitant, but Hidekawa didn't give her a chance to say anything more. Reaching out his hand, Hidekawa grabbed her and then said with a smile. Alright, senpai, let's go. I heard that Ichiraku Ramen is a good place. I haven't tried it in so many years. Besides, I also want to thank senpai. Thank me. Yujao was a little confused, but Hidekawa just smiled and led her away without answering. However, a piece of information appeared in Hidekawa's retina. Completed side mission, rescue Anbu members. Mission rating, B. Reward, Konoha-style swordsmanship, Uzuki Yujeo. Due to having body technique LV5, the rewards are merged. Chapter 6, Senpai, are you questioning Hokage-sama? No matter what, Konoha-style swordsmanship is actually a part of body technique. And Hidekawa's system also has a very interesting characteristic. That is, if it is a power under the same system, as long as he masters it or gets a reward, he can directly integrate it and exert the strength of the current level. Just like his water release and earth release, when the level goes up, he can exert the same strength even if he learns new techniques. Looking at it this way, his cheat seems to be really powerful, but the key problem lies in free points are not easy to obtain, and they are completely based on the difficulty of the mission. He is truly a model of building tall buildings from the ground up, relying on himself for great ups and downs. After all, if he is not careful, he may be gone. But this time's ability is a bit interesting. Hidekawa's mission reward this time was obtained through Uzuki Yujeo, which allowed him to obtain some of this senpai's abilities. 3-day moon dance, hazy night, and Konoha-style continuous slash. The first two are okay, but the last one made him look confused. He seems to remember that this is something from a certain Krypton Gold game? But it doesn't matter what it is, the important thing is that these abilities can also enrich his combat power. If you add the mission rewards that Hiruzen Sarutobi promised to give him, then wouldn't this be a great reinforcement for him? What's wrong? Walking on the streets of Konoha, Yujeo, who had already changed her clothes, looked at Hidekawa, who seemed a little distracted, with some doubts. She asked softly, "Why do I feel like you are absent-minded?" "It's nothing, I was just thinking about those injured teammates and those who didn't come back." Hidekawa immediately shook his head, making a sighing expression, and his words made Yujeo ponder for a moment, and then said seriously, "This is the destiny of Anbu. We should have this awareness long ago, because we are the people who stand at the forefront of Konoha." "I understand, senpai." Hidekawa quickly nodded. He didn't want to be moralized, so he immediately echoed. "We walk in the dark night, serving the light, this is Anbu. Serving the light, this is Anbu." Yujeo was somewhat moved when she heard these words. Didn't this simple sentence vividly interpret the meaning of their Anbu? She found that this young man who had just joined Anbu seemed to understand Anbu even more than herself. You know, it has been 2 years since she joined Anbu with her senior Hay-8 Gecko, how can she not be as good as this junior who just joined Anbu? Thinking of this, Yujeo felt a little depressed, but fortunately, Hidekawa was not a depressing person. Under his leadership, they quickly found many common topics, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively, which also allowed Hidekawa to have a good understanding of this senpai's situation. For example, this senpai likes to appreciate flowers, is enthusiastic about swordsmanship, and has some views on their close friends of the same period, etc. In short, Yujeo spoke very seriously, and Hidekawa listened with relish. "I must ask senpai for advice on swordsmanship when I have the opportunity. Please don't hesitate to teach me." "Of course, no problem, and just call me Yujeo, but use code names when working." The two talked and laughed all the way, especially when Yujeo heard that Hidekawa was also interested in swordsmanship, which made her even happier. Before long, they had already arrived in front of Ichiraku Ramen's stall. Probably because it was past dinner time, there were not many people here at this time, but Hidekawa unexpectedly found a blonde little boy standing under the eaves next to him. This kid was stroking his hungry belly, while looking towards Ichiraku Ramen. That kid! Yujeo couldn't help but frown when she saw this little guy's figure. Obviously, she didn't know much about Naruto either. Like many people in the village, she would more or less have some disgusted emotions in her heart. "What's wrong with that kid?" Hidekawa knew what was going on. He deliberately blinked and asked. Haven't you heard those rumors? Now it was Yujao's turn to look at Hidekawa in confusion. She said solemnly. According to rumors, that kid is the incarnation of the nine-tailed fox. He was the culprit 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the nine-tailed fox appeared and brought endless disasters to Konoha. Not only did the fourth Hokage couple die in battle, but also many ninjas and innocent people died. It can only be said that Obito is good at returning kindness with enmity. Number 5. Then, if he's a nine-tailed fox incarnate, why is he still allowed to stay in Konoha? Shizuo blinked, revealing a curious expression, while Yujao was stunned for a moment before speaking righteously. That's because Lord Hokage is merciful and doesn't want to bother with this kid. Is that so? Shizuo looked like he understood but didn't quite, and then asked doubtfully. But even if Lord Hokage is merciful, he can't ignore the safety of other residents and leave such a disaster behind, can he? What if he suddenly explodes one day? This. Shizuo's words immediately left Yujao speechless, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. She wanted to say that there was also the Anbu, the ninjas of Konoha, and the third Hokage, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Back then, she had seen the devastation of Konoha after being attacked by the Nine Tails and had attended the fourth Hokage's funeral. She understood how dangerous the Nine Tails was. So, why would Lord Hokage continue to let him stay in Konoha? Seeing Yujao's expression, Shizuo immediately understood that, probably, with Yujao's Anbu level, she wasn't very clear about things like Jinchuriki. In fact, Shizuo's level was the same. Danzo hadn't arranged for him to come into contact with anything about Jinchuriki. But he was a transmigrator, and as an old hand, he knew that since I don't know, what's there to be afraid of? He wasn't one of those Uchiha psychopaths. He was loyal, serving Konoha, a humble public tool. Besides, Danzo probably couldn't wait for him to come into contact with Naruto. So, senior, don't doubt the wisdom of the third Hokage. Shizuo patted Yujao's shoulder very familiarly, then blinked and smiled. Rumors are just rumors. As Anbu, we must always believe in Lord Hokage. Senior, you don't think Lord Hokage would put Konoha in danger, do you? This, of course not. Also, just call me Yujao. Yujao hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether it was Shizuo's familiarity or his words that made her think. She didn't know how to refute it now, because once she refuted it, it seemed like she was questioning Lord Hokage, which was too incorrect for an Anbu. It was just that the rumors of many years made her feel a little uneasy, but Shizuo didn't care so much. He had already pulled Yujao straight towards Naruto. At this time, Naruto hadn't noticed anyone walking towards him. He was troubledly counting the coins in his shriveled frog purse. But just then, a young boy's voice sounded in his ear. How come there's so little? It's not even enough for a bowl of ramen. New book, seeking follow-up reading, seeking collection ons. Chapter 7. Thank you to the Big Boss Blue 1588 for the Alliance Master Reward. Thank you to the Big Boss Blue 1588 for the Alliance Master Reward. Thank you. Ons. As for more updates, I will try to make them up before or when it's on the shelves. Chapter 8. Naruto. Naruto's poverty really shocked Shizuo. In his memory, it seemed that Naruto had always been receiving a survivor's pension, right? How come there's so little in the end? Naruto was also startled when he heard the voice behind him. He looked back at Shizuo and Yujao in a daze, and then took 2 steps back subconsciously when he thought of something. Who are you? Preparing to go to Ichiraku Ramen, and just happened to see you. Shizuo shrugged indifferently, touching his chin as he looked at the purse in Naruto's hand. I was thinking of getting to know you and seeing if I could get you to treat me, but... Naruto's eyes twitched, and he glanced at the shriveled frog purse in his hand. It wouldn't be enough even if he was killed, right? But Naruto didn't dare to say this. He had already been heavily punched by many residents of Konoha. He immediately lowered his head honestly and aggrievedly. Sorry, I bought other things, so I don't have any money. Seeing Naruto like this, Yujao was at a loss for a moment. She had always been training in the Anbu. Although she went home on weekdays, she had almost no contact with Naruto. She had only heard some rumors. Indeed, even if she could meet him, she wouldn't contact him. Her heart was also full of hatred for the Nine Tails, but the boy in front of her didn't seem to be the same as the rumors. Is that so? Shizuo wasn't surprised by Naruto's appearance at this time. Although he always felt that Naruto had been hit by Kota Amatsukami, he had to admit that Naruto was indeed the son of the ninja world. It's really ridiculously poor. What things could you buy that cost so much money, you little brat? Naruto was silent. He didn't know why everyone in the village seemed to hate him. It was good enough to be able to buy things in this situation. Therefore, he bought a lot at once, which caused him to not have enough money. But he didn't dare to say anything. He was worried that he would be heavily punched. What he never expected was that the older brother in front of him suddenly spoke. Forget it, seeing that you're also an orphan, I'll treat you today, but remember to pay me back. Naruto looked at Shizuo in disbelief. He didn't expect to hear such words. You're treating me? Yeah, are you going or not? Shizuo shrugged, ignoring Naruto so much, and turned to walk directly towards the noodle stall. It doesn't matter if you don't go, it'll save some money. I'll go. I'll go. Before Shizuo could finish speaking, Naruto shouted loudly, and then quickly followed. He was very happy in his heart now. It seemed that he had met someone who didn't hate him and was willing to treat him to something. This was rare in Konoha. Sitting at the Ichiraku ramen stall, Shizuo and the others had already ordered their food. Toka seemed very enthusiastic, while his daughter Ayam curiously looked at Shizuo and the others. On the one hand, Shizuo and the others were indeed unfamiliar, and secondly, she was also curious how someone, like her old man, would treat Naruto to something. Big brother, big sister, are you all ninjas? While waiting for the ramen, Naruto curiously opened the chatterbox. Us. Hearing this, Shizuo glanced at himself, then turned to look at the silent Yujao. After finding that none of them were wearing forehead protectors, he decisively shook his head. No, we're not ninjas. Yujao was directly choked by this sentence. As Anbu ninjas, they usually wore masks instead of forehead protectors. Besides, they had just left the Hokage's office and naturally didn't wear them. How could they not be ninjas? Not ninjas, that's too bad. The little blondie Naruto didn't doubt it. He waved his little fist vigorously and smiled. I must become a ninja, and I must become Hokage. But, not to mention Hokage, to be a ninja, you must at least have money to eat, right? Shizuo looked at the passionate little blondie and poured a bucket of cold water at the right time. Not to mention anything else, ninja training requires money to buy ninja tools, and money to eat to replenish nutrition. You're even being treated to ramen by me now, you. Damn it. The little blondie Naruto was somewhat unconvinced, and he stubbornly opened his mouth. I will definitely have enough money. I'll treat you to ramen every day in the future. Think of a way to pay us back for one meal first before talking about anything else. Shizuo smiled and once again shattered the little blondie's heart. Seeing Naruto's dejected look, Yujao couldn't stand it anymore. Okay, stop teasing him. It'll be fine when he enters school. Saying that, Yujao looked at Naruto again. She thought for a moment before curiously asking. Why do you want to be a ninja, and presumptuously say that you want to be Hokage? I'm not presumptuous. Naruto pouted and shook his head. Although his stomach was growling, he rubbed his stomach and said seriously. I don't know why, but many people in the village seem to dislike me. I don't want this. I want everyone to like me, notice me, and recognize me. I heard Grandpa say that becoming Hokage can gain everyone's recognition, so I must become Hokage. Naruto's words stunned Yujao. She never thought that she would get such an answer. Desire, to be recognized by everyone. At this moment, Yujao really felt that everyone had misunderstood this kid. Shizuo pursed his lips aside, so why did you follow those little kids and run to do pranks after entering school? Attracting attention is attracting attention, but that's not how you want to gain recognition, is it? While thinking, Shizuo suddenly noticed something and suddenly raised his head, and Yujao on the side did the same. Turning to look, they saw a white-haired man wearing a mask walking over, and there was also someone hiding in the corner not far away. Kakashi-senpai. Yujao immediately recognized the person who came. This white-haired man was obviously Kakashi. Kakashi glanced obscurely at Naruto on the side, then shrugged and said. You guys are here. I hope I didn't disturb you. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I think you should meet your new teammate, right? New teammate? Yujao curiously poked her head out to look, and naturally found the figure hiding in the corner. Then let's go, senpai. Shizuo simply stood up, while Naruto on the side looked bewildered. Teammate? Wait, you're ninjas? Didn't you say you weren't? Kid, this is a lesson for you today. Shizuo shrugged indifferently and smiled. Ninjas are not playing house. You have to learn to observe, and sometimes you can't easily believe other people's words. But... Naruto wanted to argue a few words, but Shizuo interrupted him directly. There's no buts, kid. You lost because you didn't notice. As a punishment, you can eat all 3 bowls of ramen by yourself. At number 6. Naruto stared blankly at Shizuo, wondering if the older brother had made a mistake. How could this be a punishment? It was clearly a reward. But soon, he realized that this older brother was doing it on purpose. In that instant, he seemed to truly feel the taste of being acknowledged, which made his eyes sting a little. Crap! I forgot to ask their names. Kakashi quietly watched this scene, then turned and left. He didn't want to be stopped by Naruto and asked a bunch of questions, especially since he had mixed feelings about Naruto. However, he was secretly thinking. That kid, not bad after all. But just as he left, Toki, who had given the ramen to Naruto, suddenly chased after him. Please wait a moment, Kakashi-sensei. What is it, Toki-sensei? The total for 3 bowls of extra-large ramen is... Kakashi's exposed eye turned into a dead fish eye. He felt like his evaluation of Shizuo was a little premature. Chapter 9, You've gone too far. Hello, everyone. I'm a newly assigned ninja. My name is Uchiha Shisui. Please take care of me. On a riverbank in Konoha village, Uchiha Shisui introduced himself with a smile. Shizuo wasn't surprised by the arrival of this person. After meeting with the 3rd Hokage, he was sure that his boss, Danzo, had reached an understanding with his good buddy. Besides, he had already been sent to the Anbu. If Danzo couldn't achieve his set goals, wouldn't he have been sent for nothing? For Danzo, who prided himself on being ruthless and couldn't stand to lose even in a dogfight, this was absolutely unacceptable. Shisui-senpai, I didn't expect it to be you. Yujao looked at Shisui with some surprise. Shisui was only a little older than her, but he entered the Anbu with the title of genius. And he didn't have the arrogance typical of other Uchiha. His reputation in the Anbu was quite good. Why would such a genius come to their team? Yujao had always thought that after the team was reorganized, someone with a similar background to Hayate or others would join. It's probably a matter of assignment. Shisui explained with a smile. The Hokage-sama said that this team is very excellent, but due to casualties from missions, and I might be better at cooperating with the two of you, he chose me. Shisui's words were very humble. Even Shizuo, the old fox, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Although in Shizuo's memory, this Uchiha hero didn't seem to have a very good brain. And he always ejaculated prematurely when he should be hard, and was stubbornly unyielding when he should be soft, like when he committed suicide, no one could stop him. But as it stands now, he seems pretty good. Senpai, my name is Shiera Shizuo. Please take care of me in the future. While inwardly pondering, Shizuo still maintained a smile and nodded to Shisui. No matter what Shisui was like, Shizuo's route mission was considered complete. When the time comes, he could just muddle through and say he was grateful for Danzo-sama's cultivation. Besides, this guy Shisui has the Mangekyo Sharingan. If they really encounter any trouble, at least someone can cover their backs. After a brief chat, everyone became familiar with each other. Although Yujao seemed cold, she was essentially warm-hearted. And Shisui was truly an Uchiha that the second Hokage would love. He was unpretentious and particularly enthusiastic. However, Shisui seemed to be curious about something. After hesitating for a moment, he asked softly and curiously. Yujao, Shizuo, when I came over just now, I saw you seemed to be with that kid. Are you talking about Naruto? Shizuo blinked. Yujao also felt a little helpless. Although she had only interacted with him briefly, she didn't think Naruto was that bad, right? Yes. Shisui didn't know what the two were thinking. Recalling the third Hokage's words and the rumors in Konoha, he felt he should remind his teammates. You should have heard some voices too, that kid seems to symbolize misfortune. Here we go again with this rhetoric. Shizuo and Yujao exchanged glances. Shizuo's eyes were full of amusement, while Yujao's face was full of embarrassment. Their expressions didn't escape Shisui's notice, which made him wonder if he had said something wrong. Shisui-senpai, can I ask you a question? Of course, please speak. Senpai, you've gone a bit too far. Are you questioning the Hokage-sama's decision? Uchiha Shisui's expression instantly changed. Konoha village, the root's underground base. This place was gloomy and dark. Entering it seemed to evoke a sense of oppression. Even though there were towering and magnificent pavilions built inside, as well as large training grounds, and several root trainees were practicing inside, it couldn't change the atmosphere. However, Danzo liked this atmosphere very much. In his view, the root should exist beneath the shadow of Konoha, deeply rooted in the darkness. And he must use all means to eliminate those who threaten Konoha. As for whether all of this was really as he thought, he didn't need others to think. It was enough that he himself thought so. That kid should have handed the thing over to Orochimaru, and he should have teamed up with Uchiha Shisui. In an office inside the base, Danzo pondered while flipping through the files in his hand. Humph, kid, you better perform well. This old man has paid a lot of price. For Danzo, it was incomprehensible for an Uchiha to enter the Anbu, even if he once had a fellow disciple named Uchiha Kagami. And this Uchiha Shisui was even a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. A should act too. Kakashi's eye. Touching his own blind eye, Danzo pondered. He could indeed take out and use Shisui Uchiha's eye directly. He had preserved that eye back then, but Kakashi's ability to use Obito Uchiha's eye indicated that either the eye was special, or Kakashi was. Regardless of the reason, Danzo wanted to retrieve Obito Uchiha's eye and test A's combat abilities. When A assassinated Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was defeated by Kakashi in one move. Doesn't that mean would release can't beat Sharingan? Danzo couldn't tolerate that. This time, A must achieve something. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at the files in his hand. Besides being the leader of Root, he was also the Hokage's assistant. He had access to countless intelligence reports, allowing him to consider how to benefit his village. The land of rain, still in turmoil. Hanzo, that bastard, tricked me, forcing me to rebuild route. Now he's turtling. The land of earth. Onaki still wants to move south? It seems their conflict with Tsunagakure will escalate. Let's see if we can add fuel to the fire and make them fight. Yakushi Nono's intelligence capabilities are impressive, worthy of the title Walking Witch. But she's still a threat. Asking for her photos again. The land of wind. Kabuto Yakushi's information? Kirigakure is harassing Tsunagakure. Unable to infiltrate the land of water. Didn't expect to get information here. However, Pakura of the Scorch release seems to be performing well against Kirigakure. But how will Raza deal with the combined attacks of Kirigakure and Uegakure? Find a way to figure it out, and see if we can do something. It would be best to eliminate that woman, after all, it's Scorch release. The land of lightning. Those cloud ninjas are still ambitious. They seem to have their eyes on the secret techniques of the land of iron. A pack of vicious dogs. Danzo's attitude towards the other villages in the ninja world was consistent, he looked down on them equally, with the intention of destroying them all. But unfortunately, his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't share his views, so he could only act as a stirring stick, plotting and scheming in the dark. Whether it was to win over allies or assassinate opponents, everything he did was for Konoha. Of course, he was also doing some small things within his power to prepare for his own rise to power. He would conquer the ninja world one day. Hiruzen, you're too soft. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but sigh sincerely. But to his surprise, a familiar voice echoed beside him. Is that so? Perhaps. But I also think, Danzo, you've gone too far. New book, please follow, please favorite. Regarding Pakura, I searched all the information and couldn't find when she died, so I can only look at her disciples. Therefore, I speculate that it was roughly between the end of the Third Shinobi World War and the present time. Chapter 10, That's My Man. Hiruzen, why are you here? Danzo admitted that he was indeed startled. After all, if someone could enter route silently, the consequences would be unimaginable. But seeing that the person was his old friend, his emotions stabilized instantly. Danzo couldn't say he liked this old friend. Although they had been brothers for so many years, and this old friend had even spared him from the crime of assassination. But he still hadn't become Hokage, wasn't that his old friend's fault? But he only dared to think about these things in his heart, and he was also curious about what his old friend had come to do here. Also, although my words were a bit excessive, don't you think your handling of many issues highlights your weakness? Is that what you're talking about? Hiruzen Sarutobi also raised an eyebrow. He realized that Danzo didn't even want to call him Hokage. But he didn't take it too seriously, he had gotten used to it over the years. What was your purpose in letting that child enter the Anbu? I don't want to delve into it for the sake of unity, after all, Root is the Anbu's training base. Are you pretending not to know, or do you really not want to delve into it? Danzo almost blurted out, but reason told him to forget it. Anyway, it was nothing serious. But Hiruzen Sarutobi paused slightly before continuing. Didn't we have an agreement that you wouldn't interfere with Naruto's affairs? But why are you going back on your word and letting that child get in touch now? Don't you think you've gone too far? What? Contacting Naruto Uzumaki? Danzo's mind was buzzing at this time, and he hadn't reacted for a moment, but soon he suddenly realized something. Was it that kid Shisui's Higawa? Had he been in contact with Naruto? But it seemed that he had no such arrangement, and that kid didn't even know what Naruto Uzumaki's identity was, right? Danzo opened his mouth to explain, but soon he realized that he didn't need to explain at all. He had always wanted to let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki enter Root. In his opinion, dangerous things like Jinchuriki should stay in Root. The Nine-Tails Night led to the sacrifice of Konoha's fourth Hokage and a large number of elite ninjas, which put Konoha in a state of internal and external troubles. Number 7. If the fourth Hokage hadn't sealed the Nine Tails, and it had been allowed to escape, Konoha's current situation would be even more difficult. But unfortunately, his old friend kept disagreeing. After an in-depth discussion, they ultimately chose to draw on the experience of other ninja villages. However, this reference directly led to Naruto's miserable childhood. Only when a Jinchuriki becomes accustomed to a tragic situation can they remain calm and avoid being tempted and losing control by the tailed beast. But a dark life cannot continue indefinitely. It is unacceptable if the Jinchuriki goes crazy. Therefore, to prevent Naruto's collapse, his old friend will step in at crucial moments. Like a torch, firming Naruto's beliefs, giving Naruto warmth and comfort, and also making up for the consequences of his choice. However, Danzo's idea was not abandoned, but he never had the opportunity. That kid, Haizawa, doesn't know Naruto's identity at all. No matter what his purpose is, it's an unexpected surprise. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki needs to be controlled. Although you have been using the Anbu to monitor him, I don't think they are more professional than the root. Thinking of this, Danzo pondered how to investigate the situation at that time, and decisively changed his words to take the blame. As expected, you still haven't given up on this idea. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned upon hearing this, but cursed inwardly. Professional? Your root is good at gathering intelligence, but isn't your specialty killing and plundering? After thinking about it, he still patiently persuaded. You know who Naruto is. It's already too much to make him suffer like this. You are too soft, Hiruzen. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish speaking, Danzo interrupted him directly. Of course I know who he is, but don't forget, this is also the fourth Hokage's choice. The fourth Hokage has already sacrificed too much, and I have always felt that this is unfair to a child. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was unhappy, he remained patient, but Danzo didn't buy it at all. He said forcefully. That's why I say you are too soft. Have you forgotten how cruel war is? Have you forgotten how tragic it would be for the village without a qualified Jinchuriki? Compared to those displaced or killed in the war, it is already a blessing for Naruto Uzumaki to live peacefully in Konoha. Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't listen anymore, although he had to admit that what Danzo said was right. The ninja world is inherently cruel. When a war breaks out, no matter how old you are, as long as you are a ninja, you are a warrior and a tool. Otherwise, during the Third Shinobi World War, he would not have agreed to let a group of newly graduated kids go to the battlefield to fight desperately. Compared to that time, Naruto now seems to be doing well. Don't mention this matter again, I will not change my mind. Naruto has suffered enough, he cannot and will not enter Root. However, he would not give in on this matter, he looked at Danzo coldly and said. Enough is enough, Danzo. Danzo grunted. To be honest, he was a little panicked about taking the blame, after all, he had really assassinated his old friend and been caught. Offending him too much would not be good for him, but for his dream, Danzo felt that he still had to endure it. His dream was simple, one was to become Hokage. He was one step late back then, and as a result, his dream has not yet been realized. The other is to unify the ninja world. The world only needs one voice from Konoha, and his voice is enough. In addition, he also knew his old friend well. For the sake of unity, he would sometimes compromise. However, sure enough, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. Perhaps you are right, Root does have some advantages in some aspects, but I need to consider this matter carefully. I understand. Danzo looked very unhappy, but he was very satisfied with his performance. His old friend is still soft and takes the overall situation into consideration, so he can arrange things more calmly. Find out the details of Hidezawa's contact with Naruto. If there is no problem, then this is a breakthrough. Anyway, that kid has my curse seal, he will never want to leave Root in his life. While Danzo was thinking, Hiruzen Sarutobi also nodded calmly. Good to know. He could naturally see what his old friend was thinking now, but Hidezawa has now come to the Anbu, so Danzo can't have the final say. The definition of Root is the Anbu's training center, and he also has the confidence to correct some extreme ideas. At this moment, the two had the same thought. That's my man. Chapter 11, Yin Release. Have the peaceful days passed again? Early morning, Anbu base, Hidezawa yawned as he walked inside. The rest time this time was longer than expected, which made Hidezawa truly enjoy slacking off. He sometimes couldn't help but sigh, how good would it have been if he had such treatment en route back then. At least, I wouldn't be thinking about how to kill Danzo all day long, right? After simply greeting the people around him, Hidezawa thought of the boss who gave him a tragic childhood and felt unhappy. Especially when this old bastard actually asked him to write a report while he was vengefully slacking off, which made his painful memories resurface. As for the content of the report, it was even more outrageous, that is, to record in detail the things before and after this mission and about his contact with Shisui Uchiha. Actually, he just wants to understand the situation of Shisui Uchiha and Naruto. In fact, not only the report, Hidezawa knew that this old thing had probably already sent someone to investigate the situation that day. In fact, he probably even spoke with the third Hokage. After all, the third Hokage wouldn't allow Naruto to have any connection with Danzo. The result will definitely be good. Maybe that old man even took the blame himself. Hideki couldn't help but think with a mischievous smile. His background was clean, and he wasn't afraid of any investigation. Moreover, he knew what his boss's dream was, so he had already figured out how to deal with his boss. Didn't Danzo want to become Hokage? But to become Hokage, one needed a good reputation. Hideki decided that in the future, he would definitely make Lord Danzo's name resound throughout the entire ninja world. As for whether it would be world-renowned or universally hated, he wouldn't comment. After all, the system's principle for him was, just complete the task. The system didn't care how it was completed. So, I don't need to care either. Walking towards the interior of the Anbu base, Hideki soon saw Yujao and Shisui, who had been waiting there for a long time. The two of them had obviously arrived much earlier than Hideki. After seeing Hideki arrive, they took the initiative to greet him. You're a bit late. Hideki-kun, hello. Yujao was still somewhat cold on the outside but warm on the inside, while Shisui seemed a bit embarrassed. Their first meeting wasn't very pleasant. Hideki's sentence, "Are you questioning the Hokage's decision?" directly scared Shisui. Heaven and earth, how could he possibly question the Hokage? He was eager to show his performance to allow his clan to reintegrate into Konoha. However, after listening to Hideki and Yujao's explanation, he only had one thought in his mind: he seemed to have really questioned the Hokage. No matter how fierce the rumors were, wasn't that kid always in Konoha? Wasn't that the Hokage's decision? I really deserve to die. I think the time is just right. The Hokage probably hasn't even started working yet. Hideki glanced at the time and then said with a smile. At the same time, his gaze also turned to Shisui. Shisui-senpai, good morning. How could Hideki not see Shisui's embarrassment at this time? However, seeing Shisui made him feel particularly happy. Because, this kid Shisui actually dropped gold coins for him. Danzo asked him to write a report, which was unexpectedly materialized into a mission by the system, and the mission naturally had rewards. For the sake of the reward, Hideki, although he was slacking off in a vengeful manner, had to cheer up and write a good report. And when he completed the mission, he also obtained some very interesting things. Completed mission, write report. Mission evaluation, A. Reward obtained, yin release. Free points acquired, 1. Writing a report and getting a free point was already something that made him feel ecstatic, and getting yin release was even more surprising. Yin release and yang release are actually inherent to everyone. Simply put, these two forces can be seen as body power and spiritual power. It's just that it's extremely difficult to concretize and control these two forces. The Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans are not bloodline clans, but they are still a powerful force in the ninja world. The reason is that they have secret techniques to control yin release and yang release. Hideki's comprehensive physical qualities obviously meant that these two forces wouldn't be weak, but he had no way to make these two forces manifest. As a result, he really didn't expect that when writing the report, he involved this kid Shisui and actually dropped a yin release. So, in the future, will missions involving similar to the Akimichi clan, as well as my old colleague Kino, and people like Tsunade, have a chance to drop yang release? The leaks in the ninja world keep growing one after another. As long as the mission is related to him, he will have a chance, which suddenly made him full of motivation. However, the yin release I obtained is almost the same as the mode of yin release used by Madara, and it also increases the numerical value. Hideki didn't know if Madara's yin release, lightning dispatch, had any hallucinatory functions. But the power is definitely enough. To some extent, this is another change in numerical values. Fortunately, Hideki, this numerical freak, not only simply enhances the numerical value when adding points. When adding points to Taijutsu, the system will give him all the principles, knowledge, and other things. This allows him to understand his own chakra attributes very well. When this understanding slowly develops into the future and becomes extremely transparent, maybe he can try fusion. The Naruto world, to put it bluntly, relies on bloodlines and being related to the Otsutsuki clan. Hideki doesn't have this kind of fortune and can only find another way. Okay, don't dwell on this matter anymore. Yujao didn't know what Hideki was thinking. Seeing Hideki still looking at Shisui with a smile, she couldn't help but pull Hideki. The whole village is like this. Shisui-senpai just didn't react for a moment. Yujao-senpai, in your eyes, am I such a petty person? Hideki glanced at Yujao with some dissatisfaction. He had always felt that he was a magnanimous person. Although he always remembered Danzo's kindness to him and always thought about how to backstab his boss, wouldn't you say that he had Lord Shimura in his heart? It's okay, it's my fault. My awareness wasn't deep enough. It's right to be criticized. Shisui couldn't help but try to smooth things over at this time, but when he saw Hideki raise his eyebrows, he immediately realized that he seemed to have confirmed Hideki's problem for Yujao, so he could only change the subject. Number 8. Let's prepare, we're going to see the Hokage. It's said that this mission won't be easy. Not easy. Upon hearing this, Hidzawa's eyes lit up. A difficult mission meant better rewards for him. Although Hidzawa was also afraid of danger, since he only had one life, this time, he had Uchiha Shisui by his side. Didn't that mean the safety factor was fully enhanced? This also made Hidzawa immediately interested. Newbie, new book, please follow and collect. ONS. Chapter 12, 2 Missions. You've arrived. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Hidzawa and the others with a kind expression. How is it? Have you been resting and practicing together well recently? Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. We're getting along well. Uchiha Shisui bowed slightly and spoke, but he was somewhat unnatural when he said this. Whether it was thinking about how they had met these days, but mostly Hidzawa and Yujao practiced swordsmanship, and other than that, they were doing their own things, there was basically no practice together. Or thinking that he had actually questioned the Hokage's decision, as well as the well-intentioned lie at this time, all of this made him feel uneasy. That's good. Hiruzen Sarutobi actually knew the situation of their team, but he didn't point it out. The birth of bonds takes time, and he wouldn't be impatient, whether it was for Shisui or Haizawa. He wanted to solve the Uchiha problem. Although the nine-tailed fox incident made him suspicious of the Uchiha, he would at least not make subjective judgments like Danzo. Besides, he also knew that the Uchiha were not of one mind. Maybe in the future, he could rely on Shisui to solve these troubles. As for Haizawa, although his purpose in entering the Anbu was not pure, he came with Danzo's mission. But during the last operation against Orochimaru, he took the initiative to protect his teammates and face Orochimaru, which gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a great impression. What's more, there was also the matter of Naruto. He didn't want Naruto to be tricked by Danzo, so he would naturally find a way to prevent Haizawa from being influenced by Danzo. This time, there is a mission for you, a dangerous mission, and I hope you can be mentally prepared. Yes, Lord Hokage. Haizawa and the others immediately said in unison. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up and took out a map and spread it out. For this mission, I want you to go to the Land of Wind. Land of Wind? Haizawa's face also fell when he heard this. The Land of Wind was a poor and desolate place. Although it was impolite, as a place surrounded by sandstorms, where the daimyo constantly reduced the funding of the ninja village, and their cage had to pan for gold to exchange for money. Haizawa really couldn't have any good feelings for it, but Kabuto, that guy, seemed to be lurking in this ghostly place now, right? Serves him right. I think you all know that Tsunagakure is our ally, but this ally of ours is currently doing some dangerous things. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed to the map, and then said in a deep voice. According to reliable information, Kirigakure has appeared in the Land of Wind and has been harassing Tsunagakure. At the same time, Iwagakure seems to be intending to move south as well. These two villages are likely to have some direct conflicts, which will affect our Konoha. If we add Kirigakure, the situation will be even more critical. For the sake of Konoha, I hope you can go and understand the actual situation. In the ninja world, conflicts or wars between the 5 great ninja villages are never isolated. Now Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure have begun to move in the Land of Wind, this vibrant and thriving land. Konoha, located in the center of the ninja continent, has to worry. If the situation further develops in an uncontrollable direction, as an ally of Tsunagakure, it is hard to say whether Konoha will be dragged into it. Now Konoha is truly short of successors and internally empty. Naturally, everything needs to be prepared early. We understand. Haizawa and the others immediately nodded to show that they understood. No matter what the inner meaning was, it would not be good to affect Konoha. Also, you must be careful of the people of Tsunagakure. Hiruzen Sarutobi reminded them again at the right time. Although Konoha and Tsunagakure are allies, this ally of ours will not share many things with us. And they have done many bad things after the war. After all, they only formed an alliance with us because they lost. Obviously, Konoha didn't trust Tsunagakure at all. Otherwise, there would be no need to send the Anbu on this mission. It could be completed through diplomatic means. We will definitely be careful. Haizawa and the others nodded again, seeing that this mission was indeed quite troublesome. Then go and prepare. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down again, and then sighed. Originally, I planned to let Kakashi go with you this time, but unfortunately, we have discovered some traces of Orochimaru again, so he went to deal with this matter. I'm sorry that I couldn't give you reinforcements, but I believe you can do all of this, protect your own safety, and I will wait for you to come back in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi said very calmly, but his words moved Shisui and Uejo infinitely. Even Haizawa, this old fritter, had to sigh. This third Hokage's Anbu was really completely different from his root boss. Root was if you don't complete the mission, you will come back with your head, but here it was protect yourself, I will wait for you to come back. Although there was a suspicion of drawing a pie, it gave people a feeling of being trusted, which Danzo could not compare to. No wonder others can be Hokage. Shz followed Shisui out of the Hokage's office, muttering to himself. They quickly disbanded on the spot, each returning home to prepare, and agreed on a time to meet up tonight and depart. New mission acquired. Investigate the secrets of Tsunagakure. Walking on the road home, Shz glanced at his mission panel and began to consider the situation of this mission. Kirigakure harasses, Iwagakure moves south. Shz always felt a strong sense of déjà vu about this. After thinking it over, he suddenly grasped a key point. Isn't this about the 4th Kazekage, Raza, selling Yekura to Kirigakure in order to focus on competing with Iwagakure for the interests of the small border countries, in exchange for Kirigakure ceasing hostilities? Iten, lava style, Yekura, Shz remembered her quite clearly, because in a sense, she was very similar to Uchiha Madara, both embodiments of a ninja with high attack, low defense. The difference being, she was pierced into a hedgehog by a bunch of kunao, while Madara had black zetsu stab him in the heart and have a good chat. So that's what's going on, then this mission will be a lot easier. Shz nodded, but what annoyed him was that his system hadn't settled the reward, which meant he still had to follow up. And just then, Shz suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a shadowy area to the side. Very perceptive, it seems you haven't relaxed even after leaving route. A figure slowly walked out of the shadows. Seeing this guy, Shz raised his eyebrows slightly. This was one of the guys who, along with Danzo and Orochimaru, tricked him into joining route, Danzo's eternal lackey, Abarame Ryoma. Danzo-sama knows you are going to the land of wind, therefore, the master has a mission for you. Abarame Ryoma took out a scroll and handed it over, then said indifferently. The mission details are inside, the master awaits your news. I understand. Shz nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a strange expression. Am I the only one? Can I apply for reinforcements? The land of wind isn't our territory after all. If there were someone, like Kino, to come with me. Humph, don't you have your Enbu teammates? Abarame Ryoma snorted coldly. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Shz seemed to feel his gaze turn cold. Kino has other missions, don't disappoint Danzo-sama. After saying this, Abarame Ryoma turned and left without looking back, while Shz thoughtfully watched Abarame Ryoma's back. Kakashi went to investigate Orochimaru. Kino has a mission, could it be? Shaking his head, Shz simply hurried home, then closed the door tightly and opened the scroll to read it. But as soon as he looked at it, his expression immediately became interesting, and now he wanted to curse. You old thief, you're going too far. New mission acquired. Resolve Iten Yekura. Chapter 13, Iten Yekura. Several days later, in the desert of the Land of Wind. Shz, Yujao, and Shisui were walking slowly through the desert. The climate of the Land of Wind could be described as fair and sunny, very befitting the name of the country. It's just that this fair and sunny weather was somewhat extreme. For example, Shz saw many people enjoying sunbathes along the way. Perhaps they could still be called people before they turned into white bones and were reincarnated? Is this really a place for people to live? Shz really didn't understand, what kind of ruthless person would dare to settle in this kind of place. In Konoha, he could at least see various wild boars and silly roe deer baring their teeth. But here, he even wanted to bare his teeth at the animals. The climate in this place is indeed a bit extreme. Shisui was also unbearably hot, but in order to prevent sandstorms and sunburn, he had to wrap a characteristic turban around his head. But for the sake of the mission, we still have to endure it. Yes, 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 I know. Shz nodded. This guy Shisui was always talking about missions every other day, and seemed more enthusiastic than him, who relied on missions to make a living. However, Shz, you seem to have recovered a lot. Yujao, who was beside him, suddenly turned to look at Shz. She observed him slightly before continuing. You seemed a little listless when we set off, although the environment here is a bit harsh. You've recovered, it seems I don't need to worry. So, senpai, you've been paying attention to me all along, I'm truly flattered. SHZ smiled and raised his eyebrows at Yujao when he heard this, but he also knew that his mood had indeed not been very good these past few days. After all, his big boss had given him an incredibly, lit. Pit father, meaning awful/terrible, mission. Resolve Yekara? How was he supposed to resolve that? Not to mention, without considering cursed seals and other messy things, SHZ wasn't sure if he could beat this woman. It was true that he was a stat monster, and he basically already had the strength of a Jonin. If he added points to LV7, he should be considered an elite Jonin. But how could that woman be simple? Maybe she was already an elite Jonin, or even stronger. Moreover, others would probably go to Kirigakure to die, and it was questionable if he could even find her. After thinking it over, SHZ suddenly had an idea. Could this old dog Danzo be trying to use this opportunity to see if he could kill Uchiha Shisui? Number 9. After all, Yumrima did say, don't you still have your Enbu teammates? As expected, mixing with Dan's means you could be sold out at any time. A perfectly good reconnaissance mission has now turned into an assassination, and one where he's being sent to his death. This Dan's is truly the epitome of I'm not the one charging into battle, just boasting and venting anger. And thinking about it carefully, the missions he gives to Shizuo basically conflict with Sarutobi Hiruzen's missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes to maintain stability, but Dan's can't wait for the ninja world to be in chaos. Although it was somewhat accidental, Shizuo still subjectively believes that this bastard wants to take the opportunity to rise to power. Fortunately, after some thought, Shizuo has made a decision. His mission only needs to be completed, and there are no restrictions on how to complete it, so he has a lot of room to maneuver. You guy, isn't caring about your teammates the right thing to do? Ijao was a little unnatural when she heard Shizuo's words, so she immediately changed the subject. We need to focus on the mission now. There are quite a few patrolling teams here. It seems that Kirigakure's harassment of Tsunagakure is very serious. That's right. Shisui also spoke, and he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the distant desert. And to be honest, it's very difficult to carry out this mission. Ordinary patrolmen don't have enough information at all, and Tsunagakure. Shisui stopped here, but Shizuo and Ijao understood what he meant. Tsunagakure is now facing both internal and external troubles, so the defense will be particularly strict, making it almost impossible for them to infiltrate the village. If they can't get enough information, this mission will be really difficult to carry out. Thinking of this, Shisui and Ijao both looked worried. Actually, we don't need to worry so much. However, at this moment, Shizuo touched his chin and suddenly asked curiously. We certainly can't go to Tsunagakure, but why don't we see if we can find a breakthrough opportunity on Kirigakure's side? Kirigakure. Shisui and Ijao didn't react for a moment, but Shizuo showed a bright smile. Yes, Kirigakure. Kirigakure is constantly harassing Tsunagakure, so the people they send out won't be simple characters. Then, Tsunagakure needs to respond, so naturally they need to send out some powerful ninjas. As long as we happen to meet them, then. Shisui and Ijao understood at this time, and the way they looked at Shizuo changed slightly. If they are discovered and met, they can naturally benefit from The U Bang Zing Zhng, idiom meaning, when the snipe and clam grapple, the fisherman profits. No matter who is weaker and helps whom, or waits until they have fought to a stalemate before coming out to clean up the mess, they can gain something. Tsunagakure's powerful ninjas can provide a lot of information, and Kirigakure might also have some gains, which will be extremely helpful for their mission. It's just that this plan is a bit unethical. But, wouldn't it affect the village if we are exposed? Ijao frowned and asked, but Shizuo already had a plan. We can disguise ourselves as Iwagakure ninjas. Anyway, there are conflicts between them. Besides, don't forget that Tsunagakure can disguise themselves as other villages' troops to attack our outposts. I understand, Shizuo-kun's suggestion is very good, let's do it like this. After hearing Shizuo's words, Shisui agreed directly after a little consideration. People who have experienced war naturally don't have any Virgin Mary thinking, and may even transform into people with flexible moral bottom lines when facing enemies. Besides, Tsunagakure has also secretly plotted against Konoha, so naturally it's whatever is convenient now. Then, Shisui wanted to say something, but suddenly he paused, then raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Not only him, Shizuo and Ijao also raised their heads almost at the same time, because in the sky, a signal flare suddenly rose. Seeing this scene, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other, and Shizuo was also stunned for a moment. Acquire new mission. Obtain relevant useful information from Tsunagakure and Kirigakure ninjas. Another mission, that's 3. Accumulating 3 missions made Shizuo a little surprised, but more missions are also a good thing. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Shisui and Ijao and said with a smile. It seems we're in luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment they quickly concealed their figures and quickly went towards the location of the signal flare. Daring to release signal flares so swaggeringly in this desert, it is obvious that only the Tsunagakure group would do that. Shizuo and the others would not let go of such an opportunity. Their speed was not particularly fast, especially in order to avoid the surrounding Tsunagakure ninjas, they were all extra cautious. Fortunately, the place where the signal flare was launched was not particularly far from them. As they got closer, the explosions of detonating tags, ninjutsu, and the sounds of ninja fighting continued to reach their ears. We have already entered the combat zone, we must all be careful. Shisui said in a low voice, and at the same time he put on his mask. Shizuo and Ijao did the same, but Shizuo turned to look at the solemn Ijao and said softly. Don't worry, senpai, with me here, nothing will happen to you. You guy. Hearing this, Ijao immediately thought of the scene of facing Orochimaru not long ago, and she was both angry and amused for a moment. It's just that before she could say anything, Shisui's low voice had already sounded. Everyone, we're in some trouble. As he spoke, his eyes stared at the distance. That woman seems to be Tsunagakure's scorching release, Pakura. Newcomer, new book, please follow up, please collect ons. Chapter 14 Cooperation of Immortal Arts and Yin release. Pakura? Hearing this name, Shizuo's eyes changed. Is he that lucky? According to Dan's plan, this is his mission target, and he really didn't expect to meet her in this place. But thinking about it, this is normal. At this time, Pakura is desperately hunting Kirigakure ninjas while resisting Nokia's southward advance. This has brought her huge fame, and at the same time made Kirigakure hate her to the bone. In the end, in order to kill her, they did not hesitate to cease the war with Tsunagakure. It's just, how far has it progressed now? Shizuo touched his chin, he was not sure whether Pakura had been blown into a village hero at this time. Then, in order to prepare to fight against Iwagakure, they planned to make Pakura suffer and sell her to Kirigakure. Animation 505. To be honest, the intelligence information on Tsunagakure's side is insufficient, or rather, Konoha probably did not expect Tsunagakure to sell people so decisively, so similar information was not involved. If it were Konoha. Damn it, a pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. Shizuo cursed secretly in his heart, then looked at Shisui beside him. Senpai, it's a big fish. Yet. Shisui frowned as he looked at the distance, as if thinking about something, but from his eyes, it could be seen that he seemed eager to try. Obviously, he is worried about Pakura's strength and Tsunagakure's reinforcements, and there are quite a few people on the other side, but he really doesn't want to let go of such a big fish. After a while, he finally made up his mind. Prepare to act, try to fight quickly and decisively, and retreat immediately if it doesn't work, in case they have backup reinforcements. Yes. Shizuo and Ijao nodded at the same time. Although this team has never said too much about the topic of captain from beginning to end. But according to resume, strength, and background, Shisui is the most suitable. After all, he is the genius of the Uchiha clan. It's a pity that Shisui parachuted in, and was tricked by Shizuo on the first day of joining the team, plus his personality, so no one mentioned this matter. But at the critical moment, he needs to make decisions and take responsibility. If something really happens, someone will take the blame. Slowly approaching, hiding on the yellow sand slope, Shizuo raised his head, looking at the majestic Pakura not far away. Watching her manipulate her unique scorching release to hunt down Kirigakure ninjas, watching her evaporate the already scarce water vapor, making those Kirigakure ninjas embarrassed. He knows why Kirigakure wants her dead. This woman's scorching release really restrains Kirigakure. Moreover, this woman is really fierce. Although it's good now, and there is Uchiha Shisui, it's better to prepare some insurance. Shizuo muttered secretly, he still has 3 free points now. Thinking about it, he simply added all these free points to yin release. Free points, 0. Yin release, LV3. Almost instantly, the yin release usage methods and advanced information similar to Uchiha Madara's surged into Shizuo's mind. He immediately understood the principle and knew how to better use this power. But at this moment, the Tsunagakure team led by Pakura almost wiped out the remaining Kirigakure ninjas. Moreover, their formation is relatively scattered. Seeing this, Shisui's eyes instantly turned into Sharingan. Let's do it! As soon as the words fell, he rushed out first, quickly heading towards Pakura in front. While sprinting, his hands were also forming seals quickly. Fire release great fireball technique. A huge fireball roared towards the Tsunagakure team in front, which suddenly surprised Pakura's team not far away. Who is it? They had just wiped out a wave of enemies, and some people were injured and tired, but they never expected that there were still enemies. Don't panic, prepare for battle, I'm here. At the critical moment, Pakura immediately spoke to stabilize the morale, and at the same time, several orange-red fireballs appeared behind her in an instant. These fireballs floated around her, and the scorching aura seemed to distort everything around her. Shisui's great fireball was even offset by one of her orange fireballs, but Shisui also rushed to Pakura's front at this moment, and the battle between the two was about to break out. Senpai, let's act too. Shizuo put on his mask, then nodded to Ijao beside him, and the next moment he directly opened the cursed seal and rushed out. The environment of the Land of Wind has some influence on him, at least he can't use his water release. Besides, they want to fight quickly and decisively, so he doesn't have any thoughts of hiding it. Feeling the power in his body rapidly increasing, Shizuo's speed increased again, he seemed to be a phantom passing by. In an instant, he had rushed to a Tsunagakure ninja in front. Number 10, 10. What? Such speed astonished the sand ninja, he couldn't keep up at all. Shizuo showed no mercy. A kunao appeared in his hand, and ignoring the bewildered face before him, he brought the kunao down fiercely. Blood splattered as the sand ninja clutched his neck and knelt on the ground. Blood flowed continuously from between his fingers, and his body began to twitch uncontrollably. Shizuo spun around, once again bursting out with astonishing speed towards another sand ninja. Die! Although Shizuo was fierce, the members of Yekura's team were not pushovers either. The death of their teammate ignited their anger. Just as Shizuo arrived, the sand ninja wielded a kunao in each hand and directly attacked. Your courage is commendable, but your speed is still slightly lacking. Shizuo in his cursed seal state was not to be trifled with. He quickly sidestepped, avoiding the sand ninja's kunao, and as he moved, his elbow struck hard against the sand ninja's waist. The sand ninja cried out in pain, his body involuntarily retreating backward, but he didn't forget to hurl the kunai in his hands at Shizuo. The whistling sound of the two kunai grew closer and closer. Shizuo expressionlessly waved his kunai. Clang! Clang! With two light metallic clangs, the two kunai fell to the ground, and Shizuo's kunai flew towards the sand ninja almost instantly. The kunai pierced deeply into the sand ninja's body. Shizuo glanced at him and immediately jumped away. Wind style, Great Vacuum Blast. Wind style, Wind Cutter. Wind style, Wind Slice. Just as he left, several wind-style ninjutsu blasted towards him, and the sky full of sand became even more frenzied at that moment. Perhaps it was because of his devastating combat performance that he attracted more attention. However, Ijao had already entered the fray, and Shisui was also holding back Yakura, so he wasn't too worried. Moreover, he now intended to conduct a thorough experiment. Yin release cannot be applied to taijutsu, but it can have a good effect on ninjutsu. In that case, if I combine it with my current cursed seal state. Landing steadily on the ground, Shizuo overlapped his hands, forming a seal. In reality, he didn't need to go to so much trouble now. Earth release had reached LV6, and he could even skip a lot of the hand seals, but he still had to pretend a little. Looking at the sand ninja getting closer and closer, Shizuo suddenly smiled brightly, and the natural chakra and yin release chakra within his body surged. There are some people in the ninja world that you absolutely cannot provoke, such as a cheat like me. Sage art, yin release, earth stone dragon. The loose sandy ground suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, the yellow sand was shaken away, and an earth dragon nearly 50 meters long burst out of the ground. The giant dragon roared to the sky, and its huge body and deafening sound couldn't help but make people feel fear. Shizuo was also stunned by this scene, and he now had a question in his mind. Is this a wood dragon or an earth dragon? Chapter 15, What exactly happened here? It's no wonder Shizuo had such thoughts, because the size of the earth dragon in front of him was indeed a bit too outrageous. Nearly 50 meters in length, it's almost catching up with some of the tailed beasts, and the low-level Susanoo. The height and strength of Susanoo changed with the Sharingan's evolution. In the beginning, Susanoo was only a dozen meters tall. And wood release was even more outrageous, otherwise Hashirama Senju wouldn't have been able to defeat Madara Uchiha with his wood release. What exactly is this? Those sand ninjas who had originally planned to attack Shizuo were really dumbfounded at this moment. They couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts, and they whispered with trembling lips. Such a huge size, this is Earth Release. Earth Release, when did it have this kind of power? Damn it! Yakura's face in the distance was also extremely ugly at this time. Originally, her team was dealing with a group of mist ninjas. They finally managed to solve them, but then more enemies emerged. They didn't have a chance to rest at all, and this time the enemies were obviously more troublesome. Not to mention the guy in front of her, whose speed was ridiculously fast and whose combat power was somewhat beyond imagination. She herself might be defeated if she wasn't careful. The guy in the distance who summoned such a huge earth dragon made her feel even more incredible. Who exactly are these people? Who exactly are you people? Yakura gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice. Hidden stone? Or hidden leaf? Or maybe? As expected, they never believed us. Shisui almost laughed out of anger when he heard this. Originally, he felt a little uneasy about attacking an ally. Although this ally had done even worse things, and this operation was ordered by him, he still felt a little uneasy. But now it's fine, he doesn't need to think so much, just capture them first. But Shizuo is actually so strong. Well, that's normal, after all, he's someone who can fight Orochimaru. Shisui thought to himself, but quickly explained it to himself. Not only him, but also Ijao, who was fighting fiercely in the distance, thought the same. Orochimaru had always been a legend in Konoha. Shizuo being able to fight Orochimaru and escape from his hands smoothly really added a lot of points to Shizuo. Therefore, even if Shizuo's performance was a bit outrageous, everyone felt that it was acceptable when they thought of this. Don't be fooled by this guy, let's go. The sand ninjas who were facing Shizuo's giant earth dragon, although their bodies were trembling a little at this time, they were still encouraging each other and didn't give up. This is the land of wind. As long as they can hold on and wait for the reinforcements to arrive, then they should be able to survive. Still want to resist fearlessly? Shizuo raised his eyebrows, and he asked in a low voice, but unfortunately these sand ninjas didn't give him any answer. They quickly dispersed, surrounding Shizuo from different directions, obviously unwilling to be wiped out by the giant earth dragon. While running, they either formed seals or took out kunai tied with exploding tags. They used practical actions to show that they had not given up. Since that's the case, Shizuo didn't hold back either. He controlled the earth dragon to let out a roar, and the next moment the earth dragon rushed fiercely towards a sand ninja. Damn it, wind style, wind blade. The sand ninja locked on by the earth dragon still wanted to struggle a bit, but the earth dragon didn't give him any chance at all. Boom! The earth dragon crashed down fiercely, and the earth couldn't help but tremble at this moment, and the sand ninja couldn't even find his body in an instant. The impact is not bad, the destructive power is excellent, after all, there is a size advantage. Shizuo had a quick assessment in his mind when he saw this scene. But the shortcomings are also obvious: high consumption, insufficient toughness, and no blue recovery. This earth dragon's fierce collision not only smashed the enemy into pieces, but also smashed itself to pieces. Such toughness had no feasibility compared to the wood dragon. What's more, the wood dragon also had the effect of absorbing blue, which could achieve self-repair and continue to be put into battle. In comparison, the weakness of Shizuo's sage art, yin release, was highlighted. But he didn't care, he still knew how much he weighed now, and besides, the sage art plus yin release enhancement wasn't just this technique, he could still try other things. Moreover, the consumption is really a bit high, it seems that I have to put my energy on physical fitness and chakra. While thinking in his mind, the attacks from other directions had already arrived. Die! They roared in unison, and in an instant, various wind-style ninjutsu, as well as a large number of kunai with exploding tags, flew towards Shizuo. Shizuo raised his head slightly, and then erected one hand. Earth style, earth wall. In an instant, towering earth walls rose from the ground around Shizuo, and at this moment, the attacks of those sand ninjas also arrived. Boom! 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 Dense rumbling sounds continued to sound on the wall, and the huge shock waves and explosions caused many cracks to appear on the wall. But unfortunately, the earth wall with the cursed seal buff was really not so easy to break through. Shizuo even had the time to look at the wall and consider whether to learn from Kakashi and carve some portraits on it. However, it should be over. Shizuo formed another seal, and the broken earth dragon outside the earth wall moved faintly. The next moment, it roared again, shaking the sky. What? This earth dragon actually? Damn it! Looking at the broken earth dragon that had revived again, these sand ninjas suddenly felt their blood run cold. Then, suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Looking up, Shizuo had already stood on top of the high wall at some point, and he was looking down at these sand ninjas. Sayonara, goodbye. Under Shizuo's control, the broken earth dragon roared and soared into the air, and then dived fiercely towards those sand ninjas with unstoppable power. The earth trembled again at this moment. This is... I don't know how long it had been, the sand village's reinforcements had arrived here, looking at the mess all over the ground, and the giant pits that had not yet been covered by the yellow sand. At this moment, their minds were full of question marks, but their faces were also extremely solemn, obviously a battle that could not be imagined had taken place here. Who exactly is fighting? A sand ninja couldn't help but speak in a low voice. He was really frightened by everything in front of him. Yes, I'm also very curious about who exactly is fighting. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them, which immediately made them adopt a fighting stance. Looking back, they saw a young man wearing a black robe with red clouds and short red hair standing behind them. You, who are you? For some reason, when they saw this young man, this group of sand ninjas felt a chill down their spines, and even asking him a question seemed a little trembling. It seems that you have forgotten me, but that's fine. The young man shook his head indifferently, and he said slowly. Originally, I just wanted to come back to collect some necessary things, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. By the way, my name is Sasori, you used to call me Sasori of the Red Sand. New book, please follow up and collect ons. Number 11. Chapter 16, Just Send Her Away. Wind Country, silver moonlight spilled over the desert. In an abandoned village in the boundless desert, Haizawa and his companions were resting, while Pakura lay unconscious beside them. Senior, weren't you a little too ruthless? Haizawa glanced at Pakura, who had not yet woken up, and shook his head at Itaki. Now that she hasn't woken up, we have no way to extract any information. This. Itaki opened his mouth upon hearing Haizawa's words, but he couldn't say anything. Even Yujao, who was taking care of Pakura, couldn't help but raise her head, her eyes looking at Haizawa strangely. Their surprise attack on Pakura's team went relatively smoothly. After all, this team had just experienced a battle, only to be ambushed by Haizawa and the others. In particular, Haizawa played an incredible role. The huge earth dragon he released really shocked everyone, and the damage caused by the earth dragon was truly worthy of its appearance. The violent impact, the terrifying power, almost instantly wiped out those sand shinobi. This also allowed Haizawa and Yujao to quickly cooperate with Itaka to besiege Pakura, who was also dazed by the earth dragon. Admittedly, Itaka had always been the main attacker facing Pakura, and even now Pakura's coma was largely due to Itaka's genjutsu. However, in the memories of Itaki and Yujao, it seemed that the one who really struck hard against Pakura was Haizawa, wasn't it? Sorry, maybe I was a little too heavy-handed. However, Itaka was still somewhat honest, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded awkwardly, which made Yujao couldn't help but look away. You should restrain yourself a little. How were you trained in the first place? The training I received was very, very strict. Haizawa raised his eyebrows, then simply raised his eyebrows and smiled. More than just strict, it was simply deadly. However, Haizawa had to admit one thing, Danzo was a bastard, but it was that kind of training that allowed Haizawa to constantly improve and gain his current abilities. It's quite strict, otherwise you wouldn't be so strong. Yujao pursed her lips upon hearing this, but she was also a little curious. Where were you trained before? Also, you're about the same age as us, but I don't seem to have seen you at school before. This. Haizawa blinked, this was a question he probably couldn't answer, right? Cough, cough, cough. However, at this moment, Pakura suddenly coughed, which relieved Haizawa. Although the cursed seal was no longer effective for him, and that cursed seal prevented him from revealing Danzo's information, names and the like were fine. But if Haizawa wanted to betray Danzo, then it was naturally better to be honest. She's awake, let's hurry up and get down to business. Yet. Although they didn't get an answer, both Itaki and Yujao turned their attention to Pakura. The sooner they solve the problem, the sooner they can complete the task. Pakura felt a terrible pain in her head at this moment, and her body was also very weak. However, as a ninja, she immediately recalled everything she had experienced before, and instantly her eyes became vigilant. She quickly scanned her surroundings and found that she seemed to be in a dilapidated house, and the 3 people who attacked her were also here. It's just that she was now firmly trapped, and her fingers had been dislocated artificially, and even a slight touch would cause a piercing pain. They didn't kill me, then. However, Pakura was, after all, a powerful ninja, and she endured the pain as her face began to darken. She knew that these people wanted information. Even if she didn't know what kind of information they wanted, the fact that they targeted her made it clear that their intentions were not simple. Most importantly, the genjutsu that knocked her down didn't seem to be anything simple. "You're awake." At this moment, a clear voice rang out, and turning her head, she saw a masked guy walking over. Pakura recognized this mask. It was this guy who released the terrifying earth dragon. "Who are you? What is the purpose of capturing me?" Pakura looked coldly at the figure in front of her. Although she had some guesses in her heart, she still asked in a low voice. "Our purpose in capturing you is very simple, that is, we want to understand some of your village's arrangements and plans." The person speaking was naturally Haizawa. In fact, Itaka could directly handle the interrogation of these things. His genjutsu was still very reliable. However, Haizawa took the initiative to express that he wanted to give it a try, because he had some ideas in his mind. Itaki agreed without hesitation. Anyway, he could cover for him. "Forgive me for speaking frankly, you are now facing Iwagakure and guarding against Kirigakure. If the situation further deteriorates, it won't be good for anyone, so. Are you idiots?" After hearing Haizawa's words, a mocking smile appeared on Pakura's face. What would she know about the village's troop deployments and arrangements? She didn't know anything about the policies either. She was a combatant, and even if she did know, why would you think she would tell them? However, when saying these words, Pakura's eyes still glanced in the direction of Itaka without leaving a trace, but she didn't have much fear. "It seems you haven't realized the seriousness of the situation." Haizawa raised his eyebrows. He certainly knew that this woman didn't know anything, otherwise she wouldn't have been tricked into being sent off. However, he still had to put on a show, and there were some things Haizawa wanted to know. "Your current situation is in an extremely dangerous situation. If something bad happens, it won't just affect your Tsunagakure alone. So, which village are you from?" Pakura remained unmoved. She still looked at Haizawa indifferently. Did Iwagakure come to gather information? Did Kirigakure want to learn more information? Or Kumagakure, or Konoha? It seems she's not very cooperative. At this time, Itaka had also walked over, and he found that Haizawa's interrogation was not going well, so he asked softly. "Do you need me to take over?" With a ninja of her caliber and strong will, it may be difficult to get any information through conventional means. "I understand, but I still want to try." Haizawa knew Itaka's good intentions, but he shook his head with a smile. "And Captain, have you ever thought about one thing?" Itaka was a little confused. Wasn't Haizawa going to interrogate this Pakura? Why did he turn around and ask himself? Yujao also followed. With shadow clones responsible for external vigilance, they naturally didn't need to run out in person, and she couldn't help but ask after hearing Haizawa's words. "What's the matter?" "Actually, I've been thinking all the way, if I were the Kazekage, how would I deal with the current situation?" Haizawa glanced at Pakura, who was staring at them with a sullen face, and he didn't care, but continued in a low voice. "At first, I couldn't get any answers, but after seeing her, I seemed to have an idea." Itaka didn't know what Haizawa was up to, but Yujao simply cooperated and asked. "What idea?" "It's very simple." Haizawa reached out and pointed at Pakura. He said faintly. "Wouldn't it be good to just send her to Kirigakure?" Chapter 17, What do you think you are? Still no news. That's right, Lord Kazekage. Tsunagakure village, inside the Kazekage building. Raza frowned as he looked at Yakimaru in front of him. He was in a very bad mood now. The pressure from Iwagakure and Kirigakure was too great, and for the sake of the village, he had to make a choice now. Kirigakure was too far away, while Iwagakure had actual conflicts of interest with them, so he unhesitatingly chose to negotiate with Kirigakure and prepare to fight Iwagakure to the end. But the price Kirigakure wanted was too high, one of which was Pakura. But now, Pakura had actually disappeared after carrying out a mission? And judging from the traces at the scene, she must have experienced a fierce battle, and what was fatal was that several reinforcement teams had also disappeared. These were all combat forces, and it cost money to train ninjas. Increase the intensity, continue searching. After pondering for a long time, Raza said in a low voice to his brother-in-law. Although he also suspected that Pakura had been kidnapped by Kirigakure, if not, the trouble would be great, and he had to find Pakura. Even a corpse would have some value. I understand, Lord Kazekage. Yakumaru nodded upon hearing this, and he asked in a low voice. Do you want to let Ebizo move out together? It might be better to have the Anbu assist. Ebizo. Raza frowned, but after thinking about it, he nodded. Yes, it would be more convenient to have the Anbu help. I only have one request now, we must find the person, whether she is alive or dead, do you understand? Yes, Lord Kazekage. What a low-level attempt to sow discord, I thought you guys would play some tricks. Inside the house in the abandoned village, after hearing Haizawa's words, the mocking meaning on Pakura's beautiful face became even stronger. Send her to Kirigakure, unless the village was crazy to do such a thing. Pakura loved her village in her heart, how could she be shaken by just a few words? Think what you want, I'm just making my judgment. Haizawa shook his head, he certainly knew that a few simple words wouldn't have any effect, but he didn't care. However, he knew how deep Pakura's hatred for her village would be after being betrayed. If it hadn't been for her disciple who happened to wake her up, they probably wouldn't have had such an easy time ending things. Number 12. What exactly do you mean? Shisui frowned, thought for a moment, and then asked. Actually, we have been thinking from the perspective of ninjas all along, and we have not thought about the problem from the perspective of the village. Hideki suddenly shook his head at this time, pretending to touch his chin, and then continued to speak. How much strength do you think the mist ninja can exert here? I'm afraid they will be greatly affected. Yujao gave the answer directly upon hearing this. The land of wind is a barren place with deserts everywhere, and water has become an extremely precious commodity. The mist ninja are almost all water release ninjas. After all, the land of water is surrounded by the sea, with abundant water vapor and perennial dense fog, which gives them a natural place to learn and practice. They even developed the hidden mist technique through the dense fog, which made them even more proficient in assassination techniques, but this ghostly place makes it difficult for them to fully display their abilities. You mean? Shisui seemed thoughtful, and he seemed to have guessed some of what Hideki meant. This place is not suitable for the mist ninja to exert their strength, and they came from the distant land of water without enough reinforcements, right? Yes. Hideki nodded, but Yujao frowned. Then why are the mist ninja doing this? Are they crazy? How would I know if they are crazy? Hideki complained in his heart, but considering the current leader of the mist ninja, it is likely to be the lunatic Obito Uchiha of the crazy devotion duo. It seems that everything makes sense. I'm not sure either, after all, we haven't faced the mist ninja yet. Hideki shook his head, glanced at Yekura on the side, and then continued. The mist ninja have such disadvantages, so I think the fourth Kazekage is likely to focus his energy on the rock ninja, they are the biggest threat. As for the mist ninja, I think he may use some other means to make these intruders leave. Without the restraint of the mist ninja, I am afraid the third Tsuchikage will also be wary. Only in this way will the fourth Kazekage have a chance to regain everything he wants. Hideki basically repeated the plot, but saying this made him even more want to strangle Danzo. Although he felt that the broken mission was to mess with Shisui Uchiha, it also screwed Hideki over. Then, what does this have to do with her? Shisui understood, and at the same time realized that Hideki was really openly sowing discord. It's just that he doesn't think the chance is great, but after thinking about it, he decided to cooperate a little, and if it doesn't work, he will use illusion. Do you still remember the incident between Kumagakure and Konoha a year ago? Hideki smiled maliciously, but the expressions under Yujao and Shisui's masks changed at the same time. This is Konoha's shame. They were forced by unwarranted charges, and even threatened with war to force Konoha to make a choice, and finally let a member of the Hyuga clan give up their life. They can't forget this matter. Hey! Suddenly, the two of them seemed to realize something, and Yujao said bluntly. You mean, she? Yes. Hideki nodded, his eyes looking at Yekura again. I said, we are all looking at the problem from the perspective of ninjas, and we have not thought about it from the perspective of the village. But once you think from the perspective of the village, many things seem to have an answer. If you want the mist ninja to stop, then naturally you need to negotiate. Negotiation requires paying chips. What kind of chips can satisfy the mist ninja? Naturally, it is someone who can pose a huge threat to them, whose hands are covered with the blood of their companions, who has accumulated a lot of hatred, and who also has a bloodline limit that can be researched. As Hideki spoke, Shisui and Yujao slowly looked at Yekura on the side. Nonsense! At this time, Yekura's disdainful smile had faded, and she looked at Hideki and the others blankly. Tsunagakure is not Konoha. Such a low-level provocation is extremely boring. Is this all you have? That's right, Tsunagakure is indeed not Konoha, because Tsunagakure is simply not comparable to Konoha. Hideki didn't give any face, he shook his head and said disdainfully. But even Konoha knows that after the Third Shinobi World War, everything is waiting to be rebuilt, and it needs to be developed well to restore its own strength. Doesn't Tsunagakure know? And I have said many times that you must look at the problem from the perspective of the village. For a village, what is wrong with completing the greatest goal at the smallest cost? The Hyuga clan is a wealthy clan in Konoha, and the third Hokage was not soft-hearted when they should be sacrificed. And you, if you can be used to exchange for the peace of the mist ninja and thus seek greater benefits for the village, what are you? Newcomer, new book, please follow up, please collect, ons. It was originally for tomorrow, but I just found out that the time was set wrong, so I just uploaded it together QAQ. Chapter 18 New Rewards, Summoning Yakushi Kabuto. Hideki's words really silenced everyone. But no one can give any rebuttal. On the contrary, if they think about it carefully, what they feel terrible is that what Hideki said seems to be completely correct. Standing from the perspective of a ninja seems to be completely different from standing from the perspective of the village. Ninjas only need to fight, but the village needs to consider much more. After letting Yujao stay to watch over Yekura, who was still incredulous but silent, Hideki and Shisui came outside the house. Are you lying to her? After hesitating for a while, Shisui asked curiously. No, I said that was all my speculation. Hideki shrugged and said, he said indifferently. But I think it is very likely that things will develop in this direction. Tsunagakure can't delay for so long. War is not only about people, but also about financial resources. I heard that the fourth Kazekage must go gold panning himself. Senior, do you know what this means? It means that the daimyo has reduced financial support for Tsunagakure. Shisui is from the Uchiha clan after all, even if he is a little silly, he still knows some things. That's right, otherwise they wouldn't be so embarrassed. Hideki nodded, looking at the earth illuminated by the silver moonlight, he turned his head and smiled. The environment of the Land of Wind is destined for them to purchase a lot of supplies, which requires money, training ninjas requires money, and war is even more so. I'm afraid they will indeed follow what you said, and one side of the conflict, face Iwagakure with all their strength, and prevent the third Tsuchikage from acting recklessly. Shisui completely understood at this moment, but his eyes towards Hideki also changed a little. How did this guy think of so much? He was choked by Hideki once before when he was in Konoha. Although he didn't take it to heart, he really felt uncomfortable at the time. But now that I think about it, didn't Hideki already understand the Hokage's thoughts that others had misunderstood, and even the elders of their clan didn't understand at that time? Hideki-kun, where did you train before? Thinking of this, Shisui couldn't help but ask curiously, but soon he seemed to realize something. Could it be? If it's inconvenient to say, Hideki-kun doesn't have to say it. Then I won't say it. Hideki nodded decisively. Shisui is also a veteran ANBU member, and as an Uchiha, it is difficult not to know some things. Okay, then what are we going to do next? Shisui didn't dwell on it. After entering ANBU, he also knew that some things should not be asked or should not be asked. He directly changed the topic. Although your guess is likely to be true, we don't have more evidence yet, so don't worry, that Yekura probably doesn't know much either. For safety's sake, senior should try it yourself. Hideki touched his chin. Although Shisui is the nominal captain, this guy is somewhat unreliable. But being unreliable is right. Hideki wants him to just give orders, and if something really happens, he can take the blame. As for the rest, Hideki can do it himself. As for Yekura, Hideki already has an idea. Although it is not yet mature, she is still relatively important. Senior, it's best to keep Yekura alive first, maybe she has greater use. Shisui nodded seriously, he said extremely seriously. If it really goes according to your guess, then she really can't die, she can exchange for peace. Hideki pursed his lips. He now understands somewhat why Shisui would foolishly tell Danzo the secret of the Mangekyo. This kid is missing a string in his head. But Hideki didn't explain much. He waved his hand casually and walked outside. Then I'll trouble you, senior. I'll go out and see if I can find some water sources. Thank you for your hard work, and be careful. Shisui nodded. He now trusts Hideki very much. After a simple explanation, he turned around and walked into the house. Hideki then slowly wandered around this dilapidated village that was likely to be massacred by Sasori. At the same time, he also opened his panel. Complete the mission, obtain relevant useful information from Tsunagakure and Kirigakure ninjas. Mission evaluation, C. Looking at his panel, Hideki was also full of doubts. He had felt the system prompt before, but he didn't focus on looking at it. As a result, when he opened it now, the system gave him a big one. It seems that the information was not obtained through investigation, but was directly said by him under the guise of speculation, right? It's really a model of no matter how you complete it, as long as you complete it. Hideki pursed his lips. His information is 100% guaranteed, so it seems reasonable to count this as completing the mission. But since this is considered complete, he is even more confident in some of his next plans. If it succeeds, Danzo-sama will really become famous in Tsunagakure. Reward obtained, 1 free point. Due to causing uncontrollable effects, a special reward is obtained. Scorch Release Experience. Scorch Release Experience. Hideki frowned slightly, but when he understood it carefully, he immediately understood what this reward was all about. He really can't get the bloodline limit, but the bloodline limit in the ninja world is divided into 2 categories. One is the extremely rare one that is born fused in the bloodline. For example, the Sharingan of the Uchiha, the Byakugan of the Hyuga, and the bone pulse of the Kagaya clan, as well as the exaggerated physique of the Senju. This is inherited from Otsutsuki, or rather, it is mutated from the fruit. Number 13. Another type is a bloodline limit gained through the fusion of chakra acquired after birth. This power can be artificially manipulated. Hidekawa had already had thoughts about this, as it was his only path. He didn't expect to receive such a reward now. This reward was Yakura's own insights and experiences when using Blaze Release, and these insights and experiences could help Hidekawa when he fused it himself. This is really a good thing. Hidekawa's eyes shone. Having such a thing could greatly save his time and greatly improve the fusion efficiency. After all, it's a successful case, a formula question. It's perfectly fine to use it directly. But now I also need to get more help. Although he was very excited now, Hidekawa also knew what he needed to do. Calming his mind, he took out a scroll, and soon he recorded some information in this scroll. He formed hand seals, and before long, the scroll disappeared before his eyes, and he looked into the distance. "Come quickly, I'm waiting for you now," Hidekawa murmured. He was using a technique he had accidentally obtained after completing a route mission to kill an entire family. As for the other person who used this technique, it was the future Dream Master, one of the behind-the-scenes bosses of the ninja world, one of the classic cases of being whitewashed, and the scourge who pitted Hidekawa against Root in his childhood. Yakushi Kabuto. Although they had some minor issues with each other, such as the mere fact that Kabuto had pitted Hidekawa against Root, which led to Hidekawa constantly punching him in the training ground. But everyone came from the orphanage, and Kabuto also had some guilt in his heart, so their relationship was still relatively good. Most importantly, Hidekawa knew Kabuto's potential, so Hidekawa gave this technique to Kabuto. In addition to occasionally passing on information about Yakushi Nono that he learned in Konoha, it could also bring them closer together. And now, this technique seems to be able to play a greater role. Chapter 19, Headmaster, she is not in Konoha. The moonlight is hazy, and the wind and sand are howling. In the endless desert, a sand village team is quietly heading towards this dilapidated village under the cover of night. Seriously, this damn place is really desolate. The sand village patrol team was maintaining sufficient vigilance, but some of them couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "Stop talking nonsense and focus on the mission." The sand village captain couldn't help but interrupt when he heard the complaint. "Besides, we are searching for Master Yakura. How many merits has she made for us? Don't you know that yourselves?" "Okay, Captain, I know, but..." The sand ninja didn't dare to contradict his captain, but he couldn't help but glance at a young man with glasses behind him. This young man looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, looked refined and weak, which made the sand ninja a little unhappy. "It's just, why should we listen to this brat and run to this remote place? Seriously. Sorry, I just thought it was possible here, so I made a suggestion." The young man showed an embarrassed look and scratched the back of his head, looking apologetic. "And if we really find Master Yakura's whereabouts, we think our resume will be..." "Okay, shut up." The captain shook his head, glanced at the young man, and then continued. "Although this place is remote, it is also an ideal hiding place. We just need to find clues, and the rest will be left to the Anbu, understand?" "Yes." Several sand ninjas answered at the same time, but as soon as they finished speaking, the ground suddenly surged. The desert seemed to turn into mud at this moment, and several sand ninjas were instantly trapped before they could even react. "Damn it, enemy attack!" The sand village captain immediately noticed the situation and instantly drew his ninja sword. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. The cold aura made his hair stand on end. In a flash of lightning, he immediately wanted to form a hand seal, but a cold light had already flashed. In an instant, he felt a coolness coming from his neck. So fast! This was the last sound echoing in his mind, and before his consciousness blurred, he saw ground thorns suddenly rising from the ground. All of his teammates except that Hideyoshi were pierced. "Are you called Hideyoshi now, Kabuto? Then can I treat killing you as an accident?" From the shadows, Hidekawa walked out. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and then asked Kabuto jokingly. "Don't joke around, Hidekawa." Kabuto pursed his lips, and he shook his head with a wry smile. This childhood friend of his really hadn't changed at all. Back then, this guy had punched him hard in the training ground. There were times when he suspected that he would be beaten to death in the training ground. Of course, he wasn't completely defenseless. It's just that this guy's growth seemed to be a little too fast. And now he seemed to be even fiercer. He had killed so many people in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had been lurking for so long and had honed so much that he quickly adjusted. "Why are you in Sand Village too?" "Forget it, I shouldn't ask. You also have your own mission. What do you want from me?" "It just so happens that I have something I want to ask you to help with." Hidekawa had already closed his cursed seal state at this time. Having stayed en route for so long, he had long been accustomed to killing enemies in the fastest way. "I don't think you will refuse me, will you?" Kabuto was silent for a moment. He wanted to say that Hidekawa was violating the rules. But after glancing at the corpses all over the ground and recalling his memories en route, he subconsciously adjusted his glasses before saying, "Okay, tell me what you want, but I can only say that I will try my best. I want you to investigate some things." Hidekawa nodded and said directly. "About some of the Sand Village's policies, especially about Yakura." "Yakura?" Kabuto's expression changed when he heard Hidekawa's words, especially after hearing Yakura's name. His face turned pale. "Damn it, did you kill Yakura?" "Just captured, not dead yet." Hidekawa spread his hands and then explained. "We plan to extract some useful information, but I suspect even more that Sand Village may sell her, so I want more information." Speaking of this, Hidekawa told him all of his previous guesses, and Kabuto listened very carefully. But when he finished listening, his expression became a little serious. If all of this was true, then this was definitely a blockbuster piece of information. And what surprised and amazed him even more was that all of this was analyzed by Hidekawa. How much has this guy grown? I need to think about this carefully. Kabuto certainly knew the value of this matter, and soon he suddenly realized something. If he succeeded, then he would definitely be rewarded. Maybe he could return to Konoha and see his headmaster. It's just that his disguised position destined this matter to be extremely difficult. Damn it, the position I'm disguised as is just a genin. Genin, this is too difficult. Hidekawa frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said in a low voice. If I can create some big movements, do you have a chance? Unless the Kazekage can leave the office, but that's difficult. Kabuto said without thinking, but soon he shook his head again. I should think about it carefully. Don't act rashly, and don't expose yourself. The Sand Village's Anbu has also been dispatched. Your situation is not good either. Speaking of this, Kabuto sighed, and then his eyes became firm. Also, I want to participate in this matter, truly participate. This may be my chance, a chance to return to Konoha and see the headmaster, instead of relaying information through the information you have gathered. Please, Hidekawa, please give me this chance. Speaking of this, Kabuto suddenly bowed deeply to Hidekawa. Kabuto's behavior was against the rules en route, but in order to see Yakushi no, he was really desperate and unwilling to let go of any opportunity. When Hidekawa saw this scene, an idea flashed through his mind in an instant. This seems to be a good opportunity for him too. At this time, Kabuto still trusted Danzo more, or rather, he trusted the high-level officials of Konoha, until all illusions were shattered. And Hidekawa could poke through some of his illusions in advance. Looking at Kabuto in front of him, Hidekawa suddenly reached out and put his hand on his shoulder, then said in a low voice. I need to tell you something. In fact, the headmaster has already left Konoha. Hey! Kabuto was stunned for a moment, and the next moment his expression changed drastically. What are you talking about? You may not know, I am now in the Anbu, not en route. Hidekawa shook his head and said calmly. Although there will still be various restrictions, and I am not allowed to go to the orphanage. But I have a lot more freedom, and I have also used some means to go to the orphanage to find out. As a result, I found that the headmaster was not there, and the information I received to pass on to you was likely to be fake. How is this possible? Kabuto was already a little dazed. He really didn't expect that he would get such news. The headmaster is not in Konoha, and the information he received may be fake. Then where did the headmaster go? What is going on? Remember, what was Danzo's purpose when he came to the orphanage back then? Hidekawa didn't stop there. He continued to say in a low voice, and Kabuto instantly thought of something. You mean, the headmaster, she? The possibility is very high, the headmaster is too kind. Hidekawa sighed, making a helpless look. She was probably trying to exchange our freedom with herself, but things didn't go as planned. Danzo, he. Speaking of this, Hidekawa stopped, looked at the somewhat distracted Kabuto, and patted him heavily on the shoulder. Of course, all of this is just my guess, and I have no reason to lie to you either. Number 14. We all come from the orphanage, and I think you also have the right to know something about the director. Besides, as you said, if this operation is successful, you might be able to go back. That way, can't you also investigate it properly? New book by a new author, please follow the reading and collect it ons. Chapter 20, Scorpion. Scorpion. Where exactly is it? Land of Wind. In the howling sandstorm, Scorpion walked slowly towards the depths of the desert. A few days ago, after he noticed a great battle, he had been searching. His purpose in returning to the Land of Wind was very pure, that is, to find some suitable materials to create more puppets. And when he heard that the battle was likely to unfold between Yekara and some mysterious powerful ninjas, his interest immediately rose. After all, excellent materials can be made into more perfect puppets. It's just that after searching for a few days, he hasn't found anything. He even killed several search teams, and there is no reliable information for the time being, which makes him a little depressed. Let's look for it again. Anyway, the organization has no missions, but I can't stay here for too long, their Anbu seems to have moved too. Scorpion is not afraid of Anbu, but he doesn't want a bunch of fleas always following him, it's too annoying. It seems that I need to create a new puppet to slightly conceal my identity. Scorpion thought secretly, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a team moving forward in the desert ahead. It seems that Senior didn't get any valuable information. Walking on the desert, Hidekawa glanced at Zisui, who had a dark face, and then looked back at Yekara, who seemed a little listless. Hidekawa said with a smile. In a blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, and Zisui has used a lot of illusion techniques on Yekara. But without exception, the final result is that Yekara really doesn't know anything. Although everyone expected this result, how could they tell him in advance if they really wanted to sell someone? But the lack of any valuable information is still disappointing. As expected, after all, haven't you already said it? Xian tilted her head and glanced at Yekara, then looked at Hidekawa. Also, tell us if you encounter any trouble next time, don't always solve things silently by yourself, we are teammates. Yes, I remember, thank you for your concern, Senior. Hidekawa nodded with a smile. After all, strictly speaking, their retreat this time was really related to him. Because Hidekawa still needs to help Do, after all, Do tricked his own people over to be wiped out by Hidekawa, and he needs to stay in the village for the time being. Therefore, he also needs to report some things back, so Hidekawa and the others cannot continue to stay here. What's more, Hidekawa also has his own plans, and now it's time for him to move. Hidezawa is not very clear about what Do is going to do. Anyway, this kid's talent as a spy is maxed out. But Hidezawa also has plans, that is, to help his little brother. For example, make Zisui suffer a little. Hidezawa's eyes unconsciously glanced at Zisui, who was staring at Yekura to prevent her from escaping. Hidezawa has been thinking for a long time about how to make Do better, especially how to get the Kazekage to leave the office, which is even more troublesome. After thinking about it, it seems that the best way is to let Zisui, who has most likely opened the kaleidoscope at this time, contribute. After all, Zisui has the kaleidoscope Sharingan, let him, maybe he can really force the Kazekage out. Of course, just the kaleidoscope Sharingan may not be enough to get the Kazekage to move, then Yekura is his bargaining chip. His initial idea was to bury a mine for Yekura, and then rely on Zisui to take action to force the Kazekage to negotiate. Luo Xia may be negotiating with Kirigakure now, and Yekura is his bargaining chip, so he is very likely to come. Moreover, in order to preserve Yekura's reputation, he may come to talk privately. In this way, Hidezawa can swaggeringly blame Danzo, and also leave a seed for Yekura. But now, he wants more. If Do steals the information, can't he directly let the seed of Yekura's suspicion take root and sprout? And can't this matter make Lord Danzo's name truly permeate the sky of Sunagakure? I am indeed the most loyal. Hidezawa nodded, and after carefully considering for a moment, he said to Zisui. Captain, there is something I want to talk to you about. Zisui was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let's go ahead. Saying that, Zisui took the lead and walked forward, and Xian quickly took his place to watch over Yekura. The two of them walked forward for a distance, making sure that the content of the conversation would not be heard by Yekura, then Zisui asked curiously. Do you have any ideas, Hidezawa? Yes, I do have some. Hidezawa nodded, although he already had an idea, he had to carefully consider his words. After all, he wanted to make Zisui suffer a little, and how to make Zisui willingly be made to suffer a little was a very challenging thing. Senior, I have been thinking about a question, how do you think we can get more benefits for the village? How to get benefits for the village? As soon as this topic was mentioned, Zisui, this Uchiha dove, became energetic. Tell me your thoughts. It's actually very simple. Hidezawa smiled, he knew some of Zisui's little thoughts, or the little thoughts of this group of Uchiha doves, and he didn't hide them. Although I have guesses, but there is no substantial evidence to prove all of this, but this does not hinder one thing, that is, whether the village is really willing to let Sunagakure safely pass this crisis. Hidezawa-kun, what do you mean by this? Zisui frowned instantly when he heard this. It is definitely not a good thing for Konoha if Sunagakure is in chaos. How did the words change when they got to Hidezawa? What I mean is, Sunagakure cannot be in chaos, this will affect Konoha. Hidezawa sighed helplessly, Zisui is really not an ordinary idiot. But Sunagakure needs to pay some price, and even if it cannot resist the Uegakure in the north, this seems to be more beneficial to us, right? After all, a complete Sunagakure dares to provoke Konoha, and a broken Sunagakure will be Konoha's best ally, isn't it? Zisui couldn't really understand Hidezawa's words, because it was too convoluted, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be a problem. Wasn't the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War provoked by Sunagakure, and they became allies after they lost? But the Hokage doesn't believe in this ally, so suppressing them and not giving them a chance to turn over, doesn't that allow them to be allies all the time? Tell me more about it. Zisui's little head finally turned around, and his eyes asked with some light. It's not difficult, it just requires Senior to contribute more. Hidezawa opened his mouth cautiously, and Zisui didn't care, he asked directly. Tell me more details, if there is no problem, I can do it for the village. That's good, that's good. A smile appeared on Haizawa's face under the mask. Since he was willing, it would be easy. First of all, Just as Haizawa was about to say something, suddenly his eyes looked into the distance. Not only him, but Zisui's eyes also looked over. In the distance, a lonely figure appeared in the sandstorm. The violent sandstorm made this figure appear somewhat blurred. He walked unhurriedly towards Haizawa and the others, and Haizawa also felt that there seemed to be a dangerous and huge chakra in this guy's body. This is... Zisui frowned. He didn't know who Scorpion was, but he could sense that this guy was very dangerous. This gentleman seems to be not from Sunagakure. Why are you looking for us? Well, I am indeed not from Sunagakure now. Scorpion nodded. He unhurriedly took out a scroll, then said with a smile. As for looking for you, it's just that I happened to see the traces you left behind after the battle, and I also need some materials. You are all very suitable, so... Material? Very suitable? Zisui didn't quite understand what this guy was talking about, but Haizawa seemed to understand a little. What a madman! Haizawa cursed secretly. This guy came to Sunagakure to stock up, but now he has his eyes on himself and Yekara. Although he has always known that in the big environment of the ninja world, some people are always full of energy, and some people are mentally ill. Scorpion's significance in Sunagakure village is actually comparable to Konoha's fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, to some extent. To put it bluntly, with his strength and status in Sunagakure village back then, even if he wanted to become the Kazekage, it would definitely not be difficult. Although the third Kazekage was crowned as the strongest Kazekage, the fact is that this tragic Kazekage's ending can no longer be described as simply miserable. This is completely a model of being whipped after death, and also a model of having the maximum residual value exploited to the end. However, this also completely proves that if Scorpion really wants to become the Kazekage, the so-called strongest Kazekage is just a joke to him. Haizawa really didn't expect that he could encounter so many hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes by running to this small land of wind to perform a mission. However, although Scorpion is extremely dangerous, after seeing Scorpion, a thought suddenly flashed in Haizawa's mind. If such influence is not used properly, it would not be very good. Oh! Scorpion walked over unhurriedly, and after he scanned Haizawa and the others, he suddenly smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here. I have been looking for you for several days. Who are you? Zisui asked with a frown. He didn't know who Scorpion was, but he could sense that this guy was very dangerous. Your Excellency seems to be not from Sunagakure either. Why are you looking for us? Well, I am indeed not from Sunagakure now. Scorpion nodded. He unhurriedly took out a scroll, then said with a smile. As for looking for you, it's just that I happened to see the traces you left behind after the battle, and I also need some materials. You are all very suitable, so... Material? Very suitable? Zisui didn't quite understand what this guy was talking about, but Haizawa seemed to understand a little. What a madman! Haizawa cursed secretly. This guy came to Sunagakure to stock up, but now he has his eyes on himself and Yekara. Although he has always known that in the big environment of the ninja world, some people are always full of energy, and some people are mentally ill. Wait, Scorpion. Chapter 21, Damn bastard, you deserve to die. How can I not take advantage of this great opportunity that is right in front of me, and make waves? This is a godsend opportunity. Haizawa took a deep breath, and the expression on his face became more and more serious. Senior, I have a plan. What plan? Zisui asked subconsciously, and at this time, Scorpion on the opposite side also seemed to have lost his patience. I don't have time to waste with you. I have already told you my purpose, so I hope you can cooperate a little. Saying that, Scorpion's figure moved, and in an instant, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zisui, and his hand grabbed towards Zisui's face. So fast! Zisui's pupils shrank, but he was not an ordinary person after all, and he reacted in an instant. Sharingan! With a loud shout, Zisui's Sharingan instantly opened, and in an instant, the world in his eyes changed. He could see the movements of the other party, and he could even predict the other party's next move. It's useless, your Sharingan is just a slightly special eye, it's not worth mentioning at all. Scorpion smiled disdainfully, and his hand grabbed even faster. Damn it! Zisui cursed secretly, and he had no choice but to use his body technique to dodge. He knew that he was not the opponent of this guy in front of him, so he had to delay time. As long as he could delay until Haizawa and the others came to support, then they would have a chance to win. But Scorpion obviously wouldn't give him this chance. His attack was like a storm, not giving Zisui any chance to breathe. Is this the strength of the Red Sand Scorpion? It's really terrifying. Zisui was shocked. He didn't expect the strength of this guy in front of him to be so terrifying. He was already using all his strength, but he was still suppressed by the other party. If this continues, he will definitely lose. No, I can't give up. Zisui roared in his heart, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. He knew that he had to use his ultimate move, otherwise he would definitely die here. Katon, Great Fireball Technique. With a loud shout, Zisui spat out a huge fireball, attacking towards Scorpion. The scorching flames instantly illuminated the surrounding area, and the temperature rose sharply. Humph, a small trick. Scorpion snorted coldly, and he didn't even bother to dodge, he directly waved his hand. In an instant, a gust of wind blew, extinguishing the fireball. What? Zisui was shocked. He didn't expect his great fireball technique to be extinguished so easily. He knew that he was in trouble this time. The strength of the other party was far beyond his imagination. It's over. Scorpion smiled cruelly, and he once again attacked towards Zisui. This time, he didn't intend to give Zisui any chance, he wanted to kill Zisui with one blow. Damn it, is this the end? Zisui roared in his heart, and he closed his eyes in despair. He knew that he was going to die. He was going to die in the hands of this guy in front of him. No, I can't die, I still have a lot of things to do, I can't die here. At this moment, Haizawa's voice suddenly sounded. Senior, trust me. Haizawa's voice was very calm, but it gave Zisui a feeling of confidence. He opened his eyes, and he saw Haizawa standing in front of him. Haizawa's face was very serious, and his eyes were staring at Scorpion. You. Scorpion glanced at Haizawa, and he didn't pay much attention to him. In his opinion, Haizawa was just a small fry, not worth mentioning at all. Get out of here, I don't have time to waste with you. I'm sorry, but I can't let you hurt my senior. Haizawa said seriously, and he took a step forward. Humph, you're asking for death. Scorpion snorted coldly, and he attacked towards Haizawa. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Haizawa in an instant. He raised his hand, and he wanted to kill Haizawa with one blow. Is that so? Haizawa smiled slightly, and he didn't dodge or evade, he just stood there quietly. Just when Scorpion's hand was about to hit Haizawa, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Haizawa. This figure was very fast, and he blocked Scorpion's attack with one hand. What? Scorpion was shocked, he didn't expect someone to be able to block his attack. He looked at the person in front of him, and his pupils shrank. You are Yekara. That's right, the person who blocked Scorpion's attack was Yekara. At this time, Yekara's face was very serious, and his eyes were staring at Scorpion. Scorpion, I didn't expect you to become like this. Yekara, you actually betrayed Tsunagakuer. Scorpion asked in disbelief, he couldn't believe that Yekara would betray Tsunagakuer. Betrayal? I never belonged to Tsunagakuer. Yekara said coldly, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. You, what do you mean? Scorpion asked in confusion. He didn't understand what Yekara was talking about. You don't need to know, all you need to know is that you will die here today. Yekara roared, and he attacked towards Scorpion. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Scorpion in an instant. He raised his hand, and he wanted to kill Scorpion with one blow. Humph, you think you can kill me? You're underestimating me too much. Scorpion snorted coldly, and he didn't dodge or evade, he just stood there quietly. Just when Yekara's hand was about to hit Scorpion, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Scorpion. This figure was very fast, and he blocked Yekara's attack with one hand. What? Yekara was shocked, he didn't expect someone to be able to block his attack. He looked at the person in front of him, and his pupil shrank. You are Raza. That's right, the person who blocked Yekara's attack was Raza, the fourth Kazekage. At this time, Raza's face was very serious, and his eyes were staring at Yekara. Yekara, what are you doing? Raza, you actually came. Yekara asked in disbelief, he didn't expect Raza to come. I have to come, I can't let you ruin Tsunagakur. Raza said seriously, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. Ruin Tsunagakur? I'm doing this for Tsunagakur. Yekara roared, and he attacked towards Raza. His speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Raza in an instant. He raised his hand, and he wanted to kill Raza with one blow. Humph, you think you can kill me? You're underestimating me too much. Raza snorted coldly, and he didn't dodge or evade, he just stood there quietly. Just when Yekara's hand was about to hit Raza, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Raza. This figure was very fast, and he blocked Yekara's attack with one hand. What? Yekara was shocked, he didn't expect someone to be able to block his attack. He looked at the person in front of him, and his pupil shrank. You are Danzo. That's right, the person who blocked Yekara's attack was Danzo, the leader of Root. At this time, Danzo's face was very serious, and his eyes were staring at Yekara. Yekara, you have disappointed me too much. Danzo, you actually came. Yekara asked in disbelief, he didn't expect Danzo to come. I have to come, I can't let you ruin Konoha. Danzo said seriously, and the chakra in his body began to surge wildly. Ruin Konoha? I'm doing this for Konoha. Yekara roared, and he attacked towards Danzo. Number 15. For example, the Uchiha beside him was a typical case, but compared to the Uchiha, this Sasori doesn't seem to be much inferior. Alright, enough with the nonsense. May I be so bold as to ask, which village are you ninja from? Sasori casually unfurled the scroll, and after a puff of white smoke, a human puppet appeared before Hidekazu and Shisui. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't say. I can always examine you slowly later. A puppeteer. Shisui raised an eyebrow. As an Uchiha with the Sharingan, and even a higher level Sharingan, he could see chakra threads. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of any puppeteer. But when he saw the black iron sand floating around the puppet, his expression instantly changed. Black iron sand. This. Could it be the third Kazekage? The third Kazekage had been missing for a long time, with neither hide nor hair seen of him. Because of this, the ninja world even broke out into a great war. Who would have thought that this strongest Kazekage would actually become a puppet? Moreover, Shisui seemed to understand what the material meant, which made him curse in a low voice. Crazy bastard! Hidekazu looked strangely at Shisui. An Uchiha calling someone else a crazy bastard. That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Say what you want. But for now. Sasori tilted his head, seemingly unconcerned, but his hands moved. Please, properly appreciate my art. As soon as Sasori finished speaking, the iron sand floating around the third Kazekage turned into countless fine needles, shooting towards Hidekazu and Shisui like raindrops. Unfortunately, both Hidekazu and Shisui were extremely fast, and these needles didn't hit them at all. It's just that Shisui's expression became even more unsightly. He still retains his bloodline limit after death? Just who exactly is this puppeteer? Compared to Shisui, Hidekazu was much calmer. He deftly dodged the rain of iron needles, while his hands were also forming hand seals quickly. Earth release, earth wall. The sandy ground instantly sank, and the next moment, an earth wall rose from the ground. Clang clang clang, rang out incessantly as the iron needles all struck the wall. Hidekazu immediately changed the earth wall with another hand seal. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. A huge dragon head with an open mouth appeared on the earth wall, and roared as it fired mud bullets fiercely towards Sasori and the third Kazekage's puppet. This kind of earth release transformation. Sasori raised an eyebrow. Experts never look at fancy things, but at the most basic fundamentals. For example, when Orochimaru defected, the third Hokage's method of defeating Orochimaru was nothing more than silently using an explosive tag. However, Sasori's reaction was also quick. Under his control, the third Kazekage quickly condensed the iron sand into a solid iron wall, blocking Hidekazu's attack. Magnet release, iron sand wall. Even though both he and the third Kazekage were puppet bodies, he didn't want any damage to his art. Good chance. Taking advantage of Sasori's attention being on Hidekazu, Shisui didn't hesitate to attack. He knew very well that to deal with a puppeteer, you had to get close and grab their main body, otherwise everything would be in vain. Naive. However, Sasori slowly turned his head, and instantly the black iron sand condensed, and countless sharp spears stabbed towards Shisui. Seeing this, Shisui could only retreat helplessly. He really couldn't break through such high-density magnet release, unless... How? How is this possible? While Hidekazu and Shisui were fighting Sasori in front, Yujao, who was guarding Yekura in the back, was completely dumbfounded. They weren't that far apart, and as a member of Tsunagakuer, how could she not recognize what the black iron sand meant? She never dreamed that the missing third Kazekage would be found, but this third Kazekage had actually become a puppet? And the person controlling the third Kazekage's puppet? Could it be him? But how is that possible? Why would he do this? Yekura clenched her fists. This was definitely not what she wanted to see, and definitely not what she wanted to encounter. Do you know who that guy is? Yujao noticed the change in Yekura's expression, and she immediately shouted in a low voice. Give me information about that guy, otherwise. There's no need to threaten me, it's useless. Yekura shook her head and sighed. Don't misunderstand, if I could, I'd rather you kill him, but unfortunately I don't have any information about him either. Yekura really hated Sasori to death. If she could, she would also want Sasori to die here. But unfortunately, Sasori had left Tsunagakuer for a long time, and even she didn't know what Sasori was like now. However, she also felt that even if she knew something and said the information, it wouldn't change anything. Sasori was Tsunagakuer's strongest genius, and he had also silently assassinated the strongest Kazekage. Such powerful strength was already suffocating. And now he also has a puppet that retains the third Kazekage's power. Two super strong people joining forces. She really doesn't know how to win in this situation. Boom. However, at this moment, the earth shook, and both Yujao and Yekura were unsteady on their feet for a moment. Looking closely, both of them had somewhat incredible expressions, and Yekura even exclaimed, "How is this possible?" But soon, she looked up at the sky again, only to see a signal flare slowly rising into the air, bursting into brilliant colors in the sky. At this moment, her face turned incomparably pale. That was the signal flare on her person, and she seemed to understand something. "Damn bastard, you deserve to die." New book by a newbie, please follow and collect ons. Chapter 22, Chaotic Tsunagakuer. In the battlefield, Hidekazu and Shisui were constantly fighting with Sasori. It must be said that when Sasori used the third Kazekage in coordination, he was truly a perfect combination of offense and defense. High-intensity, high-density iron sand, coupled with his exquisite and unimaginable puppet control technique, it was really difficult for ordinary people to find any decent opportunities. However, both Hidekazu and Shisui noticed that Sasori seemed to be maintaining a cat-and-mouse mentality. "It seems, we're being looked down upon." Hidekazu raised an eyebrow, but this wasn't a bad thing, and besides, neither he nor Shisui had gone all out. He hadn't used the power of the Cursed Seal and Yin release, and Shisui hadn't activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone was basically in a probing stage. But Hidekazu didn't plan to continue playing like this, because from the moment he saw Sasori, he already had a small plan in his mind. Originally, he wanted to make things difficult for Shisui, but now he had a better target. It's time to step it up, so he doesn't get away. Thinking this, Hidekazu instantly activated the Cursed Seal state. He didn't need to worry too much about the collection of natural chakra within the Cursed Seal. Like Orochimaru's Cursed Seal, it could recover on its own. Although durability was a problem, after all, this technique was still LV3, the increase brought by this technique was Hidekazu's inevitable choice when facing strong enemies. Earth Release, Rock Lodging Destruction. Forming hand seals, Hidekazu pressed his hand on the sandy ground, and in an instant, the earth began to shake violently. Sasori's expression changed suddenly, but he didn't have time to do anything at all. The sandy ground beneath his feet had already begun to collapse. A large area of sandy ground collapsed rapidly, and a huge pit quietly appeared, and Sasori had been plunged into this pit. Now, without the slightest hesitation, Hidekazu directly took out the signal flare he had seized from Yekara, and then directly lit it and sent it into the air. The signal flare burst into brilliant colors in the sky, and Sasori's expression beneath the pit became extremely wonderful. "You?" Sasori raised his head, looking gloomily at Hidekazu. "Brat, are you looking for death?" "Hidekazu, you're..." Shisui also ran over at this time. Although he understood the meaning of Hidekazu's actions, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate. "Isn't this too risky?" "Senior, do you remember what I said just now?" Hidekazu didn't answer directly, but looked at Shisui with a smile. Shisui was stunned by these words, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Hidekazu patted him on the shoulder. "Leave it to me, don't worry." After speaking, Hidekazu looked at Sasori, who had already flown up with the help of the third Kazekage. He smiled and said, "You seem to have some misunderstandings about me. I was just thinking that you are so proficient in puppetry, and you can even create puppets that possess the bloodline limit of a person's life. Such attainments seem to be comparable only to that Cho of Tsunagakuer. So I think you should be happy to meet each other." Hidekazu's words made Sasori's face even more unsightly. He really wanted to strangle the brat in front of him. He was absolutely certain that this brat was doing it on purpose. He knew very well that once those Tsunagakuer ninjas came over, the situation might develop in an uncontrollable direction. "However, do you think you can keep me here?" Sasori was full of anger, and he said coldly to Hidekazu and Shisui, "You should think carefully about how to deal with those Tsunagakuer ninjas. Senior, we need to step it up." Hidekazu ignored Sasori and turned to look at Shisui. "Make a big deal out of it, and don't let him go, understand?" Shisui nodded. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Hidekazu directly forced the activation of the signal flare. When the people from Tsunagakuer arrived as scheduled, they would have no way to run away. Even if they were all very strong, facing the siege of a large group of ninjas, they would die carelessly. Only by forcibly keeping this person who killed the third Kazekage and letting him and Tsunagakure fight like dogs could they have a chance. Thinking of this, the Sharingan in Shisui's eyes began to slowly rotate. And the power containing yin release in Hidekazu's body also began to bloom quietly. Hurry up! In other parts of the Land of Wind, countless teams were rapidly converging towards one place. Tsunagakure was already in a state of panic. Externally, Iwagakure was constantly exerting pressure, and internally, Kirigakure, which had infiltrated, was constantly harassing. And most importantly, their village's hero, Yekura, who had brought heavy blows to Kirigakure, had disappeared. Such a thing was difficult for every Tsunagakure ninja to accept. Number 16. They had been waiting for news, but unfortunately, several days passed without any good information, which made it unbearable for them. Now that they had finally seen the signal flare, how could they possibly miss it? However, as they continued to rush forward, they suddenly realized that the situation seemed to be beyond their imagination. Along the way, these sand ninja discovered that the closer they got to the location where the signal flare was launched, the more abnormal the entire desert seemed. The piercing roars, the eerie howls, and the constantly trembling sand dunes on the ground all seemed to be telling them that a great battle was erupting ahead. What exactly is going on here? With apprehensive hearts, they continued forward, and when they finally arrived at a closer position, they were completely dumbfounded. What is that? They saw countless black figures moving rapidly in the sky, and it was clear that they were all puppets. The dense puppets seemed to cover the entire sky, and among these flying puppets, there was a unique puppet surrounded by black iron sand. This iron sand continuously pierced the ground from the air, forming giant, barrier-like structures, and the high-density iron sand transformed into iron thorns that constantly attacked. Below, a faint green giant figure seemed to be hidden among the puppets and sandstorms, and there were countless broken puppets on the ground. In addition, what made their hair stand on end was that there was also a roaring stone dragon, seemingly over 50 meters long, constantly launching attacks not far away. The sand was trembling, the earth was roaring, and all of this stunned the sand ninja who had come to reinforce. Quickly send a distress signal. Finally, one of the sand ninja reacted, and he roared at his teammates beside him. Send it immediately, and be sure to report it to the village. We suspect that we have discovered the traces of the third Kazekage. Report it immediately. Yes. Although they were yelled at, these sand ninja quickly reacted. Leaving aside what the puppets all over the sky meant, and without discussing what kind of destructive power the stone dragon, with its beast-like body, possessed. The black iron sand that was constantly launching attacks was enough to make them understand the severity of the matter. The third Kazekage, the missing Kazekage, the so-called strongest Kazekage, actually appeared here? In any case, this information must be transmitted back to the village, and it must be fast. Not only them, but other sand-hidden squads also reacted instantly. At this moment, countless signal flares, and even swift falcons specially used to transmit signals, were constantly rising into the air. The scorching sky instantly became even more dazzling. Chapter 23, Lord Scorpion, Lord Danzo sends his regards. Is there any news yet? I'm sorry, Lord Kazekage, not yet. Inside the Kazekage's office in the sand-hidden village, Raza looked at the ninja in front of him with a gloomy face. He was in a particularly bad mood right now. Several days had quietly passed, but Yekura was still nowhere to be found, and the mist-hidden village was still stubborn, seemingly determined to have this woman. Moreover, the rock-hidden village's actions were getting bigger and bigger, and if this continued, the situation would only get worse. Really? Raza was also exhausted, and he almost blurted out the word waste. Fortunately, he managed to control his emotions and then said helplessly. Continue to search with great effort, but we also need to shrink some of our forces and move north. We can't invest so much manpower anymore. We understand. When these sand ninja heard Raza's words, their faces were filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Unfortunately, they had no way to do anything about it. The game between ninja villages was so cruel, and every bit of profit had to be carefully calculated. Lord Kazekage. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the office door, followed by urgent knocking. Come in. Raza frowned. He felt that the person was being rude, but now was not the time to consider these things. Soon, the door was opened, and a ninja ran in panting. He respectfully bowed and then quickly said, Lord Kazekage, there's an urgent report. Is there news about Yekara? Not only that, but this matter may be even more terrible and even more important. Raza was a little disappointed. The most important thing for him now was Yekara's whereabouts, but he still patiently asked. Tell me about it. According to the report, there is a large-scale battle in the central desert area, and one of them. The ninja couldn't help but pause here, and then tremblingly said. Seems to have puppet techniques no weaker than Elder Cho, and everyone has noticed the third Kazekage's black iron sand. As soon as the words fell, the faces of everyone in the entire office changed, and the next moment, they all rushed out. Damn it! Scorpion glanced at the sand ninja who were constantly approaching not far away, and looked at the two guys in front of him. His face was getting more and more ugly. The difficulty of these two brats was somewhat beyond his imagination. In fact, he wanted to leave when he saw the first signal flare rising, but these two guys stopped him. Especially that little brat he really wanted to tear apart, the one who launched the first signal flare and was now standing on a giant rock head, enraged him even more. It was him who turned the situation into this, and it was him who, in cooperation with another little brat, made it difficult for him to leave. If he didn't attack and suppress them, he would be helpless against the various chaotic fire release and earth release harassments. Once he attacked, he couldn't leave, and those sand ninja were getting closer and closer, which meant, you die for me. The more he thought about it, the angrier Scorpion became, and he quickly manipulated a large number of puppets to rush towards Shizua. Crack, crack! The floating puppets trembled for a moment, and in the next instant, a large number of puppets rushed towards Shizua. Some of them were holding blades, and some were throwing ninja tools from a distance. It was a complete saturation attack. I knew I should have learned some fire release. The dense mass of shadows made Shizua's scalp tingle, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although fire release was difficult to kill people with, its effects on sabotage and support were still very good. It's just that he didn't have many free points to begin with, and most of them were used to improve his overall physical fitness. Although Shizua really wanted to add all the points to his physical fitness, he knew that ninja battles couldn't be like samurai battles, relying solely on the body. Even Might Guy had strong chakra. Moreover, without improving those ninjutsu and the amount of chakra linked to physical fitness, his current combat strength would not be what it is now. But relatively speaking, I'm not afraid of close combat. He quickly controlled the giant stone dragon to turn its body, wrapping himself inside, and the next moment, ding ding dang dang sounds appeared on the surface of the stone dragon. And when everything was over, Shizua quickly rushed out of the stone dragon's body, and casually picked up a ninja sword. Konoha Ry Hazy Moon. The ninja sword even created an illusion, and in an instant, several puppets were directly shattered by him, and the other puppets landed in an instant. Shizua suddenly stood with one hand upright. Rumble! Countless sharp earth spikes suddenly emerged from the stone dragon's body, and in the blink of an eye, I don't know how many puppets were directly destroyed. And Shizua's movements didn't stop at all. He used his sensory ability to observe Scorpion's movements, not letting him find a gap to run away, and he also paid attention to the situation on the sand ninja side. At the same time, the ninja sword in his hand danced rapidly, and those puppets couldn't withstand his attacks at all. For a time, I don't know how many damaged puppets were left on the stone dragon's body. But this can't go on. After shattering another puppet with a single slash, Shizuo silently sensed his own condition, and he couldn't help but shake his head. LV3's cursed seal and yin release meant that he couldn't fight for a long time. He was fine, but those chakra were about to run out. Even though he had been using it very sparingly, it still couldn't keep up in the end. Since that's the case, Shizuo silently turned his head to look at the large group of sand ninja who were constantly approaching. They were only 100 meters away from the center of the battle. Moreover, they were spreading out, seemingly intending to surround Shizuo and the others, which gave Shizuo a chance. After watching the show for so long, it wouldn't be good not to contribute, right? With another slash, Shizuo once again split a puppet in half, and then he unhesitatingly controlled the stone dragon. Roar! The huge stone dragon let out a earth-shattering roar, and in the midst of the roar, it slammed fiercely towards the sand ninja troops. The sand ninjas obviously didn't react, and by the time they realized the danger, the stone dragon had already rushed in front of them. Quick, get out of the way! Terrified shouts rose and fell, but it was of no avail. The fierce stone dragon still slammed down fiercely. Boom! The harsh roar resounded through the sky, and the huge smoke and dust, accompanied by the violent impact, spread everywhere. The entire sky was grey at this time, sand and gravel were swirling everywhere, and countless sharp stones that shattered from the stone dragon's body splashed and flew away. I don't know how many were paralyzed on the ground due to the shock wave, and those lucky ones who were not injured by the impact instantly became unlucky ones. Screams and roars were endless at this moment. Shizuo was sensing the situation on the sand ninja side when suddenly his brow raised. He sensed several powerful chakra were rapidly approaching. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly looked towards the distance, and in an instant, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Die! Also at this time, Scorpion suddenly controlled the third Kazekage and countless puppets to rush over. That extreme sense of oppression was chilling. But this time, Shizuo didn't dodge, but quickly formed hand seals. Sage Art Yin release earth thrust spears. In an instant, countless sharp earth thorns burst out of the ground. The coverage of these earth thorns was extremely large, and almost in the blink of an eye, the entire sand dune had become a sharp stone forest. I don't know how many puppets were almost destroyed in an instant. Even Scorpion's face changed slightly at this time, and he immediately controlled the third Kazekage to defend. But at this moment, Shizuo suddenly rushed to his side, and looking at Scorpion who was already protected by iron sand, he didn't care, but smiled slightly. Scorpion, next, I'll leave it to you. Your grandfather, Ebis, is here. Scorpion's eyes were full of gloom, and he said in a low voice. Number 17, 17. Do you know who I am? As Lord Danzo's subordinate, I naturally know. Shz nodded, then smiled, and said. I suppose it will be difficult for you to leave now, so let's take it as a farewell. By the way, Lord Danzo asked me to say hello, farewell forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Shz ran outside without looking back, and the sand village's Anbu surrounded him at this moment. At the same time, outside the Kazekage building, a young man wearing glasses looked at the ninjas leaving the village led by Raza, then turned his head to look at the rather deserted building. After a moment, he slowly stepped forward. New book, please follow up, please collect ons. P.S. Returning to the village soon. Thank you to the big boss of rice ball as seawater flavor, and the fool of salt loss, thank you, thank you. Ons. Chapter 24 Lord Ebizo, Lord Danzo asked me to say hello. Impossible, impossible. In the land of wind, inside an abandoned village, Yaking was in a daze as she looked at the document in her hand. Shz, Ijao, and Shisui, who was constantly putting eye drops in his eyes, ignored her. The great battle a day ago was not easy for them. Sasori's puppets were really numerous and vicious, and extremely dangerous. The most important thing was that this bastard could fly with the help of puppets. Compared to Sasori, who only needed to consider how to fight with puppets, SHZ and the others had more to consider. The most important thing was not to let Sasori escape, which consumed a lot of their energy and chakra. Fortunately, everything went relatively smoothly. Moreover, now we have to thank Sasori. Scanning this abandoned house, it was no surprise that this village was probably destroyed by Sasori when he was stocking up. And it was because of his identity, and the fact that he carried the figure of the third Kazekage, that Kabuto had a chance. Moreover, as expected, the Sand Village should be hunting him down on a large scale now. How is it? Are you feeling better? Just as SHZ was internally thanking Sasori for his contribution to their cause, Ijao walked over and sat beside him. I really didn't expect this mission to be so troublesome, and I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Saying that, she glanced at Yakang, who was still staring at the document in her hand, and after a moment she turned her head to look at SHZ again. You are really amazing. I have always been amazing, senior. SHZ shrugged, then said amusingly. If I'm not a little amazing, how can I protect senior? What I mean by amazing is not just combat. Ijao pursed her lips, and immediately changed the subject. I mean, you actually guessed the Sand Village's deployment and thoughts. That's right, you are really too amazing. Shisui also poked his head out from the side. He didn't ask how the document was obtained. At least he didn't think SHZ would dare to fabricate such a thing. Besides, SHZ came from that department, so he might have some connections. But SHZ was actually able to guess the situation of the Sand Village so thoroughly without any special information. This is really something that ordinary people can't do. Alright, let's stop talking about how amazing I am, let's think about the aftermath. SHZ shook his head, and stroked his chin. Now that we have almost all the information we need, we should also consider the follow-up and departure. Although they messed up the Sand Village, no matter what, they seem to have completed the mission. This is also the reason why Shisui trusts SHZ's intelligence. After all, this thing has to be handed in, and falsifying this kind of thing can kill people. That's natural. Shisui nodded, but he thought of something and asked somewhat obscurely. So, what about your plan, and what do you plan to do with this Yakang? The plan was naturally to weaken the Sand Village, and Shisui was thinking about giving the Uchiha a boost. Senior will know about the plan later. As for Yakang, of course, she will be returned. SHZ was a little speechless. The plan was almost completed now. Why was this guy's brain reacting so quickly and slowly at times? However, SHZ didn't intend to explain too much. He just looked at Shisui and Ijao, pondered for a moment, and then opened his mouth. However, two seniors, there is also something you need to do now. You say? Shisui and Ijao had no intention of refusing at all. SHZ's abilities in all aspects had already been recognized by them. Now, whatever ideas SHZ has, they will support him without exception. It's just that SHZ's next words made their faces stiff. Why haven't I seen anyone yet? In the land of wind, in an oasis near the land of rivers, Ebizo was frowning and waiting for something here. He still had a fresh memory of the great battle before. He also saw the third Kazekage's puppet, and the person he couldn't believe. Is it you, Sasori? Ebizo was a little silent. He was thinking about how to tell his sister about this, and at the same time, he was thinking about how to reduce the impact of this matter. But that night, a guy named SHJ suddenly requested to see him, told him this location, and also took out a kunao to give to him. This kunao had obvious Konoha-style markings on it. Although this was not a big deal, many villages could forge it. But now, Ebizo didn't dare to be careless at all, especially since the one called SHJ was using shadow clones. Konoha, how much has it participated in this? Ebizo felt particularly uncomfortable, but considering the various interests, he could only rather believe it than not. So he set off overnight and came here. It's just that waiting like this was also somewhat consuming his patience. Just when he thought he had been deceived, he finally saw two shadows walking towards him. That is. Ebizo raised his eyebrows. One of them was wearing a mask, and seemed to be a member of the Anbu, and the other. Yekang. Yekang, was she captured by the people of Konoha? Ebizo's face was a little gloomy, but in addition to the gloom, he also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Yekang was found, which was not bad news. Lord Ebizo, hello. Before long, they walked up to Ebizo, and the masked man SHZ said calmly. Are you from Konoha? Ebizo sized up the guy in front of him, then said in a deep voice. You have good courage, daring to cause trouble in the Sand Village. Should I admire you, or should I kill you? That completely depends on your Excellency's thoughts. SHZ said indifferently. He glanced at Yekang, who was silent, and then continued. After all, there are Anbu people ambushing everywhere here. Your Excellency can surround me with just an order, but is your Excellency sure you want to do this? Do you think Konoha will admit your identity after you have caused so much trouble? Ebizo was unmoved. An Anbu member ran to the Land of Wind to stir up trouble. To some extent, exposure was equivalent to death. Unless he could run back, everyone could tacitly pretend that nothing had happened, but what happened in other villages would not be admitted. Of course Konoha won't, but I don't just represent Konoha. SHZ shook his head decisively. He dared to run over to face Ebizo directly. In addition to relying on his own strength, he also had some other methods. Moreover, Your Excellency should also believe in our professionalism. We have basically grasped all the information we should have. Once Your Excellency takes action, then I think some information will be transmitted. After all, I am representing an adult to discuss cooperation with Your Excellency. What have you grasped? Ebizo's face was a little displeased, but looking at the guy in front of him who was so sure, he still asked. And what SHZ was waiting for was this sentence. He immediately pretended to be solemn and then said softly. Lord Ebizo, Lord Danzo asked me to say hello. Damn it, it's actually Danzo. Chapter 25 Danzo, you deserve to die. Shimura Danzo, this is definitely one of the people Ebizo hates the most. After all, colleagues are enemies. The two of them have been fighting for a long time in the dark world of the ninja world, and that bastard Danzo doesn't know how many times he has plunged the Sand Village into crisis. This kid in front of him is Danzo's man, so Ebizo doesn't dare to be careless. After hesitating for a while, he raised his hand and waved it. Soon, the Sand Village Anbu hidden around quickly retreated. Some things are best not to be heard by the Anbu people, even if these people are considered his confidants. Who is it? It turns out to be Danzo's man. Ebizo didn't show a disdainful smile until all the Anbu people left. What's wrong? That guy doesn't have the guts he used to have now, and doesn't dare to come over in person. After the Rain Country operation, Danzo has no guts at all. SHZ muttered in his heart, but he still remained calm and said. Lord Danzo doesn't want to disturb Your Excellency's fishing, so it's better to let young people like me do this kind of small thing. Humph! Ebizo snorted coldly. He was getting older and slowly started to like fishing, but he didn't expect that Danzo would know about this. Damn it, what happened to the Sand Village? How could it be infiltrated by Konoha like a sieve? Speak, what is the cooperation that guy Danzo is talking to me about? Just say what you have to say, I'm old and don't have time to waste here. Your Excellency, please don't be impatient, and don't underestimate yourself. The Sand Village cannot do without you and Lord Cho. SHZ said unhurriedly, but what follows is the key. How to perfectly complete the system task, and also take into account the tasks assigned to him by Konoha and Danzo on the surface, the difficulty in this is not small. But as the saying goes, as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more methods than difficulties. SHZ, with Danzo as the scapegoat shadow, has really thought of many ideas. Your Excellency, your Sand Village, Mist Village, and Rock Village are fighting head-on. At first, we were worried that you would go to extremes, but after we came to the Sand Village, we confirmed some things. Oh! Number 18, 18. Hai Lao Zhang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately forgot about not wasting time and asked calmly. Confirmed what? Sand and Mist will have negotiations. The bargaining chip is this woman, to get Mist to withdraw so you can deal with Onoki calmly, while also making Onoki wary. Shu Zi pointed to Yekang, who had a cold expression, and seeing Hai Lao Zhang's expression change drastically, he immediately added. Don't deny it, we've already obtained your report. I think this information has already returned to Konoha, and people on the Mist side have also begun investigating. What exactly do you want? Hai Lao Zhang's expression was very unpleasant. He really wanted to grab Shu Zi's neck and ask fiercely, how could this be said in front of Yekang? Are you even here to negotiate? But he quickly calmed down, because he knew that letting Yekang know about this was most beneficial to Konoha. Also, Lord Hai Lao Zhang, we recently had a confrontation with a powerful enemy. Shu Zi remained unmoved and continued to speak calmly. That person has puppet techniques no weaker than Lord Cho, and also created a puppet of the third Kazekage that retains his previous strength. Most importantly, that person has countless connections with both you and Lord Cho. After all, that's Scorpion, isn't it? Hai Lao Zhang's fists were already clenched. He had already suspected that this guy had participated in the battle that day. Now this kid is directly admitting it. Not only admitting it, but this kid also knows more information, which is really troublesome. Oh, right, I forgot to say just now, this information will also return to Konoha, barring any accidents. Shu Zi added, but this sentence almost made Hai Lao Zhang lose his composure. Stop talking nonsense, what exactly does Danzo, that bastard, want? What exactly does Konoha want? Hai Lao Zhang didn't believe in Danzo's character or moral bottom line at all. Or rather, people in their line of work simply didn't have character or moral bottom lines, only driven by interests. He could completely imagine that Konoha would deliberately spread the news that they wanted to sell Yekang, and Yekang already knew about it. When Sand Village was filled with indignation, and Yekang remained silent, the entire Sand Village's cohesion would explode. Then, with the news of Scorpion appearing and very likely assassinating the third Kazekage, he wouldn't even need to find a way to suppress it, just wait to be dealt with. Not only him, but his sister would also be implicated, and it wouldn't be surprising if they were dealt with together. He no longer had the idea of killing Shu Zi. Not to mention whether he could kill him or not, even if he did, it would be useless. On the contrary, taking action might stimulate Danzo, and he felt really uncomfortable. What Konoha needs is a stable Sand Village, not one that easily adopts adventurism. Shu Zi smiled, knowing that the time was about right. As for Lord Danzo, he hopes to cooperate with you. The fourth Kazekage has too fiery a temper. The Third Ninja World War is the best example, isn't it? You. Hai Lao Zhang's expression changed, and Yekang's expression also changed. What does this mean? Is he going to interfere in the internal affairs of Sand Village? Too bold. Does he really think we're dead? Of course, this is just a suggestion to create a foundation for better cooperation. Shu Zi said immediately when he saw their expressions beginning to change. Konoha naturally won't interfere in the affairs of other villages, but we are allies. Allies must trust each other and cooperate for a win-win situation. Instead of constantly being on guard and easily causing trouble that makes everyone uncomfortable. And Lord Danzo hopes that Sand Village will change. After all, no one likes a guy who betrays his loyal subordinates. At the same time, in order to shift the blame for igniting the Third Ninja World War, he pushed everything onto Scorpion and his relatives, right? Speaking of this, Shu Ziyi suddenly felt a little strange. Why was this sense of déjà vu so familiar? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized. Damn it, isn't this Danzo himself? Of course, cooperation is a win-win situation, and Lord Danzo will also give corresponding compensation. Shu Ziyi continued, looking at the two people who had unpleasant expressions but were also very silent. Before the transmigration, he was an old fox after all. He knew how to draw a pie, what kind of pie to draw to make people feel comfortable and at ease. We will take out Scorpion's information. He has joined a very powerful organization. In addition, Lord Danzo will also be willing to deepen the alliance and cooperative relationship. Share part of the mission, share in the land of rivers and part of the financial compensation. I wonder what you think. Hai Laozang looked at Shu Ziyi in silence. He didn't know how to answer at all now. If he agreed, it would be equal to plotting against his own cage. If he didn't agree, maybe all kinds of news would appear throughout the ninja world the next day, and then predictably their family would suffer. Moreover, Konoha was determined to make Sand Village honestly be an ally, just to force them to lose the interests in the north. Damn Danzo, you deserve to die! Hai Laozang roared in his heart. He now knew that Yekeng staying here wasn't just to listen to his news. This was to use this woman as a witness. If he took action, maybe this woman would betray him and become this Konoha kid. The share and compensation are too little, it's not enough at all. Hai Laozang didn't dare to make a decision at all, he could only stall now. Moreover, I need time to think carefully about this matter and cannot make a judgment easily. It's a pity that we didn't reach a consensus, but I think Lord Danzo will understand. Shu Ziyi nodded pretentiously, as if he had expected this situation long ago. But he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the words had reached this point, he basically confirmed that his goal had been achieved. The rest was how to deceive and conceal after returning to the village. I have a question I'm very curious about. Just at this moment, Hai Laozang spoke again. Why does Danzo want to do this? Lord Danzo's goal has never changed. Shu Ziyi smiled decisively and said. Lord Danzo's goal has always been Hokage. Doesn't your excellency have a dream of becoming Kage? Kage? Hai Laozang almost cursed out loud when he heard this. He was already over 60 years old, and he was still fantasizing about Kage. You're almost in the ground. Newcomer, new book, please follow the reading, please collect, thank you everyone ons. Chapter 26, Returning to the Village, Amazing Rewards. What a trouble! Konoha, inside the root base. Danzo was looking at the scroll in his hand while thinking about some other things in his heart. Recently, he always felt his ears burning, which made him suspect that someone was scolding him. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed normal for him to be scolded. After all, his enemies probably couldn't even circle Konoha once. Moreover, he had a lot of troubles recently. Kino, that guy. Kino was sent by him to track Kakashi and find an opportunity to seize his Sharingan. As a result, what he never expected was that Kino actually failed the mission. Most importantly, he actually helped the poisoned Kakashi escape danger. He absolutely could not accept this kind of blatant violation of his orders. Moreover, this guy was still saying something like, I am not only a member of Root, but also a ninja of Konoha, and should not harm my companions. Was he really not taking him seriously? It seems that Kakashi's Sharingan cannot be counted on. Danzo frowned and thought, he planned to simply transplant Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan and then exert stronger control over Kino. Whether it was genjutsu or curse seals, he had to use them. Wood release was a technique he could never give up, he would never let Kino develop any self-awareness. Besides that, there was the problem of that kid Shu Ziyi. That little ghost has also returned. He seems to be with Hiruzen now, I don't know how the situation is this time. He wasn't very clear about how Shu Ziyi's mission went this time, but according to some reports from hidden lines in Sand Village, things seemed quite chaotic there. What exactly happened? Is Yekeng dead, and what about that Uchiha Shisui? Danzo was very confident in the people in his route. He felt that Shu Ziyi had a chance to do all of this. However, whether or not to kill Yekeng wasn't the key. What he cared most about was Uchiha Shisui, that little ghost from the Uchiha clan. Lord Danzo, there is intelligence. Just as Danzo was pondering, Abarame Ryoma walked over and respectfully took out the scroll. Danzo nodded casually, but when he saw the symbol on the scroll, he suddenly frowned. Wasn't this Kabuto hiding in Sand Village? What intelligence did he have again? However, when he opened the scroll and glanced at it, his expression immediately turned gloomy. This kid actually came back? Who gave him the guts? Who let him leave Sand Village? Root members not lurking in their designated positions, but running back to Konoha before the mission was over, this was simply a betrayal. However, as he thought about how to deal with Kabuto, he saw the content behind the scroll. Suddenly, he was stunned. At the same time, inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi stared blankly at the report in front of him, and then turned to carefully examine the three people in front of him, Shu Ziyi and the others. For a moment, he was in a daze. Such a big mission was actually completed by these three kids? He didn't know how long it took, but the third Hokage seemed to have recovered. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You have completed the mission very well, but I also have some questions I want you to answer for me." Speaking of this, he himself felt a little embarrassed. After all, Shu Ziyi and the others had just returned from the Land of Wind, and they had already explained the mission details. But now he seemed like he didn't understand, but this also confirmed how outrageous this matter was. After slightly calming his heart, he looked at Shu Ziyi. "Shu Ziyi, I heard that you were basically in command of this operation. I would like to hear your thoughts." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Number 19, 19. Hideko nodded very simply. He had expected this kind of thing for a long time. Besides, he had already prepared a pre-plan on how to deceive superiors and conceal from subordinates on the way back. "I want to know how you judged the motives of Cheyenne." Sarutobi didn't think much, he asked directly. "In addition, according to intelligence, you seem to have sent Yekeng back alone, and I want to know some of the details more clearly." Speaking of this question, both Shisui and Yuin couldn't help but glance at Hideko, and there seemed to be some unhappiness in their eyes. Hideko carried out the final operation alone, and blasted them to the border of the Land of Rivers. Although Hideko was not far away, in an oasis on the border, and they were also responsible for the task of responding. It's just that no matter who it is, they will feel a little lost and uncomfortable, right? Actually, the judging process has been made very clear by Captain Shisui. Hideko also knew that the two of them had some emotions more or less, so he could only smile awkwardly and said, "I am completely based on Yekeng's ability, the logistics supply of Kirigakure, and their hatred for each other. Of course, there is also the Hyuga clan a year ago." Cough cough cough, "I understand." Before Hideko could finish speaking, Sarutobi immediately coughed and interrupted him. Although the logic is completely fine, he can seem to understand it carefully, as long as he finds the key points and references. "But, can you not talk about the Hyuga thing? As for the meeting with Ebis, I deliberately kept Yekeng awake, and at the same time expressed my thoughts and attitudes from Konoha's standpoint." Hideko nodded, thinking to himself, "You sent the Hyuga to deliver it, and now you won't let me talk about it. No wonder no one will save you in the future." However, he didn't get entangled, but continued to speak. "Lord Hokage, I have always believed that the alliance with Cheyenne is not credible, and the adults who trained me also think so. Since they want Yekeng as a bargaining chip, then I think this matter must not happen, and it is very coincidental that we met Sasori of the Red Sand. I told Ebis that Sasori's information has been sent back, once something goes wrong here. Sasori of the Red Sand's information will be passed on in the Land of Wind, and you have fought with Sasori, he is afraid of your strength, and Shisui and the others are hiding, so you came back safely. Before Hideko could finish speaking, Sarutobi directly supplemented the whole story, and after saying this, he couldn't help but sigh. This kid is much better than he imagined. He can not only think about problems from Konoha's standpoint, but also has good skills, and he really dares to think and do things when he encounters them. Even if he is a commoner, there is no doubt that he is a genius, and a genius with foresight. At this moment, he felt as if he saw the shadow of the youngest Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It seems that we need to speed up. Originally it was just because of Naruto's affairs, but now Hideko and the others performed too perfectly this time, even completely exceeding his expectations. How could such a talent be allowed to continue following Danzo? Coming to Anbu, that's my person. Thank you for your hard work. Thinking of this, Sarutobi showed a smile on his face. This time you have completed the mission very well. Combining the performance of the last time, I will give you better rewards. Then you should take a good rest, heroes of Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. This sentence of hero directly made Shisui and Yuin excited. It is not easy to get the title of hero during non-war periods. And this time, they were personally appointed by the Hokage, which is a great honor for them. Hideko was actually a little tired of it, but soon a look of surprise appeared on his face, because the system in his mind was refreshed. Complete the side mission, investigate the secrets of Cheyenne. Mission evaluation, S. Get reward, free points 8. Due to facing a huge threat and completing the task far beyond expectations, get a special reward. Ninja World Doctor. Chapter 27 Heading to Azura? Land of Rain. The heavy rain is still torrential. Sasori walked towards a village with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that he would be plotted against. He is not afraid of those people in Cheyenne village, but he will definitely not be able to withstand a large group of people forcibly besieging him. In the absence of any way, he had to give up continuing to collect materials and came to the Land of Rain. You seem a little embarrassed, Sasori. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Sasori looked up and saw Pain, the boss of their organization, standing on the eaves looking at him. I encountered some trouble, but don't worry, no tales followed. Sasori shook his head indifferently. He didn't want to say more, but when he thought of how badly he had been tricked, he couldn't hold back. Pain, do you know Danzo? Danzo. Pain was stunned when he heard the words, and Nagato's expression changed instantly as he hid in a high tower. You met Danzo? No, I met his subordinate, an extremely insidious guy. Sasori shook his head, his eyes filled with anger. And he also has a teammate who cast a strange chakra giant. It was difficult to deal with, so they ran away, and they also brought me a lot of trouble. Danzo. Pain couldn't see any expression, but he was silent for a while before he said. I know, we will deal with this guy properly in the future, he can't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Pain's figure disappeared in place. Sasori looked strangely at the place where Pain disappeared. He seemed to feel that Pain hated Danzo very much, but he was too lazy to ask. This time he lost a lot of puppets, and he needs to calm down and recover. Chakra Giant, a earth-style like a tailed beast. In Kirigakure village, Obito looked at the report in his hand and fell into deep thought. Hideko himself didn't expect that this reward would be so rich. 8 free points. This is not a small number, this can completely help him improve his physical fitness, and even have a surplus. In addition, he seems to have gotten something very interesting. Ninja World Doctor. Hideko has never really received special rewards, and it seems to be exploded from Sarutobi at first glance. After looking at it carefully for a while, Hideko's eyes lit up. Simply put, this reward is actually a one-time reward, but it is based on Sarutobi as the prototype, and the system seems to have made some changes to it. As long as he uses it, when Hideko learns a ninjutsu, as long as it meets the theory, he will definitely be able to learn it, and besides, can be upgraded to the current maximum capacity LV6. This is what makes Hideko the most excited. This is equivalent to saving him 21 free points if he learns a certain technique. The only pity is that this ability is locked to his factory settings, that is, his current value. But LV6 is not bad, at least it is a Jonin, and one step further is an elite Jonin. What's more, Hideko is a numerical monster. With the cooperation of the curse seals and other things, his comprehensive strength is definitely not weak. I never thought that we would become heroes. Leaving the Hokage's office, Yuen seemed a little dazed. She felt that she didn't seem to have done anything, so how did she become a hero? It's really a bit of an accident. Shisui's mind is also buzzing now, and he also feels a little unrealistic. However, Hideko doesn't have this feeling. He knows that these two are probably having sequelae after their sense of responsibility explodes. In fact, Hideko feels that if you can slack off and mix your salary step by step, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? However, for people with a strong sense of responsibility, they will be somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, Hideko also knows how to deal with it. Okay, don't think so much. Now that we are back, let's prepare for a get-together tonight to celebrate our first successful mission. Celebrate? Shisui tilted his head, thought for a while, and nodded with a smile. That's a good idea, it's really worth celebrating. As teammates, Shisui trusts Hideko more. After experiencing this series of events, his view and trust in Hideko have also increased a lot. He used his secret power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, in this operation. He has never told anyone about these eyes, and no one knows about it yet. He has no plans to tell about these eyes yet. It's just that he couldn't do anything when he encountered a strong enemy, but unexpectedly, Hideko didn't seem to take this matter to heart. Whether it was the report or the narration to the Hokage, he didn't say too much. Shisui felt that maybe Hideko didn't recognize these eyes, but no matter what, this also greatly increased his favor. Of course, he also wants to go back and discuss it with the elders. No problem. Yuen saw that Hideko didn't think so much at all, thought about it, and she no longer hesitated, but she also took the initiative to say, "But I'll treat you tonight. I didn't contribute much to this operation, so I'll take care of the celebration when I come back." Hideko naturally wouldn't object to someone treating him. As a ninja who came out of the route, Hideko once suspected that his mission rewards were deducted by Danzo. This keeps his pocket in a relatively clean state. In comparison, Yuen, a pure Enbu, seems to be much better than him. Damn it, a bunch of raccoons, the reward that was agreed last time, was actually delayed until this time to give it to me. Muttering in his heart, Hideko on the surface still said goodbye to Shisui and Yuen with a cordial smile. He still has some other things to deal with, such as dealing with the old thing Danzo, and that guy Kabuto. If there are no accidents, Kabuto should already be outside the village now, and he should have sent information to Danzo. It's just that the information Kabuto sent to Danzo will be much more detailed, not the things he used to fool Sarutobi. Walking, Hideko suddenly saw Kakashi quickly heading towards the Hokage building with a gloomy face. He wanted to say hello, but when he thought that he hadn't paid for the ramen last time, he thought it would be better to talk about it next time. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't matter. Shaking his head, Hideko put his attention on his system. Number 20, 20. Counting the 1 point I had left, I now have 9 free points. I need to make good use of these. System, help me improve my physical fitness. Overall physical fitness has been raised to LV7. When Hideko used all his free points to upgrade, he felt changes in his body almost instantly. This is... Haizuo was a little surprised. LV6 comprehensive physical fitness had already brought him unimaginable benefits, such as powerful body functions and the ability to recover chakra, as well as speed, strength, and perception, and so on. But when he was promoted to LV7, he found that these abilities had been greatly enhanced again, especially in terms of perception and chakra control. He also discovered something interesting. It seems that there is a force that can be controlled, and I seem to be able to mobilize those forces to recover from my own injuries. Haizuo clenched his fist lightly, and suddenly he felt as if his body was full of power, and that strange power was echoing in his body. At that moment, a new prompt suddenly appeared in his retina. Physical development has reached a certain limit, the original shackles have been broken, and new abilities have been acquired. Yang release LV1. Seeing this prompt, Haizuo was stunned for a while. He suddenly had a strange idea. Breaking the original physical shackles, comprehensively enhancing, and even getting Yang release. Am I heading towards Azura? However, just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw Ryoma standing in a dark corner not far away. Newbie begs for follow-up reading. The follow-up reading now determines everything about a book. Keeping a book is easy to kill. Thank you, bosses. Ons. Chapter 28, Comprehensive Strengthening, I want to be the next Azura. Lord Danzo, that's it. Please forgive me, Lord Danzo. If we didn't do this, it would have been difficult for us to come back. In the root base of Konoha, Haizuo looked at Danzo in front of him and behaved respectfully. Especially after glancing at Ryoma next to him, and the root ninjas who were training outside, he felt that it would be better to be a little more honest before there was a necessary opportunity. Danzo was now in a state of contemplation. Although his expression was restrained, his eyes seemed to be the same as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even more surprised. Danzo was indeed surprised now, because he never expected that he would hear such news. Just like Kabuto's report, this guy Haizuo actually turned Tsunagakura upside down, and did so many things in his name? However, he couldn't find any reason to criticize it. From Konoha's standpoint, forcibly destroying the peace agreement between Tsunagakura and Kirigakura is equivalent to destroying Raza's capital to fight Iwagakura. A weakened Tsunagakura is a Tsunagakura that is in Konoha's interests. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. Moreover, Danzo really didn't like Raza. He still remembered the hatred of the Third Ninja World War. Haizuo directly found him an ally, and it was Ebizo. Even if Ebizo hasn't agreed yet, that's normal. Haizuo doesn't have the authority, and the pie he draws isn't attractive. Ebizo is cautious enough and can't compromise so easily. But this is definitely a good thing. Danzo sometimes wondered if he could do as well as Haizuo. No, you did very well, very well. After a while, Danzo finally moved. Your growth satisfies me, and your strategy is not a problem. As for your mission, her life is more valuable, so it can be considered completed. Considered? Damn it, I worked so hard, but it's just considered? Haizuo wanted to curse in his heart, but at this moment, his interface suddenly flashed. Complete mission, resolve Yekara. Mission evaluation, S. Reward, 5 free points. Due to completing a high difficulty mission, a special reward is obtained. Danzo's wind release. Slightly stunned, Haizuo's face suddenly showed a respectful expression. Thank you, Lord Danzo. The special reward wasn't anything special. After all, he hadn't been involved in the wind release attribute very much. But he couldn't resist the 5 free points. So, the higher the difficulty of the mission, the better the mission evaluation, and the more free points you get. In the past, Haizuo always adhered to the mentality of working for Danzo, and I don't even get much of a monthly allowance, so why risk my life? In addition, he was already an old fritter, and as a trainee, he followed the team on missions, so he could slack off relatively safely. Therefore, his mission completion was limited to completing the mission. Now it seems that he can intensify his efforts in some aspects. Also, I won't pursue Kabuto's matter. He also contributed to this matter. Haizawa was thinking when Danzo continued. But you must remember that Root must still abide by Root's rules, understand? Yes, Lord Danzo. Haizawa nodded repeatedly, and Danzo seemed to have thought of that Kino who gave him a headache, so he simply waved his hand and said, "Go down, Kabuto should be back, go and see him. Also, the follow-up task of connecting with Tsunagakure will be left to you." "I understand, then your subordinate will take his leave." Haizawa wanted to leave long ago. He really had no interest in arguing with Danzo here. What's more, he also wanted to see how the rewards were, so he bowed slightly and left here very simply. As for the future connection with Tsunagakure, Haizawa was not surprised at all. This guy Danzo directly defeated his most elite Route 1.0 in the Land of Rain. He almost couldn't come back in the face of the runaway Nagato. Now Danzo is probably really afraid to leave Konoha until he becomes the 5.5 generation Hokage before he has the courage to go out. As a result, the late king started his business halfway, but he died in a stable. Coming to a shady place outside the root gate, Haizawa simply sat down and waited for Kabuto, and by the way, he also took a good look at his rewards. "I got another 5 free points. This time, I'm really getting rich." Although there were also free point rewards like 2 or 3 points, it was indeed very rare for him to get 5 points or 6 points at a time. He also needs to think carefully about how to add points. Let's add Yang release to LV2 first, and the rest will be added to the amount of chakra. The power of Yang release is indeed tempting, and his Yang release seems to have contracted the problem of numerical monster. The effect of Yin release is to amplify ninjutsu, while the effect of Yang release is to amplify taijutsu, which makes Haizawa quite speechless. But he is very clear about the importance of physical attributes. In fact, he also wanted to add points to Yin release, Yang release, Cursed Seal, and even the ninjutsu he is good at, but he doesn't have that many points, so he can only choose the ones that can enhance him the most. It is true that even if you add points to Yin release and Cursed Seal, it will have a good effect. But without a strong body to carry and exert these powers, it's still useless. Shigawara Haizawa. Comprehensive Physical Fitness, LV7. Chakra, LV7. Abilities, Cursed Seal LV3, Yin Release LV3, Yang Release LV2, omitted. Free points, 0. Looking at the changes in the panel attributes and feeling the vigorous chakra in his body, Haizawa nodded with satisfaction. The current me can be considered an elite jonin, right? Although the intensity of ninjutsu may be a little lacking, the basic attributes are here, plus those miscellaneous amplifications, his strength will only become stronger. As for Danzo's wind release, can I acquire Jonin level Danzo's wind release? Haizawa found it a little funny. This ability is similar to Ninjutsu Professor, but Ninjutsu Professor covers a wider range. It can specify a technique to complete the upgrade, while Danzo's wind release can only be wind release. That's not bad. Anyway, blaze release requires wind release. As long as I improve fire release, I might be able to try it. Haizawa nodded. This trip to the Land of Wind also made him see some of his shortcomings. In certain environments, his attack methods are still insufficient. Especially water release. This ability has no chance to be used at all in that broken place in the Land of Wind. Now that he has wind release as a supplement, his battles will only become stronger. After improving my abilities, I will focus on my physical fitness. I want to see if I am really heading towards Azura. Haizawa's improvement has no upper limit, which is the definition of the system. But Haizawa himself is very curious about what level he can reach, and now he seems to have seen some possibilities. What is Azura's strength? The yang release and physical strength that come from the power of the fruit mutation are more in line with Haizuo than Indra's eyes. Even without Azura's inherited yang release, the infinitely growing body still gave Haizuo hope. In that case, Naruto, go aside. I want to be the next Azura. Clenching his fist, Haizuo made a decision in his heart. However, at this moment, he saw Kabuto, who had changed back into Konoha's attire, walking towards him. Chapter 29, Cruel Plan, Attacking Root? Congratulations on your return. In a grilled fish restaurant, Haizuo smiled and handed over the freshly grilled salt-grilled sea bream. He knew that Kabuto liked to eat this thing. Nono had personally made it when he was in the orphanage. Thank you. Kabuto glanced at the grilled fish Haizuo handed over. Perhaps recalling the experience of being beaten en route, he just smiled awkwardly. Then he sighed and said helplessly. However, it's almost the same even if I come back. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the orphanage. Haizuo nodded. Root would not allow them to easily contact their former relatives. What Danzo said to him before was also a warning, don't be stupid and do things you shouldn't do. Although Haizuo completely regarded Danzo's words as fart, he knew that it was useless to go. Nono had already gone to Iwagakure. Let's talk about the affairs of Tsunagakure. Haizuo thought for a while, and he said softly directly. Then he quickly made a hand seal, and suddenly an invisible barrier appeared beside them. You. Number 21, 21. Kabuto reacted quickly, immediately understanding what Shuai's meant. He lowered his head slightly to shield his mouth before speaking. Where do you think the director is right now? I can't answer that question. Shuai was quite satisfied with Kabuto's performance. The kid really knew what was up, no wonder Orochimaru liked him so much. But I think there's a high probability it'll be your next place of infiltration. What do you mean? Kabuto was a little confused. Even though he didn't think Shuai would joke about something like this, he didn't understand what Shuai meant. Could it be that Danzo was so kind as to arrange for them to meet? But Shuai shook his head. He thought Kabuto was still a bit naive, and he was planning to give Kabuto a good lesson. Now that Shuai had successfully made Danzo hated by both Sasori and the Sand Village, and Danzo would inevitably take the blame, it wouldn't hurt to expand the scope, right? The meaning is simple, and that is both you and the director are in trouble. Shuai also shielded his mouth slightly and said in a low voice. You've stated many times that you want to leave Root after completing your mission, but haven't you thought about what you've done? Do you think Root will let you leave? The same goes for the director, she also has illusions about Danzo. I'm afraid there's already a disaster buried here. Don't think about refuting it, you should still remember how Danzo threatened the director into joining Root, right? Shuai's words left Kabuto speechless. He wanted to refute it a bit. After all, Danzo was a high-ranking Konoha official, he couldn't be so untrustworthy, right? But he had eavesdropped on Danzo and the director's conversation back then, and coupled with the nature of Root's missions, he suddenly couldn't hold it together. As for why I say you and the director will infiltrate the same place. Shuai tapped the table, reminding Kabuto not to show such an expression, and at the same time, he said faintly. When I was en route, I once overheard the director asking Danzo for photos of the two of us. Let's assume, if I were Danzo, you are my subordinate, you are so disobedient, and your director also has a similar mentality. And in order to prevent Root's secrets from being leaked, eliminating you is the best choice. But how can I not dirty my own hands and still have you die together? There is a very simple way. Give fake photos to the director. After all, how old were we when we entered Root, and how many years have passed now? Time is changing, we are all growing up. Even if you and the director meet, you won't be able to recognize each other, because the director doesn't recognize you at all. Kabuto's face changed, he was completely defeated. Or, give our real photos to the director, and then order the director to kill the person in the photo. When everything is over, then tell the director what she has done, then. Without Danzo even lifting a finger, the director would probably commit suicide. Kabuto's face turned pale. He didn't need to think to know how much this would affect the director. Shui's nodded when he saw this. After all, not everyone is Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. One personally killed the teacher couple who took care of him, and the other directly attained enlightenment in the forest, and then killed the entire clan except for his younger brother. Yakushi Nono is a normal person, and the current Kabuto is not a psychopath yet, otherwise he wouldn't have broken down after killing Nono and discovering that Nono didn't recognize him. So, you have harmed many people from the beginning, whether it's yourself, the director, or me. Shui's looked at the defeated Kabuto and continued to speak, but after thinking about it, he immediately added. Of course, all of this is my speculation, everything depends on the follow-up, such as whether you will be dispatched again soon. Kabuto was silent, he didn't know what to say at this time. He was extremely confused in his heart, because he was still willing to believe Danzo to some extent, willing to believe the Konoha high-level officials. But Shui's was his childhood friend, grew up together in the orphanage, and was even tricked into root by himself. His abilities had already been revealed in the Land of Wind. When he said such a conclusion, Kabuto had to seriously consider it even if he didn't want to believe it. It's just that he doesn't know who to believe now, he himself has fallen into confusion. What exactly do you want, Shui's? After a while, Kabuto slowly recovered. After all, he was an excellent spy, he knew he had to stay calm. Me? Shui's blinked, he touched his chin and said. Naturally, it is to marry a few more wives in the future, live a good life, and didn't Buddha say, without indulging in desires, all actions are meaningless. Damn it, is that what I asked you? Moreover, did Buddha say that? Kabuto's face froze, just as he was about to say something, Shui's continued to speak. Of course, if you want to live a stable life, some things must be resolved. Entering root is a abyss. In the ninja village model, without strength and status, you will always be just a tool. If we want to climb out of the abyss, if we want to change from a tool to someone who controls the tool, then we must find a way to climb up step by step. Why should we be suppressed by people like Danzo all the time? Why should we have our lives controlled by him? Also, why can't we be the ones sitting in that position? Shui's is an old slick, that's right, but to be an old slick, at least he has to be able to live, right? En route, he could be sold by Danzo at any time, and he could be forced to carry out some messy and deadly missions at any time. At the same time, he would be forcibly brainwashed, making him neither human nor ghost. This is definitely not something Shui's can tolerate. After all, before transmigrating, I grew up watching Great Sage Sun. You won't even let me live, so am I not allowed to resist? In fact, Haizawa knew that he shouldn't say such things to Kabuto, but he knew even better that if he didn't leave something for Kabuto, this spy would definitely not be at ease. Moreover, he dared to say it because he had confidence. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Danzo these words? After a long while, Kabuto slowly asked. Not afraid. Haizawa shook his head unceremoniously, then he pointed to himself and then to Kabuto. I have made such great contributions for Danzo, and he knows how I treated you when I first entered the route. Maybe you've held a grudge against me for a long time and want to harm me. Tell me, who will he believe then, you or me? Of course, even if he suspects me, you'll be dead by then, and I'll still have a chance to leave, won't I? Kabuto almost couldn't hold back again. What he said was right, but wasn't he being a bit too unscrupulous? Think about it carefully. Looking at Kabuto, who had fallen silent again, Haizawa patted him on the shoulder and said softly. Even if not for yourself, think about the orphanage. Do you want to work for others your whole life, exchanging meager rewards to help the orphanage? Or would you rather have ready-made? No, sign yourself and you can allocate funds to the orphanage, helping more people like us and giving people like the headmaster a better home. Kabuto didn't know how to answer for a moment, but he had to admit that he was tempted. Everything else was fine, and he wasn't even interested in Haizawa's ambition, but the last sentence hit him where it hurt. What do I need to do? After a long while, he calmly raised his head to look at Haizawa, and just as Haizawa was about to speak, he suddenly looked towards the door and removed the soundproof barrier. At this time, an ANBU member quickly ran over. He glanced at Kabuto, then whispered to Haizawa. Lord Hokage orders you to immediately gather at the route with your equipment. Haizawa was stunned. Were they going to attack the route? Rookie begs for continued reading. Continued reading now determines everything about a book. Raising a book easily kills it. Thank you, everyone, Ons. Chapter 30, Danzo explodes in anger. Senior, what's going on? Although Haizawa looked confused, he couldn't disobey the third Hokage's order. After gathering, he couldn't help but whisper to Ujo beside him. In fact, he already had some guesses in his mind. After all, judging from the time, it was most likely the Kino transforms into Yamato incident. But no matter what, it was still necessary to understand a little. According to Senior Kakashi's report, there is a ninja in the route who seems to have wood release and wants to kill Senior Kakashi. Ujo was not wary of Haizawa at all. In fact, she didn't know much about the route, Danzo, or anything like that. She originally planned to go home and prepare for tonight's gathering after the disbandment, but she happened to meet Kakashi and noticed that Kakashi was injured and wanted to take him for treatment. As a result, they went to see the third Hokage together and were eventually assigned a mission. Lord Hokage wants Lord Danzo to meet him and sent someone to find you, saying that you used to train there and are more familiar with the situation there. But Senior Kakashi doesn't seem willing to wait long and went ahead alone. Sure enough. Haizawa couldn't help but nod slightly when he heard this. It really was that incident. Before going to Suna, Hiruzen Sarutobi said that Kakashi was going to deal with Orochimaru's matter, and he had been suspicious at that time. He didn't expect that after all his messing around, this incident still happened as scheduled. Wait, I remember that Kakashi's negotiations with the route were very unsuccessful. Suddenly, Haizawa thought of something, which made him interested. This was a rare opportunity. Let's hurry up and act. Lord Hokage is gathering other people. Let's reinforce Senior Kakashi first. Ujo didn't know what Haizawa was thinking. She grabbed Haizawa's hand and ran forward, while she couldn't help but ask. Also, what is the route like? The route, ah. Haizawa subconsciously tightened his grip on Ujo's hand, sighing in his heart, her hand is so smooth, then shook his head and said. That is the training base for the Anbu elite, but it is also a very bad place. The strictest management, the most brutal training, and the bloodiest missions. Senior Kakashi going there alone is probably in trouble, even if he has Lord Hokage's documents. Does Konoha have such a place that is not under the control of Lord Hokage? Ujo seemed to be taken aback. She naturally knew that Danzo was the Hokage assistant of Konoha, with a very high status. But even so, it shouldn't be out of Lord Hokage's control, right? Who knows? Haizawa shrugged. Danzo even assassinated Hiruzen Sarutobi and nothing happened. Of course, this may also be related to Hiruzen Sarutobi's sentimentality. Moreover, Danzo is now much more honest because Nagato went berserk, causing a round of destruction in the route. Otherwise, according to Danzo's previous style, he might not have taken Hiruzen Sarutobi seriously at all. New mission acquired, reinforce Kakashi. After glancing at his list, Haizawa nodded in satisfaction, then pulled Ujo's little hand even harder. Let's speed up. Senior Kakashi may have a conflict with them, and we should be ready for battle at any time. Number 22, 22. Yes. Yu Yan nodded seriously, but her gaze also swept over her hand that was being held. She felt that Shuzi was holding on too tightly. Kakashi, I didn't expect you to run here on your own. In the root base, Danzo looked at Kakashi, who had rescued Kino, his eyes full of resentment. After seeing Shuzi, he went to deal with the problem of Kino. Kino actually possessed wood release, and he absolutely couldn't tolerate this kid developing a self-awareness. But he never expected that Kakashi would come with Hiruzen Sarutobi's documents, obviously intending to take Kino away. Originally, he was full of anger towards Kakashi. He had been tricked by this guy when he assassinated Hiruzen Sarutobi back then. Now, he actually dared to run to the root base alone to abduct his most important subordinate. Old and new grudges combined, Danzo couldn't hold it in anymore. You dare to trespass into Root's territory and attempt to take away Root's ninja. Don't think I'll let you off. Kakashi's gaze turned serious as he scanned his surroundings. He discovered that the surroundings had already been completely surrounded by Root ninjas. Everyone had taken out their weapons, and it was clear that as long as Danzo gave an order, these people would attack immediately. Danzo-sama, Kakashi, he. Kino realized the seriousness of the problem when he saw this scene. He immediately opened his mouth to say something, but he was rudely interrupted by Danzo. Shut up, you won't have a good time either. While speaking, Danzo directly waved his hand, signaling the Root ninjas to attack. He didn't want to entangle with Kakashi and Kino at all, because he knew that Kakashi's document was real, and who knew when Hiruzen Sarutobi would come. He had to solve the problem quickly while he could, and maybe he could even keep Kakashi's Sharingan. Be careful. Kakashi immediately reminded Kino beside him, and at the same time, he prepared for battle. But at this moment, he suddenly froze, then looked up. Wind release, vacuum bullets. At this moment, a strong wind release instantly erupted at the top of the root base, and in an instant, several Root ninjas were knocked to the ground. Who is it? Danzo panicked immediately. He was still quite worried that his old friend would come over, although he was unwilling to call him Hokage-sama. But when he looked up, he was immediately furious. Even though he was wearing a mask, wasn't this Shuzi? He was rebelling, wasn't he? He was attacking the root base, wasn't he? However, Shuzi didn't care about so much at this time. He seemed to be as fast as lightning, taking Yu Yan to deal with the Root ninjas along the way while quickly gathering towards Kakashi. LV7's physical fitness and chakra volume really gave him an unprecedented combat experience. What's more, because of Danzo's orders, these Root ninjas all focused their attention on Kakashi and Kino, and they didn't expect that someone would directly sneak attack from behind. This led to Shuzi now looking like a god of war, completely invincible. Bang! 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 A punch, a kick, quickly dodging, then counter-attacking. Such smooth movements and such a pleasant attack really made Danzo furious. Kill them! Without saying a word, Danzo directly ordered, and at this time, those Root ninjas separated a part of the team to come towards Shuzi's side. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Shuzi quickly pretended to make hand seals, and finally put them together. In an instant, the earth became like a swamp. Several Root ninjas in front of him didn't have time to react, and they fell into the swamp. However, many Root ninjas reacted, and they jumped up to avoid the swamp of the underworld. At the same time, a large number of ninjutsu and ninja tools shot towards Shuzi and Yu Yan. Senior, lend me your sword for a moment. Shuzi dodged a jutsu with a flash, and at the same time, he took Yu Yan's ninja sword. He waved it while not forgetting to mutter in a low voice. Ding! 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 The ninja sword danced out a dazzling sword flower in Shuzi's hands, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal collision, and he actually blocked most of the kunao and senbon. And at this time, he and Yu Yan also smoothly came to Kakashi and Kino's side. Damn it! Danzo's fists were already clenched. He didn't understand what Shu Ziyi meant, but he was really overwhelmed by anger. Good, good. He said a few words in a low voice, then suddenly shouted loudly. Since that's the case, then all of you should stay here. Who do you want to leave behind, Danzo? But at this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted Danzo. Danzo's whole body stiffened slightly, and then he quickly raised his head to look upwards, only to see that the entire top of the root base was already surrounded by Anbu ninjas. This scene was like pouring ice water on Danzo's head, and when he saw the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing in the middle of the Anbu ninjas, he suddenly felt that his whole body was cold. Was he going to attack the root base? Chapter 31, The Gaze of the Masked Man. Seeing that his root base was completely surrounded by the Anbu, Danzo really felt his blood run cold. Of course, he knew that there were many contradictions between himself and his old friend. Especially since he had assassinated his old friend before. For a moment, he really suspected that his old friend might be trying to take advantage of this incident to get rid of him directly, right? Danzo, I know you hate Kakashi, but you're going too far now. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't jump down, but still looked down at Danzo from a high position. I don't want the matter of killing fellow villagers to happen. You should understand. Damn it, saying it so righteously, have you forgotten what the root does? Danzo couldn't help but mutter in his heart, but he knew very well that this kind of thing must never be said, and he must never admit what the third Hokage said. What are you talking about, Hiruzen? I have no prejudice against Kakashi. It was he who trespassed into the root base on his own. On his own. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said in a deep voice. I issued a summons order to you, but I heard that you pretended to be absent, so he came in to find you, right? Danzo didn't want to speak. He didn't know what his old friend was trying to do by oppressing him so much. However, glancing at Kino standing there, and Shu Ziyi standing in front of Kakashi and the others, he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that he was deliberately forcing himself to hand over Kino for Shu Ziyi to see? That kid performed too well in the Suna infiltration operation. It seems that there was a mistake in the transmission of the order. This is the first time I've heard of it. Although Danzo's mind was full of other thoughts, he still stubbornly said. Since that's the case, then Kakashi's matter will be temporarily put to rest. I summoned you for the matter I'm going to talk about next. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't intend to let Danzo get away with it like this. He pondered for a moment before continuing to speak. You should know that wood release is a technique that the village has been dreaming of. We once did not hesitate to conduct high-risk experiments just to obtain this power. But you hid this power in the root base. Can you tell me why? Danzo's heart thumped. Sure enough, it was coming. He couldn't maintain his calm appearance now and immediately opened his mouth to explain. I'm doing this to protect and nurture it. I definitely don't mean to hide it, and this kind of thing doesn't need to be reported, right? But, Danzo. The third Hokage touched the brim of his hat and spoke calmly but in a way that people couldn't refute. The Jinchuriki is about to go to school, and the wood release sealing technique is becoming increasingly important to the village. Danzo had nothing to say because once the Jinchuriki was involved, the situation became different. Seriously, what could be more important than the Jinchuriki? However, without Kino's wood release, how would he control the Jinchuriki in the future? So, everything was planned. Through this matter, Shu Ziyi saw that I had to submit to the Hokage, and at the same time, he obtained Kino. Danzo's fists were completely hardened. He was forced to this point entirely because he wasn't the Hokage. Otherwise, who would dare to mess with him like this? So, Danzo, I want to incorporate him into the Anbu. Isn't the root originally a training center for the Anbu? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know the twists and turns in Danzo's heart and still spoke in a deep manner. You have already sent out many excellent talents for the Anbu, such as Shu Ziyi. Now, I hope you can be more generous. However, in order to thank you for your dedication, I can write off everything that has happened now, and I can also agree to that matter before. That matter before? Danzo immediately understood that he was talking about Shu Zi contacting Naruto, but he had already lost Kino. Why was he still pretending here? Danzo was really burning with anger at this time. He angrily raised his head to look at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Okay, let's do it that way then. In the end, Danzo still chickened out. The Anbu completely surrounded the route, and who knew what kind of deployment there was outside. He was really worried that his old friend would take this opportunity to abolish the route in one fell swoop. However, I want to say a few words to him alone. After all, he came out of here. However, Danzo still pointed his finger at Shu Zi. All right. Seeing that things were almost done, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't object, but he still specifically reminded him. We'll wait for him outside. After all, he's a member of the Anbu. After speaking, he decisively waved his hand to let all the Anbu leave here, leaving only a gloomy-faced Danzo. He was really snatching people. Shu Zi. Yu Yan was a little worried. Seeing such a high-level struggle for the first time, she was still a little flustered. She didn't know what Danzo wanted to do with Shu Zi. Don't worry, wait for me outside. Shu Zi patted Yu Yan's shoulder lightly, and then he simply walked to Danzo's front. What exactly are you doing? Number 23, 23. After everyone had left, Danzo finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Are you going to betray me like Kino? Don't forget that your orphanage director is waiting for funding, and don't forget that the curse mark on you cannot be removed. What a load of bull! No Yakushi is in Uegakuer, and the curse mark on me has long been undone. Shuizawa cursed inwardly, but he felt he still needed to put on an act, so he simply took off his mask and said with a heavy expression. Danzo-sama, I haven't forgotten. I was just testing you. Testing? Danzo almost laughed out of anger. Helping Kakashi take people away was also considered a test? That's right, a test. Shuizawa nodded very seriously. Danzo-sama wants to become Hokage, and this has always been the direction of my efforts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for allies for Danzo-sama in Tsunagakuer, giving Danzo-sama the opportunity to control Tsunagakuer. Danzo was momentarily speechless. Shuizawa's previous actions did seem to be helping him. However, to become Hokage, you must have qualified guards. Shuizawa raised his head, looked at Danzo with utmost seriousness, and then glanced at the root members around him. Especially those who were disheveled and had just crawled out of the swamp of the underworld, he shook his head and said in a low voice. But I am very disappointed. They can't even resist me. If there is any trouble in the future, how will they protect Danzo-sama? What? Hearing this, Rima Abarame, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. If others heard this, wouldn't this kid be unable to leave route today? Danzo was also stunned. He injured his colleagues and essentially let Kakashi and Kino go. There was actually such an explanation? But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it seemed to make sense. Shuizawa was not a ninja from a clan, and he was sent to the Anbu to infiltrate. How could such a person turn his proud root into such a state? Even if it was a sneak attack, even if it was catching them off guard, it was undeniable that Root's performance was too poor, right? This kid, is he actually the most loyal? I understand. After a long while, Danzo nodded. After all, Shuizawa still had a handle in his hand. No Yakushi was an insurmountable obstacle for Shuizawa, just like Kabuto Yakushi, he could easily manipulate him now. It seems I misunderstood you. You did a good job. Indeed, the current root members are far from enough. They need more high-intensity training. Shuizawa nodded, but silently sweated for these root members in his heart. Unsurprisingly, they were probably going to be hit hard by Danzo to achieve physical sublimation. But this was also good. When he took over root in the future, wouldn't he have a group of useful subordinates? Shuizawa hoped that Danzo would leave him more good legacies. Alright, you can go down first. Don't keep the people outside waiting too long. Although he was very upset, Danzo still said with a sullen face. Also, don't forget who you are, understand? Danzo-sama, I always remember that I am a root member who upholds your will and acts for the sake of Konoha. Shuizawa replied very skillfully, which made Danzo feel a lot more comfortable. Today, he was really too aggrieved. Just in a certain dimensional space above their heads, a masked man was silently watching all of this. This kid, is he Shisui Uchiha's teammate? Newbie begs for reading. Current reading decides everything for a book. Keeping books is easy to kill. Thank you, everyone, Ons. Chapter 32, Uchiha Buried Underground? Obito, why are you interested in this kid? Under the silver moon, in the dimensional space above the Hokage Rock in Konoha. Azetsu's half-white face looked at Obito curiously. He didn't quite understand the meaning of Obito's actions, but he didn't care. Anyway, that black guy didn't understand Obito either. I'm not interested in him. He's just an ordinary person who's slightly more powerful. Obito shook his head. Although White Zetsu was silly, these guys had been with him when he was most desperate, and he was quite willing to talk to White Zetsu. What I'm interested in is his teammate, Shisui Uchiha, and a new toy I found. Didn't you say he was a seed last time? The white face asked with a puzzled expression, but when he saw the look in Obito's eyes, he immediately waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, whether it's a toy or a seed, it doesn't matter anyway. After Obito withdrew his gaze, he nodded very simply, and the black half of the Zetsu monster spoke. Do you want to use this kid to try to influence Shisui Uchiha, or even Itaki Uchiha? I have this idea. Obito didn't deny it, he said directly. Itaki Uchiha has already awakened the Sharingan with my help, but this is not his limit, and Shisui Uchiha has already possessed the Manjiki Sharingan without accident. Since this is the case, it would be unreasonable not to try it, whether it is to figure out the ability of Shisui Uchiha's eyes or to get those eyes. Or see if he can leave Konoha, or let Itaki Uchiha go further, these are not things that cannot be done. The Zetsu monster nodded. This was indeed something that could be tried, but he was also very curious about one thing. Good idea, but how are you going to do it? After a sentence, Obito fell silent. Because he himself hadn't figured out what to do, after all, he was more particular about doing things according to his heart sometimes. For example, after accidentally hearing Kakashi say that Kushina was the previous Jinchuriki, there was the nine-tailed fox incident. It seems I'm too hasty. The black half of the Zetsu monster knew Obito very well. Although he felt that Obito's silence was a bit deafening, he quickly made up for it. We don't have a deep understanding of this kid. Let's find out his information first, and then discuss it later. Well, let's do that. Achoo. In a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Shuizawa couldn't help but sneeze suddenly, which made Ijao look at him with some concern. What's wrong, are you catching a cold? I don't know. Shuizawa shook his head, he thought for a while and said with a smile. Maybe, someone is saying bad things about me. You guy. Ijao couldn't hold it in for a while. Who would be so bored to say bad things about you for no reason? Just kidding, senior, try what I grilled. Shuizawa couldn't help but pick up a piece of grilled meat and put it into Ijao's bowl, which made Ijao a little embarrassed. I can do it myself, someone is watching. Is that when no one is there? Don't talk nonsense. Looking at Ijao's blushing face, Shuizawa smiled and didn't respond. Seeing how it was, as an old fritter, he knew very well that sometimes you just had to be shameless. What he and Kabuto said, without indulgence, all actions are boring, was not a joke. Although he wouldn't go too far, now that people have come to this world, can't they marry a few wives? Of course, Shuizawa was also a person who knew the priorities. Currently, the most important thing for him was inheriting Danzo's legacy. However, this didn't mean that he couldn't prepare himself in advance during this process, right? Besides, Konoha's characteristics are diverse, and you must try them, not to mention that I am also doing good things to the best of my ability. Shuizawa silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, and at the same time, his eyes also looked at the other people participating in the party. Although the original plan for the party was a simple gathering of their 3-person team, Shisui didn't know what was going on and hadn't arrived yet. But after Kakashi's incident, they also had 2 more people here. Kakashi took the initiative to come to express his gratitude, and at the same time brought Tenzo, who had just been rescued by them and had now changed his name from Kino. This kid Tenzo still seemed a little restrained, but he seemed closer to Shuizawa. After all, everyone used to be old colleagues, even if they didn't have any communication at the beginning. Shuizawa-kun, thank you for everything you did this afternoon. Kakashi completely didn't care about the little actions between Shuizawa and Ijao, he said with a smile to Shuizawa. Thank you, Owl. Shuizawa, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have left so easily. Tenzo also immediately followed up, but he was still somewhat accustomed to Shuizawa's root code name. You don't have to thank me. It was the Hokage-sama's order, and don't call me that code name in the future, and congratulations on being able to leave there. Shuizawa smiled and nodded to the 2, while continuing to put meat in Ijao's bowl, but after thinking about it, he still looked at Ijao and asked. It's strange, why hasn't Senior Shisui come yet? Isn't he usually the fastest to gather? Why is he so slow today? Hey, don't you know? Ijao looked at Shuizawa's actions, she pursed her lips and simply pretended not to see it, just answered softly. After the disbandment, he said that he finally had a rest and wanted to accompany his younger brother to train, so he might be a little late tonight. Younger brother? Hearing this, Shuizawa's face suddenly became a little strange. Shisui Uchiha's younger brother, wouldn't that be Itaki Uchiha, who destroyed his entire clan? Speaking of which, Senior Shisui's younger brother is a genius. Ijao didn't know what Shuizawa was thinking in his heart, she smiled and continued. He graduated from school at a young age, and even almost broke Senior Kakashi's record. I heard that he will be participating in the Chunin exams soon. Kakashi touched his head, he didn't even expect the topic to be brought to him. After thinking about it, he said. Actually, I don't think leaving school early is a good thing, because you can make more friends in school. This was also Kakashi's heartfelt words. After all, his experience was really a bit tragic, and he even wanted to give up on himself. But unexpectedly, in the end, he was actually pulled back by those friends he once looked down on. It still depends on the individual, after all, that's Uchiha. Number 24, 24. SHZ shrugged. The Uchiha clan were all somewhat extreme in their personalities. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi had been hanging out with Uchiha Shisui since he was a child. He could use shadow clones to deal with classes and run off to train with Shisui. Clearly, he didn't take those classmates seriously at all. Besides, even if Uchiha Itachi wanted to stay in school, his insane old man probably wouldn't be happy about it. After all, he was a talent who, with the ability to resist, actually chose to give up all resistance and watch his good son slaughter the entire clan. As a normal person, SHZ couldn't possibly guess what he was thinking. However, speaking of the Uchiha, suddenly, SHZ seemed to think of something. I remember there seems to be another extremely powerful Uchiha buried underground. Talent was very important. SHZ always valued talent. He wondered if he could try to find him in the future. However, just as he was pondering, the sliding door of their private room was suddenly knocked on. Chapter 33, Conception of Wood Release. Sorry, I'm late. Sitting in the private room, Shisui looked at everyone with a look of embarrassment. I didn't expect Kakashi-senpai to come too. This is... We encountered some unusual things this afternoon, senpai. Hearing Shisui's words, SHZ couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. Although it's better to keep this matter a secret, it is indeed an interesting thing. More than just interesting, it could be said to be a major event that turned the Uchiha upside down. Who was plotting to destroy the Uchiha? Dan's. And today, they had directly stormed Dan's lair and fought fiercely inside. In a sense, wasn't this a form of revenge in advance? Unfortunately, Shisui didn't seize this opportunity for revenge, which was truly a pity. Is that so? Shisui obviously didn't know what SHZ was thinking. However, since SHZ said to keep it a secret, he thought about it and decided not to ask. However, he did have some business today. It wasn't that he went with Uchiha Itachi as he told Ijao, but that he went to talk to his elders. The factions within the Uchiha clan were actually quite complex. Before the Nine Tails incident, they had 3 factions. One faction was more radical, inheriting the ideas of Uchiha Setsuna, with their minds full of using force to make the Uchiha great again. One faction was Shisui and the others, who longed to use peaceful means to truly integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. As for the last faction, it belonged to the more neutral live and let live faction. They didn't care how you fought, they would help whoever won. However, after the Nine Tails incident, the entire Uchiha clan was forcibly required to move to a remote location. In addition, with the malicious slander of various rumors within Konoha, the entire Uchiha clan couldn't hold it in any longer. The original live and let live faction basically leaned towards the radical ones. Life was becoming more and more difficult for Shisui and the others who were relatively moderate. Fortunately, Shisui entered the Anbu, which was a way to gain the Hokage's trust. But this was far from enough. They needed more people to gain such trust. However, Shisui felt that they needed more help. An SHZ's mission this time not only impressed Shisui, but also made the third Hokage's performance memorable to Shisui. Today, he and the elders talked about SHZ's matter from the side. Anbu missions, no matter what, couldn't be said randomly. He was only helpless that his elders seemed to trust their own people more. Alright, let's not talk about this. SHZ shook his head. He raised the juice in his cup and said with a smile. Now is break time, let's not talk about mission-related things. It's a pity we can't drink alcohol, otherwise we would definitely get drunk today. Please, we are ninjas, how can we drink alcohol randomly? Hearing this, Ijao couldn't help but speak. Besides, don't forget the 3 ninja prohibitions. But, I've heard some stories about Jiraiya-sama. SHZ blinked and deliberately turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, Jiraiya-sama doesn't seem to have cared about the 3 ninja prohibitions at all, but he is still a powerful ninja, right? Cough 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 cough. Kakashi coughed awkwardly a few times. He had no way to answer this question at all. Could he say that the physique between people is different? Isn't that obviously nonsense? I think, we are young ninjas after all, contact with alcohol is easy to make sleepy and dizzy, so it is better not to contact. Tens was more honest. He touched the back of his head and then looked at SHZ. I remember we all performed similar tasks, right? Wait for the target to get drunk, and then go up and kill him. Ijao and Shisui were a little speechless. Didn't we agree not to talk about work? But SHZ happened to touch his chin, and he nodded back. Indeed, drunk people are the easiest to deal with, and the easiest to disguise as an accident, such as falling off a building, but we have killed so many people, a little drink. Okay, that's enough. Ijao couldn't hold it anymore. She grabbed SHZ's shoulder and said. You two should know when to stop. Senpai, you also have a Sharingan, I think we can exchange ideas. Shisui was also a little embarrassed. He deliberately turned to look at Kakashi and smiled. Kakashi's Sharingan caused a huge controversy within the Uchiha clan, but this matter was eventually suppressed by their clan leader. Shisui didn't know why this was the case, but since it had already happened, he had no right to criticize it, but he had to admit that Kakashi, this outsider, seemed to be using the Sharingan very perfectly. There was no chance before, but now it is good to have a good exchange. Okay. Kakashi did not refuse, and soon the two began to discuss in a low voice. SHZ pursed his lips, and his gaze also turned to tense on the opposite side. Wood release was something that SHZ was very curious about, and also very eager to get. Although his physical fitness is very strong now, he doesn't dare to guarantee that he can survive when facing Hashirama Senju's cells, even White Zetsu's cells he doesn't dare to gamble easily. After all, I don't have Ten's life, nor do I have the Sharingan as a neutralization. In SHZ's view, Hashirama Senju is definitely the most special Asura. Not to mention his chakra, which seems to be more exaggerated than Naruto plus half of Kurama. His style of doing things is also very different from other Asuras. In the millennium of conflict between Indra and Asura, Indra has always believed in himself, and Asura has always believed in uniting everyone. As a result, when it came to him, the union was united, but he didn't need anyone else's help at all. He alone hammered Madara Uchiha. So we still have to rely on ourselves. SHZ touched his chin. He always felt that wood release was never a bloodline limit, more bluntly, wood release is actually a bloodline elimination. Yamato's wood release, even if he doesn't know the proportion very well, he understands that it is a combination of earth release and water release. But such wood release, can't say it has no lethality, but its greatest achievement should be benefiting the home industry. So the key to wood release should be the control of yang release. Only by injecting the power of yang release in proportion can true wood release be achieved. SHZ muttered silently in his heart. He felt that he was almost ready to start preparing to construct all of this. He is indeed a numerical freak, but he still understands the dangerous situations in the future. Especially since he is going to inherit Dan's legacy, if he doesn't have enough strength, what will he use to fight for it? What's wrong, are you angry? Just as SHZ was thinking, suddenly he heard Ijo's somewhat uneasy voice in his ear. Sorry, I just feel that it's a bit inappropriate to say those topics at this time. Don't think nonsense, senpai, I'm not that stingy. SHZ shook his head with a smile, interrupting Ijo's words. Besides, that's my problem. I can't control myself when I meet former comrades en route. I have to thank senpai for stopping me in time. Is that so? Ijo blinked, and SHZ immediately nodded and said. Yes, I hope that senpai can continue to take care of me in the future, can you? I said, just call me Ijo. Ijo first glared at SHZ, and then nodded seriously. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of you in the future. Only, as soon as the words fell, she suddenly froze. This always, how long will it be? Rookie kneels for follow-up reading. Now follow-up reading will determine everything about a book. Raising a book is easy to kill. Thank you all the bosses ons. Chapter 34, Flying Thunder God Technique. Konoha is really peaceful. The silver moon was in the sky. On the streets of Konoha, SHZ and Ijo walked side by side towards a residential area. The gathering ended, and SHZ took the initiative to uphold gentlemanly demeanor to send Ijo home, which made Ijo both angry and funny. Even if she is a girl, she is a ninja. However, in the end, she still did not refuse, and the two set off together like this. Just looking at the peaceful scene of Konoha in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. You know, it was really terrible when I was in Sunagakure before. Not only were there people chasing and killing me outside, but the environment there was also extremely harsh. Speaking of which, SHZ, what is your dream for the future? Blinking, Ijao tilted her head to look at SHZ on the side. She thought about it and suddenly asked curiously. Me? SHZ looked at Ijao strangely, pretending to ponder for a moment. He smiled and said. To become a powerful ninja like Jiraiya-sama, if possible, I hope I can become the man who becomes Hokage. Hearing these words, Ijao didn't know what to say for a while, because she always felt that these words seemed to have some problems. Jiraiya-sama is indeed very powerful, but weren't you just saying that he doesn't abide by the 3 ninja prohibitions? Could it be that you also want to follow suit? Also, becoming Hokage doesn't seem to be wrong, but I don't know why she always feels that SHZ's sentence is weird. Come on, I believe you can. Number 25. After a long while, Yuhuin reluctantly spoke, and Haizawa nodded directly. Thank you, senior. I will work hard. Haizawa had no idea what Yuhuin was thinking. If he did, he would definitely nod and give a thumbs up. As a transmigrator who came to a world with strange powers, age was not a problem at all. The only problem was whether he was good looking or not. What's wrong with driving a big rig? The headlights are good too. I told you, just call me Yuin. Yuin pursed her lips. She felt that this junior, Haizawa, didn't seem as obedient as she had imagined. But soon, she suddenly stopped and grabbed the corner of Haizawa's clothes. Haizawa, look there. Does that look like Naruto? Hey! Haizawa raised his head in confusion and took a look. Sure enough, he saw that little brat Naruto was wandering alone in front of some stores. He looked a little depressed. If nothing else, the kid was probably hungry again. Seeing this, Haizawa thought for a while and simply walked over. Last time, nothing happened to him. He didn't believe anything would happen this time. Especially since he never went to see Naruto alone with a purpose. There were always people around him. Kid, what's wrong with you again? Holding Yuhuin, the two of them quickly came to Naruto's side, and his words immediately made Naruto jolt. Big brother, big sister, it's you. Turning his head and seeing Haizawa and Yuhuin, Naruto was immediately excited. He had always remembered the last time these two bought him ramen, but unfortunately, he didn't ask their names. Now that he met them again, how could he not be happy? But just as he opened his mouth, his stomach growled again, which immediately made him freeze. Didn't eat again? Haizawa raised his eyebrows. He felt that this kid was having a miserable time. I overslept, and Ichiraku is closed. Naruto turned his head in distress and looked at the already closed Ichiraku ramen, his eyes full of depression. But Haizawa and Yuhuin couldn't help but look at each other. What time was it? How many shops were still open? Why didn't you come out earlier? Yuhuin frowned and asked helplessly. She felt that this little guy didn't seem to be very smart. Because I feel like everyone doesn't like me, so I usually choose to come when there aren't many people. However, Naruto's words directly stunned Yuhuin. Naruto smiled awkwardly and said. Only Uncle Ichiraku and Grandpa Hokage, and Big Brother and Big Sister don't hate me. It's a pity it's closed, otherwise I would have treated you to ramen. Naruto's allowance for this month had obviously been issued, and he had also said that he would treat them in the future. Now that he had met them, it was a pity that the timing didn't seem right. You little brat! Yuhuin sighed. She thought for a while and said directly. Haizawa, you watch him here. There aren't any shops open at this time. I'll go to the convenience store to buy him something. Hey, big sister! Watching Yuhuin leave without looking back, Naruto immediately called out, but Haizawa grabbed him. Okay, just wait patiently. You can also make some instant ramen yourself. But... Naruto wanted to say something, but Hidezawa didn't indulge him. Instant noodles are already good. Back when I was on a mission, I ate cockroaches and rats. Is that what I wanted to say? Naruto was a little dazed. He wanted to pay for it himself. How did it turn into talking about such disgusting things? But Naruto was still very curious. He tentatively asked, "Do ninjas have to eat these things?" "Of course, when you're on a mission, you eat whatever you can get." Hidezawa directly started the bragging mode. He had seen others eat it, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, but that didn't stop him from fooling this little guy in front of him. Cough cough cough. Just as he was bragging, a discordant cough interrupted them. Grandpa Hokage. Looking up, he saw the third Hokage with a pipe in his mouth walking towards them. Naruto's face suddenly turned excited. "Yo, Naruto, didn't eat again." Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out a smoke ring with his pipe. He glanced at Naruto and then looked at Hidezawa. He thought for a while before saying, "Hidezawa, you're here too. Was tonight's gathering successful?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. Everything went well tonight." Hidezawa nodded. Tonight's activities included Uchiha Shisui, would release Tens, and Sharingan Kakashi. And they were all Anbu. It would be difficult for the third Hokage not to know. It's good that it went well. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, but soon he shook his head and said, "So, after such a good gathering, why say such inappropriate things? Besides, not all ninjas are like that. You'll scare the children." He really felt that Hidezawa's words were a bit inappropriate. Was Konoha's logistics support insufficient, or was Konoha so poor that you couldn't afford to eat? Cockroaches and rats were things that Danzo came up with, and had nothing to do with normal Konoha ninjas. Even Anbu wouldn't have such a situation, right? Hidezawa chuckled dryly and didn't refute. "Anyway, you're the Hokage, you can say whatever you want. But speaking of which, you've completed so many missions, but it seems I haven't given you the reward yet, right?" At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed the subject and suddenly asked with a smile. Reward?" Naruto's eyes lit up. Aspiring to become Hokage, he was naturally curious about everything about ninjas. "That's right, a reward." Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and rubbed Naruto's little head affectionately before continuing. "Hidezawa is a genius. He has completed many incredible missions, so naturally there is a reward. I've been thinking about what kind of reward to give you, but now I've figured it out. I think you can try this." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his arms and handed it over. Hidezawa quickly reached out and took it, and then he spoke again. "This is a technique that two Hokage have learned and used before. It's very difficult, and I hope you can work hard." Hearing this, Hidezawa immediately understood what technique it was. If nothing else, it was probably the Flying Thunder God. Glancing at Naruto, who was so excited that he couldn't be any more excited, Hidezawa sighed inwardly. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Chapter 35 Uchiha Ataki? This isn't a chance encounter. It's probably intentional. Sitting in his own home, Hidezawa looked at the scroll in his hand, and recalling Naruto and Yuuen's appearance, he couldn't help but shake his head and complain. Meeting that old man tonight was really strange. He felt that Naruto's appearance might just be an accident. The third Hokage came to give something. It just so happened that he met Naruto, and then he used himself as an extra to perform for Naruto. Although there was nothing wrong with doing so, and Hidezawa had no right to criticize it, he always felt it was too outrageous. But being an extra is fine, as long as I get the benefits I deserve. Looking at the scroll in his hand, and then looking at the place where he was currently living, he finally nodded in satisfaction. Anbu and Root were different. Root didn't have any employee benefits. Food and lodging were all in the Root base. and Anbu could leave at other times except during mission periods. Of course, you could also choose to live there. Haizawa's place was also distributed by Anbu. In a sense, it was also an employee benefit. Although it was small, it was better than sleeping on the floor in the root dormitory. Moreover, Anbu's money didn't seem to be small. Yuhuyan not only treated them tonight, but also bought a lot of things for Naruto. If the treatment wasn't good, it would really hurt. Let's take a look at this Flying Thunder God technique first. As Haizawa thought, he casually opened the scroll directly. He knew that once such a scroll was opened, there would inevitably be a time limit. After a certain amount of time, it would automatically self-destruct, so he had to hurry. And he was also very interested in the Flying Thunder God, which was a rare space technique in the original world. In Haizawa's memory, most space techniques belonged to the Tsutsuki clan. At the human level, only Obito's eyes could achieve the point of traversing space. As for the others, Cloud Village's heavenly transfer technique and summoning technique could be counted, but they didn't help much in combat. Only the Flying Thunder God technique was a true combination of space and combat. So, the Flying Thunder God technique is like this. An hour later, Haizawa looked at the burning scroll in his hand, and he stroked his chin and thought seriously. This technique wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. Its composition wasn't that much. But it was indeed difficult. So many messy things were combined together, and it wasn't something ordinary people could do to use it skillfully. First of all, physical fitness, secondly, sealing techniques, and finally, summoning techniques. Physical fitness goes without saying. Traversing space is a huge challenge to physical balance, and the severe dizziness isn't something ordinary people can endure. Secondly, there is the sealing technique. The Flying Thunder God's curse mark is essentially a variant of the sealing technique. The most basic Flying Thunder God can engrave the curse mark on Kunao in advance, but the advanced Flying Thunder God needs to arrange the curse mark at any time. As for the summoning technique, this is a core of the Flying Thunder God's space traversal. In addition, there is the control of chakra, and the amount of one's own chakra, etc. It can be said that the difficulty is very high, but I'm afraid I have everything else except the summoning technique. Haizawa's eyes lit up instantly. He had excellent physical fitness, and his chakra control and amount were sufficient. In addition, he specially maxed out LV5 sealing techniques to defend against Danzo. It can be said that this technique is really suitable for him. Although the summoning technique is a problem, but new technique detected, theoretically complete and reasonable. Number 26, 26. Ability triggered, Ninja World Professor, activate. A bunch of good-for-nothings, train seriously for me. Inside the root base, Danzo glared angrily at a group of root ninjas, who were miserably undergoing various training exercises. Today's events were a bit too stimulating for Danzo. Not only was his root surrounded by the Anbu, but more importantly, the person he had painstakingly cultivated was beaten into such a state by Haizawa. Humiliation and frustration made it difficult for him to sleep or eat, so he didn't even wait for the next day, directly and decisively striking out at the root members. Watching everyone training meticulously, he felt a little better, then turned and walked into his office. Seeing his boss in such a bad mood, Ryama Abarame didn't dare say a word, but he still dutifully brought over today's report. Danzo-sama, please review it. Danzo casually took the scroll, but he didn't open and read it as usual. He needed to consider some other things now. Shizawa Haizawa. Although there was no evidence, the commotion caused by Haizawa during this mission was too great. Moreover, according to his own report, he concealed key information about his conversation with Ebizo. But just on the surface, his suppression of Tsunagaku to create a qualified ally for Konoha was enough to make people take him seriously. He was really worried that his old friend wanted to snatch people away. After all, he stubbornly believed that today's events were also a demonstration for Haizawa. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kino has to follow me, Danzo has to listen to me, so who should you listen to? Need I say more? Damn it, why am I not the Hokage? Thinking of this, Danzo felt as if his brain was congested with blood, but he quickly calmed down. In fact, thinking about it now, he was still a little afraid. Although he had always scolded his old friend for being indecisive, it seemed that being indecisive was better. Otherwise, today, it wouldn't just be the Anbu surrounding route. Sigh. Sighing softly, Danzo wondered how to retaliate, but at the same time, not let his old friend find trouble with him. If he could incidentally make his old friend feel disgusted with Haizawa and not compete with him for people, how great would that be? Shaking his head helplessly, Danzo simply opened the scroll, deciding to numb himself with work. After all, his work still allowed him to control the life and death of most people. But as soon as he opened the scroll, a piece of information made him raise his eyebrows. Itaki Uchiha. As Konoha's largest insane asylum, this name had been registered with him long ago. What's more, Itaki Uchiha and Root had a small feud. Simply put, his Root elite was defeated by Itaki Uchiha, who was only 8 years old. This wasn't just slapping the face of the defeated Root ninja, this was simply the Uchiha slapping Danzo's face hard. This brat is going to participate in the Chunin exams. Danzo knew that his old friend thought highly of Itaki Uchiha. After all, he had awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, and he had also heard that his old friend's evaluation of this brat has the mindset of a Hokage. And he's been very close to Shisui Uchiha since he was a child, maybe in the future. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly felt that his mood became even worse. One Shisui Uchiha was troublesome enough, and there might be another one in the future? Wait, although he's only 10 years old now and his strength will only get stronger, Haizawa's strength is not weak either. If I let Haizawa deal with him. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly had a plan forming. And at the same time, in the dimension space, Toby, wearing a mask, also nodded. He seemed to have a plan too. Newbie begs for following the read, now following the read will determine everything about a book, raising books is easy to raise dead. Thanks to all the bosses ons. Chapter 36, I am the Hokage. Danzo is the kind of guy who will do something immediately once he thinks of it. Almost the next morning, he went directly to the Hokage's office to find his old friend. But before coming, he had already made various mental preparations. Arguing was inevitable, although he might not be able to win, he also wanted to vent. He was too aggrieved. Why are you here? Without even knocking, Danzo pushed the door open and went in. The Anbu hidden in the shadows didn't dare to say anything. This startled Hiruzen Sarutobi, who pretended to be calm and turned off the crystal ball on the table before asking. Something to see you about. Danzo glanced around and immediately knew what his old friend was doing, which made him even angrier. Damn it, no wonder he could teach a guy like Jiraiya. It's also my fault, it's all because I was a second too slow that made the teacher make the wrong decision. Although his mind was full of complaints, Danzo still opened his mouth expressionlessly. About the Chunin exams. Chunin exams. As soon as Hiruzen Sarutobi heard this, he immediately thought of Itaki Uchiha, but he still asked without showing any emotion. Why would you care about this matter? Don't pretend, Hiruzen. Danzo had no intention of arguing with Hiruzen Sarutobi, he bluntly pointed out. Itaki Uchiha is going to participate in the exams, right? As expected. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a headache, he naturally knew how deep his old friend's prejudice against the Uchiha was. Although sometimes, he also felt that the Uchiha were really annoying, but at this time, he still wanted to let them integrate into Konoha. That's right. Shaking his head helplessly, he opened his mouth. Itaki Uchiha is very excellent, and his age and strength are enough to participate in the Chunin exams. But his teammates are dead. Danzo opened his mouth expressionlessly. His current team is not fully staffed, forming a temporary team is meaningless, his participation in the Chunin exams is against the rules. Rules are made by people. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a headache, he explained. What's more, this assessment is an internal assessment of Konoha, it doesn't matter if he participates alone. That's even worse. Danzo immediately seized the weakness, he directly retorted without hesitation. Rules are indeed made by people, but we can't change the rules for one person, it's unfair to others. What's more, don't forget, he is an Uchiha, and his strength is also very good, and the Uchiha are an unstable factor. If he participates alone and passes smoothly, it will inevitably cause a great sensation, and even make the Uchiha guys. The Uchiha are also members of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't hold back anymore. What did he mean by being unfair to others? Are the things you do fair to others? Coming here to lecture me? Reversing the world? I know you have opinions about them, but the Uchiha are not unchangeable, don't forget Kagami Uchiha. Kagami is just a minority, after his death, more of the Uchiha clan are like Setsuna Uchiha. Danzo was also tit for tat, how could he not know that his old friend was already angry? But he was here to argue. What's more, what he said was also correct, under his step-by-step operations, the Uchiha were becoming more and more extreme, and Setsuna Uchiha's thoughts influenced everyone. And Setsuna Uchiha, that guy, had assassinated his teacher, was named an extremist by his teacher, and was thrown into prison. If it wasn't because the war required the Uchiha to unite and contribute to Konoha, this guy would have had to repent of his mistakes in prison and hang himself. We should have followed the teacher's will and completely eradicated this group of evil Uchiha, instead of being indecisive like you. You've overstepped, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally couldn't hold back, he looked at Danzo with a cold face. I'm just stating the facts. Danzo still kept a straight face, opening his mouth. Enough. I am the Hokage. Hearing such a sentence, Danzo really wanted to scold Hiruzen Sarutobi for not being ethical, only knowing how to use the title of Hokage to suppress people, and he really wanted to slam the door and leave now. But thinking that he hadn't finished what he wanted to do, he could only grit his teeth and do nothing, and replied. You will regret it sooner or later. Whether I regret it or not is a matter for the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi also felt that he had spoken a little too harshly, although his old friend was a good person. But his petty, vindictive, and many other extreme personalities were still very obvious, so he needed to ease up a bit now. As the Hokage, what I have to do is to unite everyone for the sake of the village. I will not let go of any opportunity that can bring peace. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly, but he knew that he could now put forward his conditions. If he wants to participate, then let him participate, but I have an idea. Oh! Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his eyebrows, he felt that this was Danzo's real purpose. Tell me about it. I want to arrange a special proctor for Itaki Uchiha. Danzo didn't hide anything, he directly stated his idea. This kid's strength is not ordinary, he defeated my root ninja when he was 8 years old, if you change to an ordinary proctor, you may not be able to test his limits. Number 27, 27. Then who are you planning to recommend? It's an arrangement. I plan to have Shizuo take on this important task. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo in silence. Was he planning to test Uchiha Itaka's limits? This was clearly blatant suppression and retaliation. Admittedly, Uchiha Itaka was indeed very outstanding. He awakened the Sharingan at a young age and even defeated a root ninja at the age of 8. However, that kid Shizuo was not a simple person either. After all, he was someone who stirred up so much trouble in Tsunagakure and still managed to escape unscathed. To have him be Uchiha Itaka's examiner, he really couldn't help but be suspicious. This matter. However, after pondering for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi still felt that this matter wasn't entirely impossible. Dans indeed understood him very well. He did have the idea of recruiting Uchiha Itachi into the Anbu. Uchiha Itachi had been very intelligent since he was young, and he also had a close relationship with Shisui. Most importantly, this kid was still Uchiha Fugaku's son. If his thinking could be influenced and changed by Shisui, then this would be a good thing for both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. And Shizuo and Shisui were still teammates. If he hinted at it and had Shisui also sing his praises, then it's possible. Uchiha Itachi's strength is quite good. It's indeed not easy for ordinary people to test him. Shizuo is strong and can take on this important task, and he's in the Anbu, so his time is easy to adjust. Dans glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi expressionlessly. Couldn't you not mention his being in the Anbu? He was now somewhat regretting why he had sent Shizuo over there, but since things had already come to this, there was nothing more to say. Besides, his goal had been achieved, so this trip wasn't in vain. Since you think so highly of him, then I'll make him lose face severely once. Even if he can pass smoothly, I won't let him feel good. Chapter 37, Dan's Fate, We Control. Whoosh! Konoha, inside a training ground. Yakushi Kabuto froze on the spot, while behind him, Shizuo's figure suddenly appeared, and a kunai with wind release enchantment was placed on his neck. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto's mind was completely blank. Although he knew that he was no match for Shizuo. Otherwise, in the root training base, he wouldn't have been punched so hard by Shizuo that he doubted his life, but to be defeated in an instant was completely beyond his imagination. You lost. However, Shizuo didn't care so much. He retracted the kunai and looked at Yakushi Kabuto with a smile. It's really disappointing. You're weaker than I imagined. If you suddenly exposed yourself while lurking outside, how would you survive? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Shizuo in silence. After a while, he took a deep breath and shook his head. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, I think even more powerful ninjas wouldn't be able to hold on for long, but when did you learn the Flying Thunder God? Yakushi Kabuto was now somewhat numb, but this was also normal. Just as he said, even if it were a more powerful ninja facing the Flying Thunder God technique, they would probably feel powerless. He just couldn't understand how Shizuo had suddenly learned the Flying Thunder God technique. This was a reward from my Tsunagaku mission. I also spent several months researching it before slowly figuring it out. Shizuo shrugged, he said with a smile. Of course, this was a joke. He learned the Flying Thunder God and reached a good level, but it only took less than a second. Of course, the price was the consumption of that one-time Ninja World Doctor ability. But Shizuo didn't think it was a loss. Not to mention anything else, mastering the Flying Thunder God meant that at least when he encountered real danger, his escape efficiency would be higher. Strength could be accumulated slowly, but life only came once, especially in this world where a kunai backstab could kill someone. However, Shizuo was still very cautious. Although he had already learned this technique, he didn't use it immediately. During this time, he didn't have any external missions, so he disassembled the content of the Flying Thunder God and cultivated it in front of Shisui and Ijao, creating a false impression. Now, he felt that he was almost ready to use it. After all, the Chunin exams were coming soon. Also, the Flying Thunder God isn't as magical as you say. As far as I know, there are still some people who can react and take some suicidal measures to deal with it. You were able to learn it in a few months, you really are. Kabuto was really filled with emotion when he heard the first half of the sentence, but he didn't quite believe the second half. Also, the Flying Thunder God is so fast, I'm afraid it's difficult for anyone to keep up, right? Shizuo glanced at Kabuto. Obviously, this guy still lacked some understanding of this world. Not to mention Obito, who could directly use Kamui to avoid the Flying Thunder God, the Cloud Ninjas could really keep up. The flaw of the Flying Thunder God was that it still needed to use a seal to locate it. As long as you avoided it in advance, there wasn't no chance. Besides, when Killer Bee faced Minato Namikaze's sneak attack, his same hata was already pointed at his stomach. Of course, his head was also pointed at by a kunao. But no matter what, this was also a way to die together. Alright, let's not talk about this. How has it been on your side recently? Shizuo shrugged and directly changed the topic. What's the situation en route now, and have you taken the opportunity to go to the orphanage to learn about it? Route. Recently, everyone hasn't been doing very well. Speaking of route, the corners of Kabuto's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He couldn't help but glare at Shizuo, hesitating to speak. Recently, the amount of training en route was so great that it was unbelievable. Kabuto even suspected that dans wanted to simply refine them to death. That inhuman training was simply deadly, and the culprit of all this was Shizuo, who was still talking coolly. Shaking his head, he decisively skipped this topic, and then his face became serious. As for the orphanage, I did go to learn about it. The director has indeed been gone for some years. So, what I'm most worried about now is that my guess has come true. Shizuo nodded. He believed that Kabuto had the ability to secretly learn about it. He didn't move in the original work because he believed in dans, but the situation was different now. Dans hasn't assigned you a mission yet, such as lurking in other villages. There is an intention, but there is no specific explanation of where to go yet. Kabuto sighed helplessly. He looked at Shizuo seriously and asked. You didn't finish what you said last time. What exactly are you planning to do? What to do? It's actually very simple. Shizuo carefully observed the surroundings before speaking a little more seriously. Naturally, it is to make Lord Dans famous in the ninja world, to make his name resonate in everyone's ears. Kabuto's expression became a little stiff, but he was a smart person. After thinking carefully for a moment, he seemed to understand something. Do you mean like what you did in the Land of Wind? It seems you've grown a lot. Shizuo nodded with satisfaction. Kabuto had always been a talent. Dans dreams of becoming Hokage, which naturally becomes the direction we can use. In the Land of Wind, although what you did was in line with Konoha's interests, all the hatred was concentrated on Dans. Kabuto naturally took over the topic, and his gaze also seemed a bit dignified. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how Tsunagakure changes, they will resent him, which may affect the relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Moreover, the greater Dan's reputation, the more inflated his ambitions, than in Konoha. Although the Hokage tolerates him, I don't think the Hokage is willing to see extreme and uncontrollable things happen. Shizuo gave a summary. Of course, it was hard to say whether this statement could be confirmed. After all, Dans could be unscathed even after assassinating the Hokage. But the assassination still had after effects. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Dan's root power was once taken back. Moreover, the third Hokage couldn't possibly be unaware of what Dans did, at least Shizuo wouldn't let him be unaware. At that time, it would be hard to say how things would develop. So, we have to add burdens to Lord Dan's shoulders. Shizuo patted Kabuto's shoulder, he said with a low laugh. After all, we are root people, so naturally we have to serve Lord Dans. You guy, you're really too evil. Kabuto couldn't help but say something in a low voice for a moment, but this sentence made Shizuo very dissatisfied. A guy who was addicted to digging graves, who wanted to squeeze out the remaining value of even the dead, who could be hanged on a lamppost, was calling me evil? Then, what about the director's side? Kabuto thought for a while and continued to ask. Let's figure out where the director is first, but I still think it should be your next mission lurking point. Shizuo was too lazy to spray him and said directly. But in order to ensure accuracy, you still maintain your previous appearance, emphasizing that you will quit after completing the last mission, and at the same time, you must express that you want to see the director, understand? Yes, I understand. Kabuto was also very sensible. He nodded directly. He was now basically on a pirate ship. But he didn't regret it. Whether it was the big cake Shizua drew for him, or their friendship from the same orphanage, or the fact that Dans really deceived their director. Especially the director's matter, which destined his heart to change, he would definitely deal with Dans. Don't worry. Seeming to see that Kabuto was still a little nervous, Shizua patted him on the shoulder again. Dan's fate, the future will definitely be controlled by us. Yet. Kabuto pushed his glasses to restore his emotions, but soon he chuckled. However, our fate is still in his hands. The Chunin exams are about to begin. Aren't you arranged to be an examiner? Shizua pursed his lips, but he quickly thought of something, then smiled and said. Yes, accumulate experience. When you quit Root and take the exam in the future, maybe I'll still be the examiner. Kabuto was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it was really possible. So, if you don't want to be a genin forever, you better be polite. Now you know why you should be in awe of power, right? Number 28, 28. Newbie begs for continued reading. Continued reading now determines everything about a book. Abandoning a book is easy, but it's easy to kill it off. Thanks to all THES. ONS. Chapter 38, the exam begins. The Chunin exams arrived as scheduled, but the first month consisted of preliminary assessment items. Although this Chunin exam was only an internal assessment and no one from other villages was invited to participate. The necessary items were still present, but none of this was key. The most crucial thing was naturally the final assessment. This final assessment also attracted many idle ninjas to come and watch. Although there was no grand ceremony, nor the use of large-scale facilities like the arena, it was held in a training ground protected by a barrier. But the people just love excitement, and many came to cheer on their relatives and friends. Nii-san, over here. In the crowd, Uchiha Suzuki waved to his good older brother, Uchiha Itachi, who was waiting in the preparation area. His good older brother was participating, and he had to come and cheer him on no matter what. Not only did he come, but many of his family members also came. It could be said that his family had the largest number of supporters. All right, Suzuki, don't distract your brother. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at his youngest son, then looked at his eldest son, who nodded at him with a smile, before saying expressionlessly. He needs to concentrate his energy now to deal with the upcoming rigorous assessment. Yes, father. Little Suzuki pursed his lips, he didn't dare to retort. And Uchiha Fugaku, seeing his youngest son quiet down, couldn't help but look at Shisui, who was standing aside in plain clothes. Shisui, I heard you say that the examiner for this assessment is your friend. What is he like? Friend. Uchiha Izumi looked curiously at Shisui. She also came to cheer on Uchiha Itachi, and she was particularly interested in this news. Yes, indeed a friend. Shisui nodded, but couldn't help but mutter in his heart, we're also teammates. And he is a very powerful guy, his abilities in all aspects are very terrifying. Itachi, this time, just perform well. Although Shisui was usually a bit silly, it didn't mean he didn't know what Uchiha Fugaku meant by asking this question. Clearly, this clan leader wanted to see if Uchiha Itachi had any hope of winning. Admittedly, Uchiha Itachi was indeed very powerful, and he had even defeated a Root member in his early years. But now he was facing Hideki. As a teammate, he was too clear about how exaggerated Hideki's combat power was. That stone dragon, Shisui still remembers it vividly. Is your friend that troublesome? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't possibly not understand Shisui's meaning, which made him frown. If it were you, what would the situation be like? This. Shisui himself couldn't really say for sure, but he felt that his chances of winning should be greater. Especially since he also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Alright, don't make things difficult for Shisui. Uchiha Mikoto, who was beside them, interrupted the two's conversation. She touched Sasuke's little head and then said with a smile. They are all friends, there is no need to compete for victory. Besides, we are here to see Itachi, aren't we? All right, I understand. Uchiha Fugaku didn't say anything more upon seeing this, but little Sasuke still had blind confidence in his good older brother. He waved his little fist earnestly. Nii-san will definitely win. Shisui smiled nonchalantly upon hearing this, but soon he retracted his gaze and muttered to himself. Anyway, Itachi won't get hurt. I've been reminding them for a long time and even treated them to several meals. Shisui naturally didn't want anything to happen to his little brother, especially since he was very clear about some of his good teammates' ways of doing things. To avoid accidents, after learning that Hideki was Itachi's proctor, he increased his bribes. His request was not outrageous, just don't hurt Itachi. But speaking of which, why can Hideki be an examiner? Shisui stroked his chin, he was actually quite curious about this matter. And just as he was pondering, at the examiner's backstage, the third Hokage was also talking with Hideki. Hideki, do you know why I agreed to let you become an examiner? Hideki looked bewildered. The exam was about to begin, so why was he being asked these random things now? You didn't say anything at all during the previous month. However, Hideki still honestly shook his head. I don't know, Lord Hokage. You are a child from Root. Your thinking logic is very different from others. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Hideki's shoulder with a smile, and a kind smile appeared on his face. But you are also a Konoha ninja. You have carried too much darkness before, which makes me feel very sorry. Now I hope you can move towards the light. Hideki was speechless upon hearing these words. Instead of saying these things, wouldn't it be better to close Root? Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to say that. The existence of Root was very necessary, especially since he himself had set his sights on Root. I know that Danzo may have told you a lot of negative information about the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind that Hideki didn't speak, but continued to speak with a smile. But I want to tell you that whether it's you or the Uchiha, everyone is a Konoha ninja. I would prefer to see everyone get along harmoniously. Uchiha Itachi is a Konoha genius, and you and Shisui are even teammates, so I decided to let you be his proctor. You are no longer a member of Root, so I hope to see a brand new, excellent Konoha ninja who is not affected by dark will. Can you promise me that, Hideki? Damn it, he said such nice things, but it turned out to be another one coming to persuade him. Hideki really didn't expect that this third Hokage seemed to be afraid that he would cause some trouble, so he came over to specifically emphasize it to him. It's just that Shisui has already been persuading him for so long, so his coming over now is somewhat unnecessary. Besides, that old thing Danzo has also sent people to bring him messages, roughly meaning, remember the shame of Root. New mission acquired, defeat Uchiha Itachi and make him understand the shame of Root. New mission acquired, ensure Uchiha Itachi is not injured. Looking at these two new missions of his, Hideki also felt a little outrageous. He really felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo seemed to be inherently incompatible. The missions they issued couldn't be said to be exactly the same, but they could only be described as vastly different. I understand, Lord Hokage. However, Hideki had experienced the Sand Village mission after all, and he had plenty of mission experience with this kind of almost contradictory mission. I won't let you down. That's good. The wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became even more radiant. I look forward to your performance. Go and prepare. The assessment begins. Chapter 39, Do you still remember that Root ninja you once defeated? Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally appeared at the examination venue. His appearance immediately caused a great cheer. Although he was old, he was still very popular in Konoha. After all, what he liked to do most was to give speeches at the Ninja Academy. And he especially liked to personally distribute forehead protectors to the little graduates. Is it finally about to begin? Uchiha Fugaku's spirit was immediately lifted when he saw the third Hokage appear. To be honest, he had very mixed feelings about this third Hokage. He originally favored the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his relationship with this fourth Hokage was relatively good. With the fourth Hokage around, he believed that the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha could be eased, and even integrated with each other. But unfortunately, Heaven was jealous of talent, and this fourth Hokage had already passed away. And although this third Hokage also had intentions, the nine-tailed fox incident and the subsequent series of developments showed that he actually didn't trust them as much as the fourth Hokage. But there will always be opportunities. Shisui is our hope, and maybe Itachi can in the future. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself, and at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also spoke. Since everyone is here, then prepare to start the assessment. Those participating in the assessment were basically experienced ninjas, so Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't nag, but directly announced the exam rules. The Chunin exams were not that troublesome. The preliminary assessments had already eliminated those who should be eliminated. The final assessment was also mainly based on examining combat power, and this examination of combat power also had a lot of room for manipulation. It wasn't necessarily that you had to win to succeed. As long as you performed well and showed the qualities that a Chunin should have, you could pass. Soon, the order of the draw assessment came out, and the first person to be assessed was Uchiha Itachi. That really saves me trouble. Hideki, who was standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't delay at all when he saw this. He walked directly towards the training ground. Examinee Uchiha Itachi, please come on stage. However, his appearance immediately caused a lot of controversy. That's the examiner. So young. Hey, isn't this a special arrangement for the Uchiha? Although the profession of ninja cannot be judged by age, older ninjas are generally also very experienced. If my strength can't compare to you, would my combat experience be worse? These guys, are they underestimating Hideki too much? Yuujao, who was also standing in the crowd watching, immediately felt a little uncomfortable. She was too clear about Hideki's strength. Hideki is indeed very powerful, it's just that everyone doesn't know it. Tenzu also echoed from the side. After leaving Root, he gradually adapted to the new life, and he also needed more friends. Hideki, who also left Root, was naturally his good friend in his opinion. Number 29. I've heard that, from the beginning of his missions until now, Hidzawa has killed. Cough cough cough. He was interrupted by Kakashi beside him before he could finish speaking. Don't talk about such mission details. Besides, we're all Anbu, so it's normal if everyone isn't clear about it. Kakashi was also resting today, and he came over proactively to avoid being harassed by Guy. He now felt glad that he had come proactively, otherwise, who knows what bad consequences would be caused by Tenzo talking nonsense like this. Nii-san. Good luck. Itachi, good luck. Suzuki and Izumi Uchiha saw that Hidzawa seemed only a little older than Itachi Uchiha, and they immediately became excited, constantly cheering for Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha smiled and nodded at them before quickly walking onto the stage. After he went on stage, the smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a composure that didn't match his age. Senior, please give me your guidance. He bowed deeply and said earnestly. Although Hidzawa looked only a little older than him, he didn't dare to underestimate Hidzawa in the slightest. After all, his good older brother, Shisui, kept telling him to treat Hidzawa with utmost seriousness. He even said something like, "My chances of winning against Hidzawa are only so-so." He knew very well how strong his good older brother was, and Hidzawa being described like that by Shisui already showed how powerful Hidzawa was. Moreover, he had every reason to be extremely serious. Oh, how polite! Hidezawa raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. But your eyes tell me that you seem to want to defeat me. Yes, senior. Itaki Uchiha didn't deny it. His eyes swept over his family who were cheering for him in the crowd, and then he said seriously. I have a reason not to lose, and naturally I should go all out in the exam. For his younger brother, Itaki Uchiha felt that he could give up everything. Moreover, his good older brother, Shisui, was also watching, his friend Izumi was also cheering for him, and his parents were all here. He didn't want to disappoint these people. Fortunately, Hidezawa didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise, he would probably ask, so, that's your reason for killing them? Looks like your whole family has a good relationship. Hidezawa suddenly showed a wicked smile, but he didn't wait for Itaki Uchiha to say anything, and nodded. The exam does require going all out, and I really want to too, but Shisui kept telling me not to hurt you. Forget it, you're just a kid anyway, and I'm the proctor, it's normal for you to go all out. Itaki Uchiha was silent for a moment. You don't seem to be much older than me, right? Proctor and contestant are in position, so, let the match begin. Fortunately, the third Hokage also spoke at this time, and as his voice fell, the entire examination hall was filled with enthusiastic cheers. Senior, please guide me. Itaki Uchiha's eyes instantly turned into Sharingan, the tomo in his scarlet eyes slowly rotating, and he also formed the seal of confrontation. Then let's begin. Hidezawa shrugged and slowly took out a kunao. He had already figured out how to complete the mission. Although it was troublesome for him, it was really not difficult. Whoosh! In an instant, Hidezawa rushed out directly, arriving in front of Itaki Uchiha like a phantom. Itaki Uchiha's originally calm face suddenly changed. His good older brother had said that Hidezawa's speed was very fast. But it was so fast that his eyes could see it, but his body couldn't react, which he really hadn't expected. A punch was thrown, and the strong wind from the punch made Itaki Uchiha feel a pain in his face. However, his reaction was still fast enough. At the moment the fist was about to hit him, he suddenly sidestepped, barely dodging it. Nii-san. Sasuke obviously didn't expect the battle to be so thrilling right from the start, which made him couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, in such a noisy environment, the highly focused Itaki Uchiha couldn't hear him at all. Especially when Hidezawa approached him and suddenly said a word in his ear, which was now echoing in his mind. Do you remember that root ninja you once defeated? Newbie begs for following the reading. Now following the reading will determine everything about a book. Raising a book is easy to raise it to death. Thank you, everyone. Ons. Chapter 40, The Power of the Flying Thunder God. What root was, Itaki Uchiha still knew. The scene from 2 years ago once made him think that the Anbu were killing each other, but as he understood, he realized that within the Anbu of Konoha, there was an even deeper, darker organization. Even his father was unwilling to talk much about this organization, but he could feel that his father's heart was full of dissatisfaction with this organization. This guy, is he from that organization? Itaki Uchiha muttered to himself, but soon he had no energy to think about these things anymore. Because Hidezawa's heavy punch, once again swung fiercely at him. For a time, Itaki Uchiha could only dodge constantly in embarrassment, while Hidezawa seemed to turn into an afterimage, constantly chasing. Nii-san. Sasuke looked worriedly at his embarrassed good older brother on the stage, his heart filled with worry, even his mother's constant comfort was useless. Shisui, he. Fugaku Uchiha's face was also not very good looking. His good eldest son being suppressed without any power to fight back made him feel very unhappy. Especially the constantly cheering sounds around him became louder and louder. In his opinion, it was so harsh. Hidezawa, he actually still has some reservations. Although Shisui was also a little embarrassed, he still seemed very calm. Having experienced so many severe missions with Hidezawa, he certainly knew that his good teammate was just operating normally, and even holding back. Otherwise, that huge earth dragon that made people suffocate should have appeared. Fugaku Uchiha was speechless for a moment when he heard this, but before he could say anything, a burst of exclamations rang out in the arena again. Quickly turning his head to look, he saw that his good eldest son was actually kicked away by Haizawa, which immediately made him feel anxious again. Finally pulled away. However, Itachi Uchiha in the arena was not so anxious. Although he was suppressed very badly in this battle with Haizawa, he also thought of a countermeasure. Obviously, it was somewhat irrational to fight Haizawa in taijutsu. This guy's speed was too fast, and he was also full of power. He could see his movement trajectory, but he couldn't necessarily keep up. The most deadly thing was that this guy didn't look at his eyes at all, which made it impossible for him to even cast genjutsu. How is he so familiar with the Sharingan? Itachi Uchiha was really a little hard to hold back, but he also knew that under such a passive situation, continuing to fight in taijutsu would be too foolish. Therefore, he decisively found an opportunity, proactively borrowing Haizawa's strength so that he could pull away. This kick was deliberately taken by him. Pretty smart. Haizawa raised an eyebrow. He seemed to have noticed Itachi Uchiha's thoughts. However, he didn't care, and didn't even take the initiative to chase, but stood in place and slowly took out several kunai. His two missions were somewhat conflicting, both not hurting Itachi Uchiha and teaching Itachi Uchiha a lesson. After thinking about it, Haizawa knew that there was only one way. Completely crush him, and at the same time end it with a force that he can't resist, making him admit defeat himself. Itachi Uchiha, who had pulled away, also quickly took out several kunai, but when he saw Haizawa standing in place without moving, his heart sank. So arrogant. However, Haizawa's actions also gave him a chance, and he unhesitatingly shot out the kunai in his hand. Ding! 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 Dozens of kunai flew into the sky, and the next moment they collided with each other in the air. Such a collision seemed like a mistake, but with this burst of collision, all the kunai had instantly changed their flight paths. The dense kunai seemed to spread out a large net in the sky, covering Haizawa from all angles. Nii-san. Itachi, good luck. Suzuki and Izumi Uchiha became excited again when they saw this scene. This kind of shuriken usage unique to the Uchiha clan would make people's hearts surge no matter how many times they saw it. So amazing! Can kunai be used like this? Please, this is the Uchiha's unique throwing technique. Not only them, but the onlookers were also talking about it. It had to be said that such a show of skill was indeed pleasing to the eye. Only Yujao couldn't help but shook her head when she saw this, and Shisui also sighed secretly in his heart. This is still very different from Sasori's carpet-like coverage. Haizawa also really didn't take these kunai in front of him seriously, and even unhesitatingly shot the kunai in his hand directly towards Itachi Uchiha, instead of blocking these kunai. It was just that his kunai seemed to be a little too outrageously off, as if he hadn't aimed at Itachi Uchiha at all. Good chance. When Itachi Uchiha saw this, he unhesitatingly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball was instantly spewed out by him, rushing towards Haizawa with a roar. At this moment, the dense kunai in the sky and the huge fireball seemed to completely surround Haizawa. Haizawa, Tenzo couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He was hesitating whether to use wood release to help Haizawa. It seems he's a little too overconfident. Kakashi also tilted his head. Although their relationship had grown day by day after Haizawa helped him and Tenzo en route. But his understanding of Haizawa's fighting skills was not very deep. He knew that Haizawa was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be so careless, right? Don't worry, Haizawa has a way. Number 30. Yuen, on the other hand, seemed very calm. She hadn't forgotten Hideki's masterful earth style. Actually, compared to taijutsu, his ninjutsu abilities are stronger. Is that so? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, but just then his eyes suddenly caught sight of the kunao Hideki through. In an instant, his pupils dilated. This kid is taking it a bit too easy. On the side with the best view of the examination hall, Hiruzen Sarutobi was also watching attentively, but he couldn't help but shake his head. Unlike Kakashi, he understood Hideki's combat abilities. Although he hoped Hideki wouldn't hurt Itachi Uchiha, he didn't say to hold back to this extent. However, the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes widened. How is that possible? Not only him, but everyone present exclaimed at this moment, all looking at the scene in front of them in astonishment. Even Fugaku Uchiha, and even Shisui Uchiha, had horrified expressions on their faces. It seems, you've already lost. On the field, Itachi Uchiha's gaze was still fixed ahead, but Hideki's voice suddenly rang out behind him. How is that possible? Itachi Uchiha's heart jolted, but he was kicked away before he could make any movements. His mind was blank, and he didn't realize what had happened at all. Almost subconsciously, he tried to control his body after being kicked away, attempting to land steadily to continue the fight. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a kunao flying past him. The next moment, Hideki's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost, followed by another punch at him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Itachi Uchiha was slammed to the ground, but fortunately, Hideki controlled the strength of his attack, and he wasn't seriously injured. But when he looked up, he was surprised to find that Hideki's figure was missing, and a chill had appeared on his neck. Because Hideki had already arrived behind him at some point, with the kunao already held against his neck. At this moment, the entire arena was silent, with countless people staring blankly at Hideki. Because they had already recognized what technique Hideki was using. And they seemed to see the golden figure that once struck fear into the hearts of enemies in Hideki. Chapter 41, Obito Uchiha. Alright, the battle is over. Just as the entire arena was silent, Hideki silently retracted his kunao, and at the same time, he reached out his hand to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha seemed to have not recovered yet. He stared blankly at Hideki who was pulling him up, his mind blank. Hideki ignored him, patted him on the shoulder, taking it as encouragement from a senior to a junior, and then turned and walked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. But just then, the originally silent examination hall seemed to boil over in an instant, suddenly erupting into a tsunami-like cheer. Flying Thunder God, that's the Flying Thunder God technique. Incredible, it's simply incredible. It's so amazing. Amidst such cheers, countless people began to discuss enthusiastically. Although the significance of the Flying Thunder God to Konoha was not as great as would release, it was definitely not far off, especially for the ninjas who had experienced the nine-tailed fox incident. They could not forget the power of the Flying Thunder God. In their opinion, that night, the Flying Thunder God technique saved Konoha. The rampaging nine-tailed fox was directly launching a tailed beast ball at Konoha. If not for the fourth Hokage relying on the Flying Thunder God to transfer it, that terrifying explosion would have inevitably landed in Konoha. Moreover, if the fourth Hokage hadn't transferred the entire nine-tailed fox out of Konoha, the losses that night would have been even greater. Many ninjas even felt in their hearts that wood release was more of a symbol of power for Konoha. And the Flying Thunder God was the most beneficial power for Konoha at present. Therefore, seeing the Flying Thunder God appear in Konoha again, how could they not be excited? Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. Hearing such cheers, Hideki's expression seemed calm, but he was very satisfied in his heart. To inherit Danzo's legacy, no matter what, he had to show a certain amount of ability, and at the same time, he had to have a certain amount of prestige. And this Chunin exam happened to give him this opportunity, and there was also a related mission. If Hideki didn't take advantage of this opportunity, it would be too disrespectful to the opportunity that had come his way. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind was also buzzing at this moment. He really didn't expect Hideki to actually learn the Flying Thunder God. At first, he gave the Flying Thunder God to Hideki, on the one hand, because Hideki's mission performance was too good, and there had to be appropriate rewards. Besides that, it was also because he hoped to completely transform Hideki, a root member, and bring him to his side. After thinking about it, it seemed that only the Flying Thunder God, the Hokage technique, was the most suitable. As a result, his mind was a little muddled now, because he found that Hideki's talent seemed to be much better than he had imagined. He not only learned it, but he learned it in just a few months. Well done! However, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly came back to his senses, and a bright smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Hideki learning the Flying Thunder God was definitely a great thing for Konoha. Konoha was too weak now, and now with Hideki as a booster, it was a good thing for everyone. Thinking of this, he decisively reached out and patted Hideki heavily on the shoulder twice. Well done, Hideki! Hideki watched Hiruzen Sarutobi go from astonishment and sluggishness to excitement and gratification in an instant, and for a moment he suspected that he had seen a face change. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't care. He smiled and continued. The Flying Thunder God is not a simple technique. I never thought that after Minato, I would be fortunate enough to see it bloom again. Hideki, I want to thank you, and also congratulate you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hideki smiled and nodded, looking at the level of speaking of the third Hokage. It was much higher than Danzo. Go and rest well first, there will be more assessments next, but I think probably no one will watch. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to joke with a smile. He pointed to the cheering crowd and shook his head. Kakashi and the others are watching. I think they are very excited now, don't keep them waiting. Also, after the exam is over, I have something to give you. Speaking of this, he paused slightly before continuing to speak. Those are my teacher, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage, Minato's related insights and notes on the Flying Thunder God. I think they are the most suitable for you now. Then thank you, Hokage-sama. Hideki nodded without refusing. Although his proficiency and usage plan for the Flying Thunder God could be completely improved and fed back to his mind through adding points. But with these notes, he could at least cover up the problem of his excessive proficiency. After all, he directly obtained the LV6 Flying Thunder God technique through the Ninja World Doctor. Hideki was not sure what level Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God had reached, but he was clear about one thing. That was that he could sense all the Flying Thunder God marks left by the fourth Hokage. Just like now. While Hideki smiled and walked towards the cheering Yuin and others, he glanced at a big tree not far away as if inadvertently. In his perception, there was a Flying Thunder God mark at that location. Obito Uchiha, why did he come here? It seems that this kid is not simple. Hiding behind a big tree, the black half-face of the Zetsu monster spoke to Obito in a low voice. I have investigated his information clearly. He is an ordinary orphan, but he was able to enter Danzo's route to be tempered. He is extremely good at earth release, and also has a good water release, and now it seems that he has also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito looked at Hideki, who was gathering with Yuin, Kakashi, and others at this time, and constantly laughing and talking. His gaze was somewhat unkind. He didn't care about Kakashi. Since Rin died in Kakashi's hands, his heart had also died. His biggest dream now is to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi technique, so as to create a world of his own, with Rin, and a real Kakashi. What made him feel annoyed was the Flying Thunder God technique. He couldn't forget how he was severely taught by Minato Namikaze using the Flying Thunder God in the first place. But the plan continues. This kid's identity, and his Flying Thunder God, have brought me a lot of inspiration. Oh! Black Zetsu glanced at Obito unexpectedly, but he quickly understood Obito's meaning. Are you planning to use his root identity, and the Flying Thunder God, to make a fuss. Obito nodded directly, he said calmly. I know that Danzo has prejudices against the Uchiha. I have been watching what he has been doing all these years. Since this kid came out of Danzo's place, it is not surprising that he has malice towards the Uchiha. It just so happens that he also knows the Flying Thunder God technique. If a kid from the Uchiha clan is suddenly attacked, but no traces can be found at all, then, who do you think they will suspect? Obviously, they will only suspect the person who can do this. Obito looked into the distance, in the direction of Itaki Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. These two are his targets. Ape God, start. Chapter 42, So where exactly is she buried? I never thought that you would even learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Just lucky, I have to thank Hokage-sama for giving me this technique, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to learn it. At night, in a private room in a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Yuyin's eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. As a teammate, she felt that she could be considered trusting and understanding of this guy, Hideki. But this guy seems to be able to make some big moves every time, and then refresh everyone's understanding of him. What is the Flying Thunder God? Number 31, 31. That is the technique invented by the second Hokage and brought to prominence by the fourth Hokage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the Hokage's technique, at least, no one besides the Hokage seems to have mastered it, right? However, compared to Yujo's admiration, Shuizu seemed much more modest. But he had to admit one thing, he seemed to have underestimated the influence of the Flying Thunder God technique in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's utter astonishment and delight were understandable. After all, anyone who saw Shuizu, so young, mastering such a difficult technique as the Flying Thunder God without any guidance, would be utterly astonished, and the significance of the Flying Thunder God to Konoha was indeed something to be delighted about. However, from the end of the exam until now, it had only been half a day, but it seemed like he had suddenly become famous in Konoha. Everywhere he went, it seemed like someone could recognize him and then start telling their companions or friends about Shuizu's Flying Thunder God technique. This situation left Shuizu feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Don't be so modest. This technique is very difficult. Even with someone teaching, it's not guaranteed you'll learn it. Kakashi sat to the side, shrugging and laughing. His teacher had initially taught this technique to Genma Shiranui and the others. But unfortunately, these people didn't seem to have the talent for it. Even with his teacher's hands-on instruction, they couldn't figure it out in the end. However, soon his expression became serious, and he asked in a low voice. After you learned this technique, is there any problem on the other side? Don't worry, Shuizu is an Anbu ninja now. We are all protected by Lord Hokage. Tenzu immediately understood Kakashi's words and said with a smile. However, Shuizu almost couldn't hold back after hearing this. He needed to remember that the exam hadn't even finished when Ryoma Abarame had already come looking for him. That bastard Danzo was very interested in Shuizu mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Shuizu decided to appease him first in order to inherit Danzo's inheritance. Fortunately, all of this wasn't particularly troublesome, because Danzo was always a confident person. Besides, he wasn't without benefits. Defeat Uchiha Itaki and make him understand the shame of root. Task Evaluation, A. Reward, 1 free point. Completed task, ensure Uchiha Itaki is not injured. Task Evaluation, S. Reward, 2 free points. Alright, let's not talk about this. Now is the time to celebrate. Shaking his head, Shuizu said with a smile, then he looked at Kakashi with a mischievous grin. Also, Kakashi-senpai, when I came over, I saw Guy-senpai looking for you. At the thought of that guy, Kakashi also felt a little scalp tingling. Guy is a very good guy, but sometimes he's too serious. Guy-senpai is indeed not bad. Yujo also nodded. Everyone was from the same graduating classes, so they basically knew each other. I actually think Guy-senpai is pursuing and practicing his dream. Shuizu tilted his head. He thought about it and said casually. I've heard some stories about Guy-senpai in the past. Speaking of which, I really admire him. Shuizu's words weren't just random talk. Guy's story was indeed inspiring and worthy of admiration. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he inherited his father's will and diligently trained his body for decades, honing it to the point where it could almost completely bear the power of the Eight Gates formation. As a civilian ninja, he forced Uchiha Madara, who had already reached the Six Paths level, to say, when it comes to taijutsu, I am willing to call you the strongest. You can imagine. Although Shuizu also worked hard, he had a clear understanding of himself because he was a cheat. Guy-senpai is indeed worthy of admiration. Yujao said with great emotion after hearing this, and Kakashi's exposed eye turned into a crescent moon. Yes, he has always had his own clear dream and has always worked hard for it. He has always been a good guy. Yes, so what about you? Hearing these words, Shuizu couldn't help but look at Kakashi. Although Kakashi no longer had the coldness he once had, it was hard to say whether he was living for Obito. This kind of transformation, especially the way he would be in Team 7 in the future, really had Obito's shadow. But it would be fine if Obito had died after all, because he was a hero, the person who saved your life. But Obito just happened to be alive and well, and he even caused the nine-tailed fox incident, and now he had even come to Konoha. Is he going to do something to Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shisui, or does he have other purposes? Although Obito was a fool, he also had considerable strength, which made his danger level somewhat high. To be honest, Shuizu didn't like Obito, this guy. As one of the biggest ingrates in Naruto, his outrageousness was actually no less than Uchiha Itachi's. Although I now have the Flying Thunder God technique to deal with Kamui, the best thing to deal with this kind of Mangekyo Sharingan should still be Mangekyo Sharingan. The abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are different, but at least they are on the same level. And Shuizu had always felt that the best choice to deal with this kind of space ability should actually be Genjutsu. Even if you hide in the Kamui space, you can't keep your eyes off the enemy, right? With this premise, he couldn't help but think of that Uchiha who didn't know whether he existed or not, who had been buried in the ground for hundreds of years but was still outrageously alive. Although Shisui was also an option, and Shuizu could completely use him to increase the intensity for Obito. But Obito had indeed inherited a lot of things from Uchiha Madara, and he also hoped to have someone who was completely biased towards him. And his relationship with Shisui was currently only that of colleagues, and he was even here to monitor Shisui. Therefore, Shuizu would focus his main attention on that person. Especially since he, who had played the game, knew how outrageous this person's abilities were. But the key question now was whether this person existed, and if so, where exactly was she buried? This is really a hassle. Shuizu shook his head helplessly, while Yujao noticed the change in his emotions. What's wrong? It's nothing. Shuizu immediately recovered, and he looked at Yujao seriously. I was just thinking about some things about senpai. Me? Yujao was a little flustered for a moment. She didn't know what Shuizu meant, and Shuizu said with a smile. Yes, I think senpai looks much better with her hair down than tied up. You brat, are you making fun of me? Also, how many times have I told you, just call me Yujao. The private room of the barbecue restaurant was filled with laughter, while at the same time within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's expression looked somewhat ugly. Chapter 43, Wavering Heart. Danzu. Uchiha Fugaku's mood was particularly bad now, because he had heard some extremely bad news. Originally, his son's crushing defeat had already made him somewhat dissatisfied. It wasn't that he felt his good son could fight against the Flying Thunder God technique. As the clan leader, he certainly knew that in history, Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, was killed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, using the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, Uchiha Izuna at that time also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. How old was Itachi now? He was only 10, almost 11 years old. It was normal that he couldn't resist the Flying Thunder God. He believed that his son would definitely not repeat the same mistake in the future. Because in his opinion, the reason Uchiha Izuna lost wasn't because the Mangekyo Sharingan was not good, but because he was careless. The Mangekyo Sharingan was one of the Uchiha's most powerful forces. But now Uchiha Itachi had to face the Flying Thunder God and be directly defeated by the Flying Thunder God in front of everyone. How could Uchiha Fugaku feel good about this? Even for a normal exam, there's no need to make things so difficult for Itachi, right? Uchiha Fugaku was in a bad mood, and when they returned home, Uchiha Itachi gave him another piece of news that made him dumbfounded. As the proctor, that kid who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique actually asked Itachi a fatal question. And this question instantly gave Uchiha Fugaku an answer. That kid was doing it on purpose, and Konoha was also doing it on purpose. This was revenge. Itachi, I'll ask you one more time, are you sure he said that? Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku asked with incomparable solemnity. Yes, father. Uchiha Itachi sat honestly opposite Uchiha Fugaku, and he lowered his head slightly and repeated. He asked me if I still remembered the root ninja I defeated before. But soon he raised his head again and asked hesitantly. Father, what exactly is the root organization? Root. Uchiha Fugaku was a little conflicted. He didn't know whether to tell Itachi these things now. After all, there were too many things involved. But one thing was clear, and that was that Danzo had always been full of malice towards the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku still couldn't forget that during the Nine-Tailed Fox Night incident, Danzo directly intervened and stopped them from going to reinforce. Afterwards, it was Danzo who presided over the arrangement of ninja families after the Nine-Tailed Fox Night incident and drove them, the Uchiha, to this remote corner. These things added up brought about a lot of subsequent problems. For example, countless people were saying that the Uchiha were related to the Nine-Tailed Fox Night incident, otherwise why didn't they go to reinforce? For example, why were they forced to move to this location, which had already caused great dissatisfaction within the clan and allowed those radical factions to begin to seize power? Everything was Danzo's problem. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was really filled with anger. But unfortunately, he had never thought about whether there was a problem with him in this. I can't answer this question for the time being, because there are too many things involved. Uchiha Fugaku forced himself to calm down, and he said seriously to his good son. Maybe you will know in the future, but for you now, all of this is too early. Is that so? I understand, father. Uchiha Itachi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He was already used to this kind of situation. Number 32. From childhood, his father had emphasized to him that a qualified ninja could only rely on himself. Therefore, he was accustomed to thinking, contemplating, and making judgments on his own. His father not saying anything wasn't a big deal to him. However, after thinking for a moment, he still asked. Then, father, should we remind brother Shisui about this matter? Shisui is in the Anbu and is his teammate, I believe he can handle it well. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Shisui serves as a bridge in the Anbu, through which some information can be conveyed to the third Hokage. For now, it's best not to change anything. I understand, father. Uchiha Itachi, seeing this, didn't dare to say anything. He nodded and then stood up. Then, I'll take my leave. Yes, go and rest. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, watching his eldest son's departing figure, his fist slowly clenched. Third Hokage, what exactly are you thinking? In front of his eldest son, there were some things he didn't want to mention too much, but he couldn't help but think about them. That Shiera Hidezawa is Danzo's man, doesn't the third Hokage know? If that's the case, why would he let Danzo's man assess his eldest son? Why would he let Danzo's man team up with Shisui? Unless... Do you still not trust us? Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes. He had always been committed to using peaceful means to ease the conflict between them. But the result he got was like this, and this also made Uchiha Fugaku's heart begin to waver. The moonlight was hazy. In Konoha's cemetery, Uchiha Obito stood quietly in front of a tombstone. This tombstone belonged to Nohara Rin. The resilient, smiling girl in Obito's memory was resting here. After witnessing Rin's death, he was utterly devastated, but he didn't forget Rin's inner desire. Therefore, he didn't collect Rin's body but allowed Konoha to bring it back, making her a hero of Konoha and having her rest here. Soon, the time for us to meet again is not far off, Rin. Uchiha Obito said softly, but he quickly frowned slightly. Beside him on the ground, a pitcher plant monster suddenly emerged, its white half-face smiling as it spoke to him. Obito, we've investigated. In a few days, Uchiha Itachi, that brat, has a mission. I think this will be an opportunity for you. Oh? He's leaving the village. Although Obito was interrupted during his soul communication with his beloved, he was very displeased, but he still controlled his emotions and asked. What about that Shiera Hidezawa brat? If he has a mission, things will be very troublesome. He doesn't seem to have any missions recently. Black Zetsu spoke at this time, chuckling sinisterly. Even if he does, it will be within the village. I think we can deliberately attract his attention at that time, wouldn't that be good? Uchiha Obito nodded. Deliberately attracting his attention and bringing him to the scene of the incident was by no means a bad thing. If he was discovered, then everything would be even better. Even if he left, it wouldn't be a big deal, anyway, he had follow-up arrangements. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito felt much better. After all, whether it was obtaining Shisui or his eyes, or letting the seed he had carefully cultivated sprout, it was all good for him. Newbie begs for reading. Current reading determines everything about a book. Raising books easily kills them. Thank you, bosses. Ons. P.S. How many levels have you cleared in Black Myth? Chapter 44, Yang Release Enhancement. The aftermath of the Chunin exams is still fermenting. The reappearance of the Flying Thunder God technique is hard not to attract everyone's attention and excitement. However, all of this has little to do with Hidezawa. After all, he came from an orphanage, went straight to root, and is now lurking in the Anbu. It's quite difficult for the ninjas of Konoha to know about him, and he's not a guy like Kakashi. With such high recognizability, what are you doing in the Anbu? The mask setting of Konoha's Anbu is really outrageous. If everyone had short hair and the same hair color, it would be normal not to recognize them with a mask. But the hair color of people in this world is really hard to describe. For example, Kakashi's white hair, and Yujao's hair is even purplish, almost recognizable at a glance. No wonder that Kid Kakashi can be recognized wherever he goes. Hidezawa doesn't have such troubles, at least not for now. Moreover, he has been performing tasks in the village almost all this time. He also likes to sneak around near crowds when he has nothing to do to hear how everyone is praising him. But now, Hidezawa also has some headaches, and that is Naruto. Alright, you've eaten and drunk your fill, aren't you going back yet? Sitting in Ichiraku Ramen, Hidezawa yelled at Naruto, who was next to him. Soon, soon. Naruto said vaguely while slurping noodles, then he drank the soup in the bowl in one gulp, and then patted his stomach. Finally full, then. Little Naruto jumped off the chair, clenched his right fist, and said excitedly. Big brother, let's go train. Crazy. Hidezawa rolled his eyes, turned to face the smiling squinting-eyed owner to pay the bill, and then said to Naruto. Don't you have school tomorrow? Hurry up and go home. Oh. Little Naruto was a little discouraged when he heard this. He still wanted to study more and show off in school in the future. But facing Haizawa, he didn't dare to have too many rebuttals. This was one of the few people who didn't dislike him and was good to him. Also, don't go to the mountains to pick mushrooms by yourself if you have nothing to do. Even if you pick them and want to eat them, don't drag me along. It's best to find the Hokage. Haizawa touched his chin, thought for a moment, and suddenly said with a smile. I think the Hokage is very willing to share delicious food with you. No one has bothered Haizawa's contact with Naruto anymore, except that he must write a report explaining some issues, everything else is fine. Moreover, Haizawa doesn't resist writing reports at all, those are all tasks. But today is a bit outrageous. Haizawa's team happened to have a patrol mission. Shisui doesn't seem to have changed his attitude towards Haizawa because of the Chunin exams. It seems that either he's pretending or Uchiha Itachi really didn't say anything. And after completing the mission, Haizawa planned to send Ujo home, but Ujo planned to go to the medical department to study, so Haizawa could only walk alone. As a result, he never expected that he would happen to meet Naruto, who had returned from picking a basket of mushrooms in the back mountain of Konoha. Looking at Naruto, who was excitedly planning to invite him to drink mushroom soup, and looking at the basket of bright red, colorful mushrooms. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if Naruto wanted to assassinate him. But he quickly felt that Naruto really deserved to be a cockroach, he didn't even die. Big brother doesn't like mushrooms. Naruto blinked his eyes and asked somewhat disappointedly, while Haizawa smiled and shook his head. No, little guy, you have to know what it means to respect the old and love the young. Naturally, such good things should be given priority to the elderly. Isn't the Hokage the most respected elderly person to you? After thinking carefully, Naruto nodded seriously. I see, next time I'll take it to Grandpa Hokage to drink. All right, go back quickly. Haizawa nodded with satisfaction, he pushed Naruto to make him leave quickly. Remember to make some friends at school, children won't have so much malice towards you. If possible, make some rich friends, you owe me a lot of bowls of ramen. Naruto staggered, probably because Haizawa pushed too hard. But Haizawa didn't care so much, but turned around and walked home on his own. Just as he was walking, he couldn't help but think about Naruto, this little guy. This kid's performance at school is really worrying. Naruto is not particularly noisy now, that's because everyone is not familiar with him. He has suffered violence and cold violence for many years, so he is naturally still somewhat restrained. But when he knows that pranks can attract people's attention, this kid dares to paint on the portraits of the past Hokages. The more you want to get everyone's recognition, the more you go to brush up your presence, and the more you brush up your presence, the more you annoy everyone, forming a vicious circle. Thinking of this, Haizawa shook his head, in fact, he was somewhat regretful. Because on the Hokage Rock, there is no portrait of Danzo. However, I'm afraid he will never have one in his life. Shiera Haizawa. Overall physical quality, LV7. Chakra, LV7. Abilities, Flying Thunder God Technique LV6, Wind Release LV6, Earth Release LV6, Water Release LV5, Cursed Seal LV4, Yin Release LV3, Yang Release LV2. Free points, 3. As he walked, Haizawa simply opened his panel. Although he has been in the village all this time, he has not relaxed his improvement. The only pity is that without the support of large-scale missions, and Konoha has been relatively peaceful during this time, which has led to fewer missions for him. The free points he got are also a bit small, but at least he has upgraded the Cursed Seal to LV4. What a pity, reaching LV5 is the level of a Jonin, it seems that I haven't brushed enough. Haizawa couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he also had to admit that this improvement was quite good for him. The Cursed Seal is a comprehensive enhancement, although LV3 and LV4 still belong to a category, but at least the power and durability have been improved to a certain extent. Especially the durability, this is what Haizawa values most. Then, this time, let's add Yang Release. In thought, Haizawa's Yang Release immediately became LV3, and his free points immediately became 1 point. The improvement of Yang Release immediately made Haizawa feel that his body seemed to have changed again, and the power hidden in Yang Release was constantly gathering. He seemed to be able to perceive that once he used these powers, he could immediately improve his body strength again, which would inevitably bring better feedback to the battle. Number 33, 33. I still don't have enough free points. I wanted to try becoming Hashirama Senju, but now I've become Tobirama Senju. Feeling the changes within himself, Haizawa secretly complained. Flying Thunder God technique, water release, excellent physical fitness and reaction speed, isn't this clearly Tobirama Senju? The only shortcoming might be that he has fewer secret techniques, not reaching the level where he can just use forbidden jutsu after water release, but a bankrupt version isn't unacceptable either. But I still need to work harder. It's far from enough right now. Chapter 45, Target, Senju. Haizawa's goal is very clear, to simply replace Naruto and become the new Ashura. Although it's a bootleg, when your strength really reaches a certain level, who dares to say that a bootleg can't beat the original? However, if he wants to replace Naruto and become the new Ashura, Haizawa still has a very long way to go. If an Uchiha wanted to replace Sasuke and become Indra, it would actually be relatively simpler. After all, Madara Uchiha truly told you the path to future improvement. As long as you have a brother and are lucky enough to awaken the Mangeki, then trying to reach his level is not impossible. Even if you don't, you'll at least be unmatched for a certain period of time. Moreover, even if you don't have a brother, as long as you have the chance to awaken the Mangeki, you can at least reach Obito's state. But Ashura is much more miserable, because the path is really a bit confusing. Hashirama Senju's would release, Naruto's tailed beast chakra mode. Tailed beasts are at least something Haizawa doesn't dare to think about now, so what he can consider is Hashirama Senju's would release. Sure enough, Indra only needs to consider adding Sharingan, but Ashura has so much more to consider. Especially for ordinary people like him without bloodlines, there's even more to consider. Fortunately, he's got a cheat. Yin release, water release, and earth release must reach the same level before there's a possibility of fusion. The higher the level of a single ninjutsu, the deeper Haizawa's understanding of it, and the more he can discover the nodes that can be fused with other attribute ninjutsu. But such nodes are really hard to find. Normal people probably can't touch them in their entire lives. Otherwise, why are there so few bloodline families in such a large ninja world? But this is nothing to Haizawa. As long as he has free points, everything is easy. But in addition to these attributes, physical fitness and chakra must also keep up. Chakra is the foundation of everything, and strong physical fitness can carry more chakra. Especially since he has read the Scorch release experience obtained from Pakura, which made him understand how terrifying the amount of chakra needed to fuse a bloodline limit is. In fact, according to Haizawa's current physical fitness, he wouldn't be bad at practicing chakra himself, but how can practicing compare to adding points? Moreover, the chakra he adds, combined with his own physical fitness, has an extremely terrifying recovery efficiency. Speaking of which, should I consider fusing Scorch release first and see? Haizawa thought as he walked. Through that experience report, he already roughly understood how to fuse Scorch release. He could completely copy the homework to achieve it. The only problem is that he adheres to the traditional spirit of Konoha. The most proficient thing for Fire Country ninjas is not the principle of fire release. His fire release strength is still only LV2. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. The most important thing is to see if I can create wood release. Haizawa shook his head. Wood release is a very crucial thing, and he's still counting on using wood release to swindle. He wants to figure out whether the Uchiha buried deep underground exists, and even wants to dig him out, so he must figure out a lot of things. He can't count on the Uchiha. Those people don't even know where their ultimate weapon fell. Otherwise, they should eventually recover it. After all, that's a Mangeki. The only ones I can target are the Uzumaki, Sarutobi, and Senju who participated in the siege. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan was completely destroyed, and their information is basically in Konoha. Hidezawa doesn't have the courage to steal it. The Sarutobi clan. It's better to go to Konoha's secret vault and try to steal the Uzumaki clan's information. Looking around, it seems that only the Senju clan, which seems to be gone but is actually still there, and also has Tsunade with the right to speak, is more realistic. Especially since Hidezawa's current focus is also on wood release, no matter how you look at it, it seems that the best target is the Senju here. Just as he was walking, Hidezawa suddenly frowned. Not far from him, he seemed to vaguely see a black shadow flashing. In addition, he seemed to feel a unique flying thunder god mark that suddenly appeared. Obito, that kid is about to set off. On the highest peak of the back mountain of Konoha, Obito was overlooking the entire Konoha. But at this moment, the Zetsu monster emerged from the ground and said in a low voice, "I think now would be a good opportunity." Black Zetsu and White Zetsu have been staring at Ataki Uchiha these days. Obito's plan, although high EQ, says it is not perfect. But whether it is perfect enough or not, it is not important sometimes. What is important is to plant a seed in people's hearts. Doubt is the most terrible weapon. Once doubt arises in the heart, there will inevitably be gaps, which will slowly intensify. In the end, in the absence of any answers, everything will only lead to destruction. Obito wasn't afraid of such suspicions arising. After all, according to his investigation, Shizuo was a root member. Interesting. That kid actually went on a mission so late. It really gives us an opportunity. Obito nodded, a somewhat gratified smile on his face. Black Zetsu also nodded in agreement. He just became a Chunin, so his enthusiasm is high. Nighttime missions are less likely to attract attention. It's a rather cautious approach. So, what about that Shiwara? How is he now? Obito nodded. He remembered his own boundless enthusiasm when he was on missions back then. Except, back then, his enthusiasm was for being with someone. But sadly, things had changed, and that person was no longer here. Shiwara has made contact with the new nine-tailed Jinchuriki. At this moment, half of White Zetsu's face spoke. Honestly, that guy looks too crude. The Jinchuriki invited him to eat something, and he almost punched the kid. Eat something? Obito was a bit baffled. He was used to White Zetsu's eccentricities. He wouldn't be surprised by anything that guy said. Yeah, eat something. Half of White Zetsu's body nodded, his face full of regret. The Jinchuriki kid went to the back mountain and worked hard to pick mushrooms for half a day. And he treated him like that. Obito, I support your plan. What was all this about? Obito had a headache. Fortunately, Black Zetsu knew what Obito wanted to know, and he spoke up at this moment. However, Shiwara has already separated from the Jinchuriki kid. I think we can go and attract his attention now. That's good. Obito nodded. Finally, there was someone relatively reliable. Then, let's prepare to act. Let's give him a big surprise tonight. No problem. Black Zetsu also nodded, only his other half was still shaking his head in regret. What a pity about that big basket of mushrooms. They looked so good, they looked delicious. Hearing this, Obito almost staggered. Even if he was stupid, he knew that these things were not edible, damn it. Newbie begs for follow-up reading. Current follow-up reading will determine everything for a book. Raising a book is easy to kill it. Thank you all, bosses. Ons. Chapter 46, Who is the Prey? Uchiha Itachi packed his personal equipment, glanced at his still rowdy younger brother, and finally turned and disappeared into the night. As his first mission after becoming Ichnin, he still attached great importance to it, and his enthusiasm in all aspects was very high. Although his new teammates might be a little unhappy, he hoped to complete the mission as soon as possible. That way I can come back and spend time with Sasuke sooner. Uchiha Itachi was very fast, and soon he had left the Uchiha clan's territory. To be honest, the current Uchiha clan didn't feel very good to him. Many people were talking about clan and family, which seemed very different from what he had heard from the Hokage-sama. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi paused slightly, as if he had noticed something. Who is it? Come out. As he spoke, his eyes turned scarlet, and his gaze fixed on his surroundings. It was rare to be targeted in Konoha village, but he quickly thought of something. After all, he had seen someone frantically hunting down fellow villagers in Konoha village. Swish, swish, swish. However, all that answered him were several kunao shooting fiercely at him with the sound of breaking through the air. Are they root members? Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. A kunao also appeared in his hand. While dodging, he knocked away the kunao that were shot at him. But just as a kunao flew past him, his Sharingan suddenly saw that the kunao seemed to have a special curse seal. At that moment, he clearly noticed that a masked figure had appeared beside him. What's going on? Shizuo looked in the direction of the black shadow with doubt, his heart also full of confusion. Rarely did he plan to take a walk home and think about some problems, instead of using Flying Thunder God to go directly back, but he encountered such a thing. Normally speaking, he should go over and take a look. But at this moment, he sensed a strange Flying Thunder God mark appearing, which made him not dare to act rashly. He knew very well that such a mobile mark was probably Uchiha Obito. The Flying Thunder God mark was not so easily cleared, and Uchiha Obito, that psychopath, initially ran to Konoha hoping to be recognized by the fourth Hokage so he could save himself. But the problem was, he seemed to have never considered whether there was something wrong with him, just like Uchiha Fugaku. Wearing a mask to cover his face, deliberately changing his tone so that people couldn't tell who he was, first attaching explosive tags to the newborn Naruto, and then forcibly releasing the 9 tails within Kushina. Even if the fourth Hokage had a good temper, he would probably have already exploded at someone who clearly wanted to kill his wife and children. And Uchiha Obito was also furious, otherwise he wouldn't have mocked the fourth Hokage to his face in the future for not recognizing him back then. Number 34, 34. What kind of crazy logic is that? SHZ couldn't help but purse his lips, he really couldn't empathize with this kind of lunatic. Moreover, he also strongly agreed with the evil old ghost of the Senju clan, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's evaluation of the Sharingan. The Uchiha really do become more and more mentally unstable the more they awaken their eyes, especially after activating the Manjiki Sharingan, they're complete lunatics. Thinking of this, SHZ pretended not to see anything and walked towards home without looking back. Black Zetsu, he doesn't seem to care at all. Looking at SHZ's actions, the Zetsu monster hiding in the shadows, White Zetsu's half-body, helplessly asked. Black Zetsu was also a bit speechless, this guy seemed to be acting somewhat unpredictably. When encountering a stranger with an unknown identity, whether you're from Root or Enbu, shouldn't you investigate? You're a Konoha ninja. Although according to the plan, SHZ didn't necessarily need to go over, and he was sick of Obito's so-called plans. But now, as the will of Uchiha Madara, he had no choice but to assist Obito properly, and if he was going to do it, he would do it perfectly. Notify the guy on Obito's body and see if the battle over there is over. Although Black Zetsu was speechless, he didn't care and directly said. This kid can use Flying Thunder God to return, tell Obito to move faster and remember to bring Uchiha Itachi over. Oh, Oh. White Zetsu nodded. Whatever Black Zetsu said was what it was, and he didn't need to think too much about it. After leaving for a distance, SHZ quietly turned back to look at the situation behind him. What exactly is going on? The inexplicable shadows, Obito's flying thunder god mark, all these messy things combined made SHZ feel the strangeness of the situation. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be because I'm teammates with Uchiha Shisui, and he wants to take advantage of that? SHZ really couldn't figure it out, but if he guessed correctly, then the situation could be a bit complicated. Walking along, SHZ suddenly sensed a special power fluctuation, and at that moment, the flying thunder god seal was so close. However, that feeling quickly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. SHZ frowned, he hesitated for a moment but still vigilantly looked towards the inter ahead, and in an instant, his pupils dilated. Because he saw Uchiha Itaka lying on the ground, his whole body was injured and he was already unconscious. In an instant, SHZ seemed to understand what that bastard Uchiha Obito wanted to do. As expected, it's Shisui, is that bastard trying to set me up? SHZ knew that he didn't need to leave anymore, because leaving would only confirm their suspicions. Uchiha Obito possessed Kamui, wearing a mask and pretending a little might actually make people mistakenly believe it was the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Itaka wasn't dead, maybe his memories before he fainted were shattered by SHZ. I seem to have deliberately said some things to disgust Dans. SHZ pursed his lips, whether Obito heard it or not. With Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, he probably carefully investigated his identity. This also meant I can't escape. SHZ was a member of Root, and as everyone knew, Dans hated the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Itaka had even defeated Root ninjas before. So, as Dan's henchman, it was normal for SHZ to do something to Uchiha Itaka, right? During the Chunin exams, in front of everyone, he could only humiliate him and not kill him, so it wasn't impossible to take action again harshly in secret, right? And with Uchiha Itaka near death, Uchiha Shisui would definitely be dissatisfied with Konoha. It would be normal for him to have some thoughts at that time, right? Sigh. Thinking of this, SHZ silently sighed and then gently drew out a kunao. It seems there's no way around it, but I want to see who the prey is. Chapter 47, Wait, is he going to kill Uchiha Itaka? Number 35. At least, someone needs to see it to stimulate Uchiha Shisui. Hey! However, the moment he appeared, a kunao flew towards him rapidly. In the next instant, Hideki's figure disappeared, and his voice accompanied the kunao to his ear. You finally came out, you bastard! Newbie begs for continued reading. Continued reading determines everything about a book. Keeping a book is easy to kill. Thank you, bosses. Ons. Chapter 48, Yesterday once more. Obito looked at the sudden kunao and listened to the voice coming from his ear. In an instant, his whole person was stunned, and the face under his mask turned a little red. Damn it, was I tricked? This kid actually wanted to trick me out from the beginning so he could attack? Feeling the whistling sound of the kunao stabbing from behind, Obito quickly used Kamui to transform himself while also dodging. After all, with only one eye, his transformation speed is naturally not as fast as with two eyes. At such a close distance, he can only rely on himself. Whoosh! Two figures passed each other, and soon they both landed on the ground. Uchiha Obito lowered his head and glanced at his left arm. Fresh blood was constantly flowing down his shoulder. Good, very good. Uchiha Obito's gaze was somewhat gloomy. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had been injured. Probably, the last time he was injured was 5 or 6 years ago, and that was the night he released the 9 tails. Moreover, he was also injured by the Flying Thunder God technique. Acquire new mission. Defeat the attacker. Are you the one who attacked him? Hideki glanced at his panel, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Obito. He really didn't want to face Obito so early. He should at least have enough strength first, right? Unexpectedly, Obito, this bastard, actually framed him? However, Hideki felt that he could still remedy the situation a bit, at least the hatred couldn't be entirely on him. Sharingan? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, Hideki seemed to notice something. He immediately lowered his head, staring at Uchiha Obito's feet, and then said fiercely. As expected, you Uchiha are all lunatics. Is it because I defeated him in the Chunin exams that you are using this method to frame me, right? Lord Danzo is right, you Uchiha are all villains. Obito was stunned for a moment. What the hell is all this? However, he still coldly and subconsciously said. You don't need to know who I am. I only know that you want to kill him, so. After saying this, Obito himself couldn't help but feel a little strained. Why does the plot seem to be going off track? The one who attacked Uchiha Itachi was me? As expected, you Uchiha are truly evil. Hideki immediately seized the problem in Obito's words, and his eyes also became gloomy. You came to jointly frame me, so I might as well leave you here. As he spoke, Hideki threw a kunao at Obito. Lunatic. Obito also cursed inwardly. Did he think he was Minato Namikaze, wanting to keep him here? However, he didn't move. The kunao passed through his body. With Kamui, Obito can basically ignore physical attacks. At the same time, he is also quickly thinking about what to do now. Meeting this lunatic, a guy who realized he was being framed and wanted to destroy the evidence without any principles, Obito also had a headache. How could he let Hideki destroy Uchiha Itachi like this, and his running out has affected the plan itself. If this kid actively lets the Yamanaka clan check his memory, then there will be more trouble. Although Obito is not afraid of being exposed, with Kamui, he can come and go as he pleases throughout the entire ninja world. But the Akatsuki organization is still in the preparation stage, and at this moment, it is really better to avoid trouble. So, he still decided to take action. He needs to overwrite Hideki's memory, making him forget himself while confirming that he attacked Uchiha Itachi. Besides, this kid injured me. Half of Uchiha Obito's body is white Zetsu, but coincidentally, Hideki hit his own body. Consider it revenge for back then. You are not Minato Namikaze. Swoosh. In the next instant, Obito directly rushed towards Hideki. Seeing this, Hideki also directly followed. The distance between the two was not far, and both of them were fast. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed in front of each other. Clang! A black iron chain fell out of Obito's sleeve, and he held it tightly in his hand. Hideki's gaze did not look at Obito's face. The moment he approached, his kunao stabbed out. However, there were no surprises. His kunao pierced through Obito's body, and Obito also took action at this time. The iron chain wrapped around and attacked Hideki, but the moment it approached him, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived on a large tree. It really is a strange space technique. I seem to have already guessed how you disguised me. Hideki said unhurriedly, his gaze sweeping over Uchiha Itachi, who was still lying motionless on the ground. Especially when he saw that there was an extra wound on his body at some point, still constantly bleeding, he said quietly. Just throw a kunao to attract attention, and then use your space technique to appear from a place he doesn't notice and launch an attack, right? You talk too much. Obito snorted coldly. Although he was a little embarrassed that this guy had seen through his actions. However, after seeing his ability, such an analysis is only natural. This kid's analytical ability is not bad. But now you have no chance at all. Your fate is already sealed. What if I call for help now? Hideki blinked and suddenly asked with a smile. Although it would be difficult for me to explain Uchiha Itaka's situation clearly, once I call someone over, you can only choose to leave, otherwise you will implicate the Uchiha clan. And I only need to let someone from the Yamanaka clan check my memory, then you will have nowhere to hide. Obito opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. What he feared most was coming true. Was this kid doing it on purpose? But, forget it. If I really check my memory, then Lord Danzo's matter will be exposed. Hideki suddenly shook his head again, he sighed and said helplessly. Forget it, it's better to just settle you here. But speaking of which, I discovered a secret. Hey! Obito frowned, but in the next instant, Hideki suddenly threw out dozens of kunao. These kunao densely covered Obito completely. Naive! Obito snorted coldly, ignoring the kunao scattered everywhere. His gaze instantly looked at Hideki, who came out from the side. Your actions are meaningless. Buzz! The kunao in Hideki's hand once again slashed across Obito's body, and this time it still directly pierced through Obito. Obito immediately seized this opportunity. He now only wants to catch Hideki and then modify his memory. This time, you are courting death. The distance was too close, and Obito only needed to reach out his hand to catch Hideki. Hideki was also waiting silently. The moment Obito made a move, a surge of chakra suddenly surged within his body. Cursed seal, open. Yin release, open. Yang release, open. The activation of the three powers instantly brought Hideki an all-round improvement. Obito's expression also changed at this moment. He also noticed the difference in Hideki at this time, but unfortunately he couldn't stop his hand for a moment. Too fast. Everything happened in a fraction of a second. In the instant that Obito was stunned, the figure in front of him suddenly disappeared. Wind release, vacuum blade. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his back. The sharp power seemed to directly pierce through his body. Ah! Obito let out a painful low roar, and behind him, Hideki's kunao was emitting a dazzling light. Chapter 49, You are Uchiha Obito, right? Damn it! Obito was really stunned at this moment, because he felt like everything had turned into reincarnation. Back then, he seemed to have been defeated by Minato Namikaze like this, and now he was actually defeated like this again? This feeling really made Obito extremely stunned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Why? Why does he have Kamui, but he always loses to Flying Thunder God? Could it be that those who master Flying Thunder God are destined to restrain me to death? At this time, Obito's eyes were full of hatred. He almost gritted his teeth and used his intangibility to escape the battlefield despite the severe pain. He stood on a big tree, his eyes staring at Hideki. The kind of resentful gaze seemed to tear him apart completely. Don't stare at me like that. I told you, I discovered a little secret about you. Hideki shrugged. At this time, he had also turned off all his abilities, and looked at Obito calmly and said slowly. Although I can't figure out why you have such an ability, normally speaking, the Sharingan doesn't seem to have such an ability. Number 36, 36. But no matter what, perhaps bloodline families have some special qualities. However, you only expose one Sharingan. To unleash the power of the Sharingan, you should need two eyes. Your ability is probably the same, so I noticed that your use of space ninjutsu isn't as fast as I imagined. Shizuo's words made Obito somewhat silent. He had to admit that this was the truth. The Sharingan always comes in pairs, and only a complete pair of Sharingan can fully unleash its power. But he left one of his Sharingan for Kakashi. As far as he was concerned, he didn't need to take back what he had given away. Even if he were to take it back, it would be within the world he completely created. As a result, he didn't expect that this factor would allow this guy in front of him to seize an opening. Slow means there's an opportunity. Shizuo held a kunao in his hand and spoke calmly with his back to the moonlight. Moreover, I also noticed that you usually become ethereal when attacked, but once you attack, it's probably a physical form. Therefore, as long as I wait for you to attack, I can then attack you, wouldn't you agree? Obito clenched his fist even tighter. His attack was a flaw, an opportunity. This feeling always made him feel like he was facing his former teacher, Minato Namikaze. Back then, he had only exchanged a few simple blows with him, but as a result, he had discovered his weaknesses and attacked accordingly. And now, this guy in front of him was doing the same, even faster than Minato Namikaze? This guy, could he be another Minato Namikaze? Obito gritted his teeth and muttered inwardly. He seemed to have forgotten that a few minutes ago, he was still certain you are not Minato Namikaze. Oh, right, I also noticed something else. Just as Obito's inner anger reached its peak, Shizuo suddenly spoke again. He leisurely took out a signal flare, slowly lit it and sent it into the sky, then smiled faintly. Your eyes are really interesting. Kakashi's eye is the left Sharingan, and yours is the right Sharingan. Combining that with the fact that you always cover your left eye, and to a large extent, it seems like you lost an eye. Could you be Obito Uchiha, who was said to have died on the Kanabi Bridge years ago? Shizuo's words were like a bucket of cold water instantly drenching Obito. He looked at Shizuo in utter shock. He didn't understand how this guy had thought of this. Back then, even his teacher hadn't thought of it. Although he attacked his teacher's son and Kushina, Minato Namikaze had indeed completely overlooked him, not recognizing him at all. Even the closest person hadn't recognized him, but a stranger who had just met and exchanged blows for a few minutes had actually recognized him? What nonsense are you talking about? Although Obito couldn't help but tremble all over, he still spoke with an icy voice. What Obito Uchiha, I don't know. But I know you don't seem to be afraid of death, actually planning to call people over. It's over. Shizuo nodded slowly. Everything that needed to be shown had been shown, and there was no need to continue this battle. He raised the kunao in his hand and waved it, saying slowly. I think this can prove me. Kunao. Obito's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that behind him was the gift his teacher had left him. Flying Thunder God Technique Mark. The fourth Hokage acted as my witness. At first, I thought I sensed it wrong, but I didn't expect it to be right. Shizuo smiled calmly while avoiding Obito's eyes. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the one who caused the Nine Tails incident back then, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a mark. It's really unexpected, there's such a big fish tonight. Lord Dan's was right after all, the Uchiha clan really is the evil of Konoha, Obito Uchiha. Obito was speechless at this moment. He never dreamed that the development of things could reach this point. This kid's Flying Thunder God technique was clearly just learned, how could he have such a level? Not only that, but the Flying Thunder God technique mark left by Minato Namikaze back then actually directly helped this brat, causing all his plans to fail now. Damn brat, and Dan's who taught this brat, you all deserve to die. Buzz. Obito stared at Shizuo for a while. When he heard Dan's footsteps coming from all around, he took a deep breath. The next moment, along with the fluctuation of chakra, his whole body turned into a spiral state, and then quickly disappeared from the spot. Not even refuting, directly admitting it. Shizuo looked at the place where Obito left, he tilted his head and thought to himself. However, he felt that Obito was probably already confused by him, and he didn't want to meet other members of the Konoha Anbu. Especially Kakashi. Moreover, he's probably going to have to think about how to eliminate the Flying Thunder God technique mark, right? Shizuo touched his chin. Eliminating the Flying Thunder God technique mark wasn't a simple matter. At least in the original story, he didn't do this until the Fourth Shinobi World War, and he was still severely messed with by Minato Namikaze relying on this mark. Shizuo having this mark was the best proof for him. Of course, he himself was just talking without proof, but what if someone else proved it? Slowly walking to Itaki Uchiha's side, Shizuo kicked him. You've been listening for so long, still pretending. Senior, you hit hard. Itaki Uchiha weakly opened his eyes. He had indeed woken up a long time ago, but he was awakened by the pain. When Shizuo and that mysterious Uchiha were fighting, he had secretly touched him. And his original coma wasn't too deep. Under the severe pain, he was naturally stimulated to wake up, but he also maintained the qualities of a ninja, and didn't dare to move at all. Naturally, he heard all of this, and also secretly observed it. Not heavy. Shizuo shook his head. He looked up at the Anbu ninjas who had already appeared on the beams of the surrounding houses, and he suddenly smiled faintly. At least, it's better than dying in the wild, not even being able to find the body, right? Newbie begging for follow-up reading. Now follow-up reading will determine everything about a book. Keeping books is easy to kill. Thanks to all the big guys ons. Chapter 50 Kakashi, how is it possible? Damn it! In a forest outside Konoha, Obito's figure suddenly appeared. However, the moment he appeared, he punched the big tree next to him hard. The falling leaves were colorful, just like his heart, chaotic and disorderly. This time, he was miserably tricked by a kid. That kid was simply a psychopath, doing things so crazy but very logical. It's just that this logic doesn't conform to the mentality that Konoha ninjas should have, which is fatal to Obito. Don't be angry, people from Root are like this. Just when Obito was about to explode with anger, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground beside him, and Black Zetsu shook his head while looking at Obito like this. He had long felt that Obito's plan was unreliable, but he couldn't change Obito, and besides, it was meaningless to say these things now. As far as I know, Dan Shimura has a deep malice towards the Uchiha, so it's not surprising that the people he trains are like this. Dan Shimura. Obito had heard this name a long time ago, and also knew what the guy was, a Hokage assistant, but more of it was just on paper. He is a disciple of the second Hokage, and that second Hokage has always been cautious and wary of the Uchiha. Black Zetsu knew what Obito was thinking, and gave the answer directly without Obito asking. He can be regarded as perfectly inheriting his teacher's will, and even further. A rat-like guy. Obito snorted coldly, and his eyes were full of gloom. He was not only annoyed at Shizuo, but also completely hated Dan's. It was this old psychopath Dan Shimura who taught Shizuo's Haihara, which led to his plan failing, and led to him being taught a lesson by the Flying Thunder God technique again. He wrote down this feud. Forget it, there will always be opportunities in the future. Shaking his head, Obito didn't want to think too much, but there was still a problem that made him uneasy. But that kid actually guessed my identity, this is a bit troublesome. They have no evidence, but you should indeed be more low-key. Black Zetsu nodded aside, that kid's reaction speed was so fast, it was really amazing. But currently, the most important thing to solve is the problem on your body, the curse mark of the Flying Thunder God technique must be solved. Indeed. Obito also nodded. After Minato Namikaze died, no one would use the Flying Thunder God technique, so he didn't pay attention to it. Moreover, he didn't know the Flying Thunder God technique, so he didn't know that the curse mark could actually be used universally. This time he was messed with. He had to think of a way, otherwise he would be preempted every time he met this guy. This was not what he wanted. Thinking of this, Obito was annoyed again. Shizuo was Dan's S-man, and he almost subconsciously thought that the Flying Thunder God technique was given to him by Dan's. Combining everything that happened today, Dan's was completely listed in Obito's book. You deserve to die, Dan Shimura. What's going on? Why do I feel a little uneasy? Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Dan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, he frowned and glanced around. However, after seeing the group of Uchiha in the office, he suddenly felt it was natural. Although night had fallen at this time, the Hokage's office was still brightly lit. If such a big thing happened and it was not handled carefully and in time, it would only bring greater bad consequences. Humph, Uchiha, why didn't that kid die? Dan snorted coldly in his heart, while Hiruzen Sarutobi next to him gently rubbed his eyebrows. Such a thing actually happened late at night. Someone in the village launched an attack, and the person being attacked was Itaki Uchiha? If this is not handled well, wouldn't the Uchiha guys go crazy? In fact, for a moment, when he saw Shizuo and Itaki Uchiha together, he suspected that Shizuo did it. However, he was still very calm. After everyone who should have arrived, he specially kept Kakashi and others who arrived in the first batch before speaking. Number 37, 37. Alright, everyone's here, let's talk about it first. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed helplessly, he glanced at Shizuo, and finally his gaze fell on Itaki Uchiha. Itaki, you are the victim, tell us what exactly happened. Yes, Lord Hokage. Although Itaki Uchiha was disheveled, after a simple treatment, he was temporarily fine. He lowered his head, maintained his respectful demeanor, and slowly began to speak. Tonight, I planned to depart early to carry out a mission, but I was attacked halfway. The opponent used a space-time ninjutsu. I didn't even see the person, I only saw a kunao and was knocked unconscious. For a moment, I suspected it was Senior Shizuo. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but frown, and the few Uchiha who came couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Only Fugaku Uchiha frowned and remained silent, which made them afraid to make any noise. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Dan's, he also subconsciously thought whether it was Dan's who gave the order, but he quickly shook his head. Shizuo is so clever, even if he did it, he could definitely do it silently, especially since he also has the Flying Thunder God technique. But now trouble has come again, does someone else also possess a technique like the Flying Thunder God? However, it turns out that it wasn't Senior Shizuo, but someone else. The more Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't want to hear something, the more he heard it. Itaki Uchiha seemed a little hesitant, but in the end, he continued to speak. Senior Shizuo woke me up when I was unconscious, and then fought with that mysterious person. I also secretly observed for a while at this time. That person has mastered space-time ninjutsu, and according to Senior Shizuo's judgment, that person might be an Uchiha. What? How is that possible? This time, everyone present couldn't hold back anymore. Especially the Uchiha group, their faces changed drastically. Fugaku Uchiha also looked at Itaki Uchiha in disbelief, but soon his gaze turned to Shizuo. Space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha. Could it be? Dan's also stood up at this time, his gloomy gaze swept across the Uchiha present, the cold aura making people shudder. As for the others, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, only Narashikaku pulled on Yamanaka Inoichi and Akim Ichichisa beside him. They collectively remained silent, this kind of thing was not something they could participate in. Quiet. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression also became a little serious at this time. He looked at Itaki Uchiha seriously and asked. Are you sure of what you said? Yes, Lord Hokage. Itaki Uchiha certainly knew what consequences his statement would bring, but he had no intention of changing his words. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his head to look at Shizuo, he thought for a while and asked in a low voice. Shizuo, what do you think? Lord Hokage, he's right. Shizuo listened for a long time and realized it was his turn, he nodded very directly. And I have some doubts about that guy's identity. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment. You're supposed to be talking about the situation, why are you talking about identity? Could it be that you want to say it's Shisui? But after thinking about it, he still followed Shizuo and asked. Tell me your thoughts. I suspect. Shizuo nodded, he said with incomparable seriousness. That guy might be Obito Uchiha. Itaki Uchiha didn't react to his words, because he was already awake at that time, so naturally he heard Shizuo say these things. The others fell silent for a while. Obito Uchiha was a guy who was both famous and unknown. However, Kakashi, who was left behind, couldn't hold back at this moment. He suddenly took a step forward and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Chapter 51, Exploding Gold Coins. Kakashi looked incredulous, and even had some anger between his brows. Obito was his best friend, and his friend had already died as a hero of Konoha. Now Shizuo brought up Obito again, and even made him an attacker. Kakashi really couldn't understand or accept this. "Shizuo, are you mistaken?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was also stunned for a moment when he heard this name, but he quickly remembered the origin of Kakashi's eye, and understood Kakashi's anger. After thinking for a while, he reminded him. "Obito died long ago, and when he died, his eyes." "Forget it, tell us what you found." "Yes." Shizuo knew that this matter would not be easily believed, but he didn't care. He had witnesses and evidence, so he wasn't worried at all. "After completing the mission, I planned to go home, but I didn't expect to encounter that kid Naruto." Shizuo simply explained his situation. He wasn't afraid to talk about Naruto's matter at all, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't react after hearing it. Only when he recounted that he sensed the spatial fluctuations and discovered Itaki Uchiha did Hiruzen Sarutobi frown. But he soon regretted it, because Shizuo directly started talking about the destroying corpses and erasing evidence plan in detail. Can these words be said in front of everyone? Even if you want to deceive people, you don't have to say it in such detail, right? Glancing at Fugaku Uchiha out of the corner of his eye, he found that this guy's face was now ashen. As for Dan's, although he seemed calm, he always felt that this guy seemed a little regretful. As for the others, they were all silent. No one could comment on this kind of thing. "All right, stop." There was no way. Hiruzen Sarutobi had to interrupt. He was worried that you would destroy the corpses and erase the evidence, so he came out. "Yes." Although Shizuo was a little helpless when he was interrupted, he still nodded honestly. "And when I saw him, I suddenly found that he had a Sharingan, and the shape was a bit strange." As he spoke, Shizuo took out paper and pen and started drawing, and soon the shape of Obito's Manjiki was outlined by him. "It's roughly like this, and after I saw him, I initially suspected that this was an Uchiha revenge. After all, I was the proctor of Itaki Uchiha's Chunin exam." Passing the drawn paper over, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression looked a little ugly as he looked at the pattern above. Then he passed it to Fugaku Uchiha and Dan's respectively. He was now basically sure that this was the Manjiki Sharingan. "Sorry, although I have no right to criticize, but you have some misunderstandings about us. The Uchiha are not that petty." After reading the drawing, Fugaku Uchiha said with a solemn expression. "Moreover, there are no such eyes in the Uchiha, and we haven't had such eyes for a long time. This is indeed the Sharingan, but it is a more advanced form." Shimura Dan's also finished reading. He took a deep look at the Uchiha, then turned to look at Shizuo. "What happened next? How did you think the Uchiha framed you? How did you judge his identity, and how did you deal with him?" These three questions are the key. Only by clarifying these three questions can he possibly do something to the Uchiha. "Uchiha, you've been very restless lately. A more advanced form." Shizuo blinked deliberately, but he didn't ask further. "As for later, I fought with him and confirmed that he was using space-time ninjutsu. But what's interesting is that his use of space-time ninjutsu seems to be relatively slow, and all the chakra fluctuations come from his eyes. And, only one eye has a reaction, which made me determine that he only has one such eye, and." Speaking of this, Shizuo turned to look at Kakashi. His eyes are symmetrical with Senior Kakashi's. It's the left eye, and as far as I know, his body doesn't seem to have been found and buried back in Konoha. Shizuo's words made everyone present a little silent. Although it might be a coincidence, it was indeed a direction that could provide speculation. And to confirm, just let Kakashi open the Sharingan and try, maybe you can get a different answer. Let Kakashi open the Mangeki in advance, this is one of Shizuo's best witnesses. Kakashi's eyes had actually reached this level long ago, but unfortunately Obito died too early, and no one believed that Kakashi could do it. It wasn't until he was beaten up by Itachi Uchiha that he slowly discovered the potential of his eyes, and now Shizuo brought it out in advance, there was no problem at all. Frame me? I'll just blow your mask away, idiot. I can help try. Fugaku Uchiha thought for a while and simply volunteered, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Then, I'll trouble you. Kakashi-kun, please relax. Fugaku Uchiha came to Kakashi's side, and immediately his eyes were in the Sharingan state. Kakashi was a little resistant in his heart, but in the end, he nodded. But just as everyone was watching, Shizuo suddenly spoke again. Moreover, I suspect he may be related to the Nine Tails incident. These words were like a thunderbolt from the blue, instantly stunning everyone, even Fugaku Uchiha's body stiffened for a moment, but in an instant they exploded. What? How is that possible? What exactly is going on with that guy? Do you know what you're talking about? The Nine Tails incident was the pain of most people in Konoha, because many people lost their relatives and friends that night. That night, they even lost the fourth Hokage couple, causing a talent gap in Konoha for a time. Even Dans created rumors that the Sharingan controlled the Nine Tails, and everything was the Uchiha's fault, essentially to control public opinion and shift the conflict. It can be said that the Nine Tails incident had too much impact on Konoha. And Shizuo now said that the mysterious person he encountered was related to the Nine Tails incident. How could they sit still? What exactly is going on? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face also became serious, he stared at Shizuo and asked. Number 38, 38. Tonight, an attack on Itachi Uchiha has stirred up so many problems, it's giving me a real headache. It's the Flying Thunder God Seal. Shizuo sighed and explained. After that guy appeared using space-time ninjutsu, I sensed the Flying Thunder God Seal on him. Although the markings of the Flying Thunder God are drawn differently, those who are skilled can make them interconnected. The seal on that guy's body isn't from the second Hokage, but from the fourth Hokage. Combining this with the rumors in the village that the Nine Tails incident was caused by the Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails, it's very likely that he was the one behind it that night. And it was by using this seal that I managed to successfully launch a surprise attack and injure him. Shizuo's words left everyone dumbfounded, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like everything connected perfectly. Everyone agrees that the Nine Tails rampage was definitely caused by someone. The Sharingan can indeed control the Nine Tails. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura have both witnessed Madara Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails. The mysterious attacker possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, which means he can do what Madara Uchiha did. And he also possesses space-time ninjutsu, which means he could face Minato without dying. It all adds up, everything adds up. Ah! At that moment, Kakashi suddenly let out a painful groan, the Sharingan eye he had exposed spinning wildly as if stimulated. In just a moment, the three black tomo connected, revealing an eye identical in shape to the one Shizuo had described. At the same time, Shizuo's retina suddenly flickered slightly. Quest completed, defeat the attacker. Quest rating, S. Reward, 7 free points. Hidden quest completed, reveal Obito Uchiha's identity. Quest rating, S. Reward, 6 free points. Due to facing Obito Uchiha and revealing his identity in advance, completing the hidden quest with an S rating, a special reward is granted. Would release experience. Rookie begs for continued reading. Continued reading determines everything for a book. Supporting a book is easy to kill it. Thank you, everyone, ONS. Chapter 52, Pitting Obito to Death. Jackpot. Looking at his panel, Shizuo's first reaction was this. Leaving aside the large number of free points, the wood release experience alone is something he has been dreaming of. However, he also has a question in his mind at this time, which is, what type of wood release is this? He is still relatively self-aware. Although he plans to walk the path of Asura again, he still has a certain understanding of Asura's power. And the power of wood release is, to some extent, something that has mutated from the fruit of the divine tree. He has no use for this. Even if there is a replacement plan, everything still needs to be thought about and put into practice. But since there is such a good thing, it can also make it easier for me to fuse wood release faster. No matter the effect, at least it looks like it. After thinking about it, Shizuo decided not to think so much. The meeting is not over yet, and he doesn't have time to think. Everything will have to wait until he has solved the current problem. It really is the Mangekyo Sharingan. While Shizuo was checking his rewards, Fugaku Uchiha's mind was buzzing. Looking at Kakashi's eye, with its shuriken-like pattern, his heart was incredibly complex at this moment. He even regretted not taking that eye back in the first place. It's not that he has too much greed. Admittedly, he also had ideas about this eye, but he himself also has such eyes. What he is more worried about is the storm and problems that this eye will bring. The Uchiha clan is really not stable right now. Mangekyo. Danzo was also staring at Kakashi's eye, his fists clenched. Back then, he asked Kino to take Kakashi's eye, but he didn't expect Kino to let Kakashi go and develop an unnecessary will. In the end, he was forced to hand over Kino by his old friend, which was a heavy loss for him. After all, that was wood release. But now it seems that he not only lost wood release, but also lost a Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Danzo was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. The third Hokage also fell into silence at this time, and everyone else was speechless. Many of them couldn't help but look at Shizuo, who had detonated everything but was standing there as if nothing had happened. Is this kid unlucky or lucky? Just because of a small matter, he analyzed, investigated, and created such a big thing. Now we can basically confirm who attacked Konoha back then, caused the Nine Tails incident, and killed the fourth Hokage. After a while, the third Hokage finally made a decision, but in order to take care of Kakashi's emotions, he continued. However, it is still unknown whether he is Obito Uchiha. Perhaps he obtained Obito's eyes. Hokage-sama, I have been calling him that all along, and in the end, he acquiesced. Shizuo suddenly interjected, then he turned to look at Itachi Uchiha. Right, kid. With a single sentence, both Itachi Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi were speechless. Itachi Uchiha thought to himself, you're not much older than me. Hiruzen Sarutobi was wondering why Shizuo kept holding on to Obito Uchiha. Yes, senior. But in the end, Itachi Uchiha nodded honestly. He was frightened by Shizuo's description of how he tricked people out and the plan to destroy the body and eliminate the traces. He really felt that if that guy didn't come out, Shizuo was really planning to do it that way. Without evidence, don't jump to conclusions easily. After all, Obito is also a hero of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself, can't you consider Kakashi's feelings? In fact, he also believed that it was Obito Uchiha. After all, the opening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is not something that can be done casually, it is very likely that only the person himself can do it. But we can follow this line of thought to look for him. Shizuo-kun, you are the only one who has come into contact with him and can deal with him. I'm afraid this important task will be entrusted to you. I have no problem. Shizuo nodded. He would not miss this kind of righteous revenge. However, I need some people and some information. After all, I don't know much about him. No problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not refuse at all. He is also full of anger now. Challenging Konoha again and again, and even killing the fourth Hokage, they cannot not avenge this hatred. People, whether it is Enbu or other ninjas, you can apply for deployment, information. This may be a little troublesome, but I will definitely do my best, and even ask the Uchiha to cooperate to satisfy you. We Uchiha will definitely cooperate fully. Fugaku Uchiha immediately stated his position. No matter what he really thought in his heart, he had to state his position at this time. Good. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. He glanced at everyone present, and then said in a deep voice. Before there is a clear result on today's matter, I don't want any disturbance in Konoha. This matter has too much impact. I think everyone should understand. I'm counting on you. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everyone present nodded immediately to show their understanding. This matter does have a great impact, especially since it involves the Nine Tails and the fourth Hokage. If they mess around before there is a clear result, then no one knows what it will turn into in the end, and what the public opinion will become. Everyone present knows this principle of confidentiality. Hokage-sama, I will organize the information later, but I have already thought about the personnel. Can I submit the application for deployment now? At that moment, Shizuo spoke again, and Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Tell me, who are you planning to ask for? But I recommend Kakashi, he has another Sharingan. Kakashi-senpai is naturally the person I need. Shizuo did not refuse. Since he wanted to discuss Obito, he would carry it through to the end. Besides that, I hope to deploy Anbu's Shisui and Yujao. They are my teammates, besides. I hope it's Tenzo. Mangekyo Sharingan. Later in the evening after the meeting ended, inside the root base. Danzo sat there quietly, his mind filled with Kakashi's eye. The anger in his heart did not subside with the passage of time, but intensified. In his opinion, this should have been his, but because of Kino's betrayal, everything was in vain. He really couldn't let go of such a thing, and there was no question of forgiveness. Lord! Just as he was at his angriest, Ryama Aberame suddenly walked in from outside. Speak! Danzo was full of anger, but he still forcibly restrained the outbreak of anger. The Sand Village has been investigated, and it is indeed the same as what Zishui Shizuo said. Ryama Aberame could feel the anger of his boss. He lowered his voice and said quickly. Ebizo seems to be preparing something, and Yekura has basically sided with Ebizo and Cho. Moreover, according to the reports from our hidden personnel, Ebizo contacted us and asked us for some resources and asked us to confirm something. But we also need to further confirm it, after all. I know. This news finally calmed Danzo's angry face. Although he was sure that he had grasped Shizuo's weakness, he was inherently suspicious and would not completely believe it. He would naturally conduct a follow-up investigation. As it stands now, it seems that everything is moving in a good direction. That kid Zishui Shizuo seems to be trustworthy after all. Number 39. Chapter 53 My growth is unrestricted. It's finally over. Late at night, Hidezawa had finally finished all the things he needed to do, and he finally returned home. The sudden appearance of Obito, that bastard, was indeed somewhat unexpected for Hidezawa, and this bastard even plotted a conspiracy against him. To be honest, if it weren't for the Flying Thunder God technique, Hidezawa would probably be trembling with fear now. After all, being set up like this, an ordinary person would really be unable to defend themselves. When Hidezawa obtained Ninja World Professor, he once had the whimsical idea of seeing if he could directly learn wood style. As long as the theory is correct, maybe he can break through the shackles of bloodlines and fruits. But after thinking about it, he still gave up. After all, he couldn't get the information, even if he risked giving up Konoha's affiliation to get it. As a result, he found that he had learned it, but because he didn't have the power of blood, he couldn't use it. Wouldn't that be grasping at straws? Therefore, after obtaining the Flying Thunder God, he directly used it, adhering to the principle of if you learn it, you can run away if you can't beat it. Unexpectedly, it helped me a lot in return. Haizawa took a deep breath, his mind was full of the psychopath Uchiha Obito. And after some serious thought, he seemed to be able to guess why this psychopath came to make trouble for him. I'm afraid I guessed right before, it's Uchiha Shisui. Just imagine, an Anbu of Konoha assassinated a member of the Uchiha clan, and in fact, a member of Root took action against him. No matter how you look at it, it already shows Konoha's distrust of the Uchiha, coupled with the not-so-small rumors within the Uchiha. Once Uchiha Shisui is stimulated, he might do some crazy things. Those who haven't awakened their Sharingan might awaken it, and those who have awakened it might want to defect. Haizawa pursed his lips, and he felt that Uchiha Obito was not unable to accept his killing Uchiha Itachi. He just hoped that he would kill him in front of Uchiha Shisui. Anyway, the psychopath Obito can save him at a critical moment? Since that's the case, don't blame me for tricking you, Uchiha Obito. Haizawa's character cannot be said to be petty, but it is definitely not related to generosity. Since Obito dared to attack, then Haizawa would have to return it no matter what. It's just that my deployment has been slightly disrupted now. Haizawa sighed, but he quickly cheered up. Let's take a look at this wood-style experience first, I hope there will be some new gains. Thinking in his heart, he did not directly add points, but called the system to start the wood-style experience. Along with the action, in an instant, a surge of information directly appeared in his mind. At this moment, he seemed to enter a very special state. The churning memories echoed in his mind, and those special insights and experiences constantly intertwined within his body. At this moment, he seemed to truly experience a transformation, the whole process of himself performing wood style. Soon, he opened his eyes, but his brows were also slightly furrowed. As expected, it's Obito Uchiha's wood style, but this wood style. Haizawa shook his head. When he was calling people, Tenzo was also there. To be honest, he would rather get Tenzo's wood style. Although Obito's wood style is good, it can be regarded as relatively close to the orthodox wood style, but the problem is that his wood style relies more on an instinct. In other words, his wood style relies more on Hashirama Senju's cells to drive it. Haizawa completely lacks that kind of power that belongs to fruit mutation or Ashura's chakra. But it's not without good news, at least I can confirm the importance of yang release. In the experience, Haizawa clearly felt that in the fusion and release of the entire technique, yang release has always occupied a major position. It is this power of yang release that combines the two chakra attributes of earth and water, resulting in an incredible reaction. It is it that gives the combined wood style an incredible vitality, it is it that makes wood style not so afraid of flames, it is it that makes wood style's firmness and toughness almost full. It can be said that it is this super yang release that has achieved the world-shaking wood style. Only then can Hashirama Senju become the most special Ashura, and he can beat the invincible Uchiha Madara without relying on tailed beasts and others. That strong yang release is really awe-inspiring. I'm afraid even if I level it up to LV10, I may not be as strong as him. Haizawa shook his head, even the cells on Obito's body have already shocked him enough. What would it be like if it were a real person? Fortunately, Haizawa is not worried, his growth is unrestricted. Zaiwan Haizawa. Comprehensive physical quality, LV7. Chakra, LV7. Abilities, Flying Thunder God LV6, Yin Release LV3, Yang Release LV3. Free points, 14. Opening the interface and looking at his current attributes, Haizawa rubbed his chin. Let's make some preparations in advance, after all, I have a formula. The fusion of bloodline limit and bloodline elimination is indeed similar to a formula to some extent, but the premise is that you must have a clear ratio of chakra fusion. At the same time, there is also enough chakra to support the entire fusion process. Haizawa knows the ratio, but strictly speaking, chakra is still lacking, but this is not a big problem. There are still many good things in the ninja world. Yang release has been improved, current level LV6. Free points, 2. Almost in an instant, he clearly felt that his body had undergone even greater changes. The kind of full power hidden in his own body is constantly growing, and under the nourishment and influence of this power, he seems to feel that his own physical strength has been improved again. What a wonderful feeling! Haizuo clenched his fist. He knew that this feeling was not an illusion, and he could control more of this power in his body. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. Looking at his free points, he suddenly had a feeling of returning to before liberation. But no matter what, the rest is to upgrade water release to LV6, find a sufficient source of chakra, and he can try it out. Early the next morning, Haizuo stretched hard after washing up. He is already used to getting up early, in fact, there is no way even if he is not used to it. Working under Danzo, that dog thing, he has to get up early every day to practice. If he gets up late, he might be attacked by a heavy punch, which also leads to him having no chance to sleep in, and slowly he can only adapt. There are still many things to deal with today, such as the information and personnel applied for last night, which should be in place soon today. Since he wants to trick Obito, then he must trick him thoroughly, and he must never let this guy have any possibility of changing. Just as he pushed the door open, he suddenly found that Shino Ryoma was hidden in the shadows. Why are you here? Danzo-sama has a new mission for you. Shino Ryoma was also a little surprised. His stealth ability is very strong, otherwise he would not have performed so many infiltration and intelligence theft missions. Haizuo's perception seems to be much stronger than he imagined. But he didn't say much, but directly took out the scroll and said at the same time. Danzo-sama has confirmed that he will allocate a sum of money to the orphanage to commend your recent achievements. Moreover, Danzo-sama also told you that if you perform well, you will get more benefits. P.S. Now is the period of accumulating collections by recommending, so the updates are basically 4K a day. After it is put on the shelves, I will restore it to 10,000 a day. The old brothers should all know. Rookie begs for follow-up reading. Now follow-up reading will determine everything about a book. Raising a book is easy to raise it to death. Thank you, bosses ons. Chapter 54 The Isolated Uchiha. The previous chapter was miscalculated, it is actually LV6 Yang release. Also, let me explain, the protagonist relies on wood style to mix in the early stage and find the location of Uchiha light. The ultimate goal is bloodline net. Psychopath. Walking towards the Uchiha clan, this is their meeting point today. It's just that Haizuo couldn't help but cursed inwardly when he thought of the scene of meeting Shino Ryoma just now. He found that Danzo, this old psychopath, is really shameless enough, allocating money to the orphanage is what he should do. Now he is talking to himself about this, as if he is showing how great he is, which makes Haizuo can't help but scold people in his heart. This guy doesn't even know how to draw a pie. It is said that Danzo is good at controlling people's hearts, but Haizuo has followed him for so many years and found that he really knows how to control people's hearts. In the physical sense. On the other hand, Orochimaru, even after becoming a rogue ninja, Konoha still has a large group of believers, the gap between the two is really not ordinary. But his mission. Danzo, that bastard, has assigned him 2 new missions again. Get a new mission. Get Obito's Sharingan. Get a new mission. Contact Tsunagakuer. Haizuo didn't pay attention to the first of these 2 missions at all. Because he doesn't think he has the ability to steal the kaleidoscope from Obito, who has Kamui and Izanagi. Danzo, this old psychopath, is really obsessed with Sharingan, he dares to think about anything. But the other one is a bit interesting. Obito's mission is obviously a long-term mission, and it is currently only in the investigation stage. Even if something is really found out, I am afraid that the above will have to discuss it. During this period, he has free time to go to Tsunagakuer to complete the handover. Hidezawa is not resistant to this mission, especially when he suddenly thought of something. Tsunagakur, there seems to be a masterless thing that can provide massive chakra. Dragon vein, that is a very good, valuable, and meaningful thing. To be honest, if Minato Namikaze was still alive, then he probably wouldn't dare to act rashly. He left a flying thunder god mark at the dragon vein, which was to prevent another Unlushan from appearing, so that he could reinforce the dragon vein at any time. But now that he is dead, it is cheaper for me, if it wasn't too far. The farther the flying thunder god is, the greater the consumption of chakra, and it is not his own mark, and he does not know how the seal of the dragon vein is. So he showed his rational side and did not act rashly. Hidezawa, you are here. When he came to the meeting point outside the Uchiha clan, Yujao was the first to come over and ask with concern. Number 40. I heard about what happened last night. I really didn't expect something like that to happen. Are you all right? Don't worry, I'm fine. Shze immediately smiled. As expected, gentle and beautiful girls like her can make one feel happy. However, he was still very mindful of the occasion, especially seeing Kakashi, Shisui, and Tenzo all there, so he didn't say too much. Instead, taking advantage of Ijao's inattention, he took her hand and walked towards the others. Kakashi-senpai, good morning. Shze greeted them with a smile, while Ijao, standing beside him, was still a little dazed and hadn't reacted yet. Shisui-senpai, is Itaki all right? Thank you, Shze-kun. It's all thanks to you. Shisui nodded. Kakashi had also recovered a lot and wasn't as agitated as he was last night. He nodded to Shze without saying anything. Seeing this, Shisui immediately said. All right, let's go. The clan head is already waiting for us. With that, he led the group towards the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan's territory was now located on the edge of Konoha village. In Shze's memory, this unfortunate family was forced to relocate twice. The first division was during the era of Tobirama Senju. He, in the name of the Uchiha clan being a powerful clan in the ninja world, allocated them the largest residential area. At the same time, they were also equipped with the highly powerful police force, binding them to the police force. As a result, this led to them being driven to the edge of Konoha village for the first time. And the second time was the good deed of Shze's boss, Dan Shimura. Taking advantage of the destruction caused by the Nine Tails attack, he directly initiated a new round of Ninja Clan District Division. With the tacit approval of the third Hokage, the Uchiha were once again driven to a more marginal area. This place was farther away from Konoha's prosperous areas and also closer to Konoha prison. It could be said that the Uchiha were completely trapped. This was also one of the things that angered the Uchiha. Moreover, their personalities were inherently proud, and they were too lazy to explain many things. Faced with the public opinion environment in the village, they often used physical means to shut up those with loose tongues, which made the residents of Konoha even more disgusted with the Uchiha. Once such a vicious cycle began, the two sides would only become more and more estranged. Now, the Uchiha no longer allowed outsiders to enter their territory. The environment here seems pretty good. Shze looked around, then turned to Shisui and Kakashi with a smile. It's just that your clansmen don't seem to welcome us very much. Is it because of you, Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi silently touched the Sharingan covered on his eye. His eye did indeed cause some turmoil back then. Is it possible that it's because of you, Shze? Tenzo blinked and suddenly chuckled softly. After all, you taught their clan leader's son a lesson, and didn't even let him have any substantial retaliation. I heard that there was quite a bit of controversy about him becoming a Chunin. It was indeed controversial for Uchiha Itachi to become a Chunin. After all, he was instantly defeated by Shze's Flying Thunder God technique without any chance to fight back, and showed no substantial ability. Even if most people would be the same when facing the Flying Thunder God technique, there would still be voices of doubt. His rushing to do a mission in the middle of the night, in addition to the eagerness for his first Chunin mission, was probably also to prove himself. Don't overthink it, we're here. Shisui shook his head and immediately interrupted them. They couldn't say that the Uchiha wouldn't welcome anyone, could they? Soon, they arrived at a mansion, which was the residence of Uchiha Fugaku. Under the guidance of a servant, they arrived at a pavilion in the mansion where Uchiha Fugaku was sitting and waiting. Clan leader Fugaku. Everyone, please sit down. Seeing the people in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku invited Shze and the others to sit down with a slightly haggard expression. He was indeed a little tired now. After he took Uchiha Itachi home last night, some information was inevitably spread out. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't do anything about it. The Manjiki Sharingan was simply too important for any Uchiha. The appearance of the Manjiki Sharingan greatly stimulated the extremists. They held a meeting overnight, and some even expressed their desire to take the initiative to find that mysterious Uchiha. This almost made Uchiha Fugaku explode on the spot. It was that bastard who killed the fourth Hokage, it was that bastard who ruined all his investments. Besides, Konoha was currently watching that mysterious Uchiha. If they really did something at this time, wouldn't they be confirming the Uchiha's connection with the Nine Tails? The Nine Tails attack was a fatal topic between the Uchiha and Konoha. If they confirmed this matter at this time, then they wouldn't have to think about anything else. Either they would rise up and overthrow Konoha, or they would simply wait to die and accept judgment. Uchiha Fugaku's heart had indeed wavered. He was no longer so resistant to using some extreme methods, but he wasn't stupid either. Once they were linked to the Nine Tails incident, then they would be the enemy of Konoha. Admittedly, their use of extreme methods was also making them enemies of Konoha, but at least it didn't cause public outrage, right? The meeting that night went on very late, and Konoha also wanted some key information from the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku was very dissatisfied, and even the clan elders were very opposed to it, but he eventually sighed helplessly. The situation was stronger than people. He had to compromise, but compromise was compromise, and he still wouldn't say what shouldn't be said. However, this also had a significant impact on his heart. Chapter 55. He might be in the hidden mist. I know why you've come, after all, this incident is particularly serious. Although he had various thoughts in his mind, Fugaku Uchiha quickly composed himself and said calmly. However, everyone, I also hope you understand that the things I can reveal are limited, as I need to consider the interests of my clan. I understand, clan head Fugaku. Shizuo nodded. In truth, it didn't matter how much he said, he basically knew everything already. He just needed a reason. But since this matter is of great importance, we also hope for useful information. We wouldn't dare to be perfunctory with Lord Hokage's orders. Fugaku Uchiha nodded calmly, then said expressionlessly. What you want is detailed information about Obito Uchiha. This has already been prepared, and I can give it to you now. However, regarding the evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan, I cannot explain many details. I can only tell you some basic things. He really wanted to mock them. Doesn't Konoha already have this? Why come to me? While Tobirama Senju didn't look like a benevolent ruler, it was undeniable that his research skills were very strong. Even Setsuna Uchiha admitted this. It's hard to say whether he conducted in-depth research on the Sharingan. However, in the end, he still didn't dare to say anything. Some things are insignificant until brought to attention, but once they are, they become a huge burden. The Sharingan is a symbol of power, but at the same time, it is also a curse. Speaking of this, Fugaku Uchiha paused slightly, then said with a slightly heavier tone. Because only after losing something can these eyes transform. Once something is lost, there is endless pain. Whether it's Itachi, me, or Shisui, we have all experienced such pain. After saying these vague words, Fugaku Uchiha closed his eyes and remained silent. As far as he was concerned, he had said everything that needed to be said, and the rest depended on how others understood it. That's not right. But at this moment, Kakashi, who had been somewhat silent, suddenly frowned and said, "When Obito awakened his Sharingan, he was by my side. He didn't lose anything, he did it to protect me. But my Sharingan awakened because of my teammate." Shisui sighed and retorted, but he quickly shook his head and said, "Let's look at Obito Uchiha's information. I think that will be more helpful to us." "No, I have an idea." Shizuo wasn't in a hurry, he looked at Fugaku Uchiha seriously. "Even with the advanced eyes you mentioned, is it still the same?" "Normally speaking, yes." Fugaku Uchiha opened his eyes and looked at Shizuo for a moment before nodding, but then he stopped again. "I understand." Shizuo smiled, for him, that was enough. "Although the information isn't much, I think it's sufficient." Ichio and Tenz looked puzzled. Even Shisui, Kakashi, and Fugaku Uchiha looked at him with confusion. They hadn't figured out what was going on. If what clan head Fugaku said is true, then I can confirm that the guy is Obito Uchiha. Shizuo directly made the conclusion. Kakashi's expression immediately tightened, but before he could speak, Shizuo shook his head and said, "Don't worry yet. Combining clan head Fugaku's information with Kakashi's information, I roughly understand the situation with the Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Fugaku Uchiha didn't show any expression, but he sneered inwardly. "You understand the Sharingan with just this little information?" He only said a few words, but this kid directly said the answer. "You are all right." Shizuo continued, looking at Kakashi seriously. "Clan head Fugaku described loss, while Kakashi-senpai, you described protection. Then, can I understand that the awakening of the Sharingan is actually a state of mind, only achievable by stimulating strong emotions? Simply put, it's mental stimulation." "Mental stimulation?" Shisui murmured. Fugaku Uchiha also frowned, suspecting whether this Shizuo had seen Konoha's information. "That's right, mental stimulation." Shizuo nodded and continued. "The Uchiha participated in last night's meeting, they knew about this matter, so he wasn't afraid to say anything. The passing of teammates, a strong desire to protect, these are all emotional fluctuations, all stimuli to one's own emotions. Such stimulation can enhance the Sharingan." Clan head Fugaku said before that the advanced eyes are normally the same. "Then, can I understand it as an even deeper degree?" "A deeper degree?" Shisui murmured. Kakashi's face instantly turned pale, while Ichio and Tenz still looked somewhat dazed. At this time, Fugaku Uchiha's expression became somewhat unsightly. He now suspected that this kid had seen the information in Konoha and was deliberately disgusting him here. He only said a few words, but this kid directly said the answer. "Yes, a deeper degree." Shizuo tapped the table and sighed softly. "We more or less know about Kakashi-senpai's experiences, and I once heard that Obito Uchiha and Kakashi-senpai had a good relationship." Number 41, 41. Nohara-rin was also the person he had always liked, so what would have happened if Uchiha Obito had been there that day? The outcome is self-evident. Everyone present fell silent. Witnessing their good friend kill the person they loved most, the pain and distortion were unimaginable for a normal person. Moreover, according to Kakashi's description, Obito seemed to be filled with a will to protect. The shattering of the will to protect, the painful arrival of loss, and doubled at that. Under such extreme emotional stimulation, he might really awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku simultaneously had this thought, and they could basically confirm that the person was Uchiha Obito. After all, there are no records of outsiders awakening their Sharingan through such extreme emotions. "Shizuo-kun, we'll report back immediately." Shisui stood up directly, glanced at the distraught Kakashi, and said seriously, though feeling uncomfortable. Now we can basically confirm that it's him. Impossible. Kakashi suddenly stood up, his eyes closed, revealing no expression. Even so, he should seek revenge on me. Why would he attack the teacher? Why? Do you remember the situation at that time? Shizuo sighed, shook his head, and said softly. Back then, you and Nohara Rin-senpai were being chased by Kirigakure, but as a team, the captain, the fourth Hokage, never appeared. Do you think he might blame the fourth Hokage-sama, believing that the tragedy was caused by the Hokage-sama's failure to arrive? He couldn't. Kakashi wanted to argue, but he couldn't say anything. The emotion of displaced anger is terrifying. In this situation, no one can remain rational. Besides that, I think I can roughly guess his location. Shizuo stroked his chin and continued, this time Ijao seemed to have reacted as well. You mean he's in Kirigakure? That's right. Shizuo nodded, glanced at Kakashi, and said softly. After all, it was Kirigakure's pursuit that led to this incident, and his abilities are so mysterious and bizarre. Based on what he's done to Konoha, I'm afraid he won't let Kirigakure off. Rookie kneels and begs for continued reading. Continued reading determines everything for a book. Supporting a book for later is easy to kill it. Thank you, everyone. Ons. Chapter 56, Minato's Shadow, Obito Wanted. Is that so? Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans both had gloomy expressions. Beside them, Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura also frowned. Below them were Shizuo and the others, as well as Uchiha Fugaku. Shizuo made a series of reasonable deductions in front of everyone, seemingly confirming Uchiha Obito's guilt completely. Moreover, this information involved secrets, so Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to come, even if he didn't want to. However, after Shizuo recounted his conjectures and analysis again, the Konoha four giants felt their scalps tingle. Among them, the most incredible thing for them was Shizuo's judgment on the Sharingan. As Konoha's high-level officials and disciples of the second Hokage, they had naturally seen their teacher's information after gaining real power in Konoha. Although Shizuo was an Anbu and came from Root, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Dans had given Shizuo any information on this matter. This kid made such accurate judgments based on two different examples. Accurate judgment was one aspect, but Shizuo also extrapolated from these judgments and even guessed Obito's current location. Isn't this kind of analytical and judgmental ability a bit too outrageous? Can you be sure? Perhaps the silence had been too long and inappropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ask after a while. Hokage-sama, this is just a guess. Shizuo shook his head directly upon hearing this. He could be 100% sure, and deducing from the answer backward wouldn't be too far off. But he wasn't stupid, how could he admit to such a thing? But I think the problem shouldn't be too big. I think we've all seen Obito's information. Although he wasn't considered smart as a child, he was indeed a kind person. Moreover, his bond with Kakashi and Nohara Rin-senpai was very deep, but when such a bond is broken, I'm afraid the stimulation in his heart is overwhelming. He might even have completely collapsed, and I'm afraid he can no longer be regarded as the original Uchiha Obito. Dans nodded in agreement, glanced at the silent Uchiha Fugaku, and sneered. Humph, the more kind-hearted a person is, the more they will accelerate their depravity and collapse when they encounter stimulation, and the more they will become dark and extreme, especially. Cough cough cough, all right, stop talking. Before Dans could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately coughed tactically to interrupt him, and couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Was this something that could be said casually, especially in front of the Uchiha? Did you think things weren't chaotic enough right now? Did you wish the Uchiha would rebel on the spot right now? It seems that Shizuo's judgment is highly likely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was too lazy to waste any more words with Dan's and directly changed the topic. Whoever it is, once they harbor hatred and resentment, they will indeed do things they shouldn't. We should contact Kirigakure to see if we can get any information from them. Mitokado Homura also spoke up immediately. He knew what his two old friends were thinking, but he could smooth things over. However, Kirigakure seems to be in chaos right now, and it's difficult to get any specific news from the land of water. Indeed, but my subordinates have some simple reports. Danzo's skin was thick enough that he didn't care about Hiruzen Sarutobi's dissatisfaction, and he did have some information. They seem to be continuing the blood mist policy, and there's a trend of it expanding, but unfortunately, no more detailed information has been obtained. This policy is still continuing. Koharu Yudatan, who hadn't spoken, was a little surprised, and she shook her head. Although it can greatly improve the quality of ninjas, this approach is too cruel. Undeniably, the quality of Kirigakure's ninjas has always been very high, but the price they paid to cultivate such quality is unimaginable. Of a class of students, only 1 or 2 can graduate, and the price of graduation is to defeat everyone, even kill them all. The cruelty within is indeed somewhat incomprehensible. It seems we still need to understand the situation in Kirigakure in more detail. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, but he also had a headache. Kirigakure has completely closed itself off, making it incredibly difficult to obtain information from them, and Kirigakure is already somewhat insane. During the Third Shinobi World War, their actions in the land of whirlpools could only be described as them still resembling humans, but in reality, they were no different from beasts. Investigating in such a closed and crazy place is indeed quite difficult. But as things stand, they can't let go of Obito Uchiha no matter what. No matter how difficult it is, they have to follow up. First, put all our efforts into hunting down Obito Uchiha in the land of fire and its surroundings, so that he thinks our focus is here, making it easier for us to slowly infiltrate Kirigakure. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze became much firmer, and he looked at Fugaku Uchiha and said, "Clan head Fugaku, I hope you can cooperate more during this time. This is not only a matter for Konoha, but also for the Uchiha. I'm counting on you." The Uchiha will definitely cooperate fully. Fugaku Uchiha didn't refuse, because he knew he had no possibility of refusing. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi said, this is Konoha's matter, and it's also the Uchiha's matter. However, his gaze also subtly looked towards Shizuo, and not only him, but the 4 great pillars of Konoha present also couldn't help but glance over. This kid's fighting talent is very similar to Minato Namikaze's, and his thinking and analytical abilities also have the shadow of Minato Namikaze. "Senior Kakashi, are you okay?" Walking out of the Hokage building, Shizuo and the others' mission was temporarily completed. It seems that this situation has nothing to do with them for the time being. They'll have to wait for some progress in Kirigakure before they can move out again. At least, they need to be able to enter safely and have a way to run back to Konoha. Of course, Shizuo, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, doesn't need to worry too much, but he absolutely doesn't want to face Obito alone. He must be in a particularly good mood right now. Obito tricked him, and he directly pulled down Obito's pants in retaliation. "Let you continue to swindle and deceive, I'll make you have nothing." However, while Shizuo was in a good mood, Kakashi seemed particularly silent, and Shizuo couldn't help but ask, "Ah, I never thought things would develop like this." Kakashi smiled bitterly, touched the eye covered by his headband, and sighed. "But I still feel that this matter needs to be investigated, and we need to understand it properly. But don't worry, I'm a Konoha ninja, I know what I should do." After saying this, Kakashi didn't say anything more, but an idea in his heart became more and more firm. "Obito, you were the one who pulled me back then, now it's my turn. No matter what, I will pull you back." Looking at Kakashi's back, Shisui sighed. Tenzo didn't know what to say either. He knew a little about Kakashi's inner feelings. It was Kakashi who influenced him, and that's why he refuted Danzo and eventually left route. Senior Kakashi, is he okay? Ijayo couldn't help but ask in a low voice, while Shizuo was speechless. Obito, that bastard, is really messing with people's minds. Completed hidden mission, reveal Obito Uchiha's identity, 2. Mission evaluation, A. Reward, 3 free points. Just then, Shizuo's panel suddenly refreshed, and his eyes lit up instantly when he looked at the interface. But undeniably, Obito is a great guy. Chapter 57 ready. Obito is a good person, and that's definitely true for Shizuo. Although that damned bastard tricked Shizuo badly, it was because of him that Shizuo received so many benefits that it was outrageous. Not to mention the experience and insights from the wood release, just the free points that popped up at once were enough to make him rich. Especially since Obito came to his door when he needed free points the most, how could he not feel happy? I want to improve water release. Without any hesitation, Shizuo silently made the request in his heart. Improvement completed. Shizuo Shiera. Number 42, 42. Physical fitness, LV7. Chakra, LV7. Abilities, Flying Thunder God LV6, Water Release LV6, Earth Release LV6, Yang Release LV6. Free points, 0. Looking at his current key attributes, a smile couldn't help but appear on Hidezuo's lips. 3 LV6 skill points, that's really not an easy thing. Even though he has many other skills, some at LV5, achieving LV6 in these 3 attributes allows him to start trying some things. Wood release. Wood release is the key to his subsequent deception. Although, personally, Gundam brawls are a bit outdated. But in the current version, the existence of Gundam is still unparalleled. What I need to do next is the fusion of Bloodline Kekaimora, which is a long process. If I can successfully pilot Gundam, it would be a good thing. Hidezuo has a very complete career plan. He knows what he needs to do and how to do it. As an ordinary person, the only way to further upgrade is to try to walk the path of Bloodline Kekaimora. He has no choice, but fortunately, he has confidence in himself, especially in wood release, this first Bloodline elimination, he has already seen hope. Now, all that's left is enough chakra to start trying. Okay, we're home. Just as Hidezuo was thinking, Ujo beside him said softly. The meeting ended, and they naturally disbanded. Because Hidezuo's efficiency was so ridiculously high, they temporarily had no tasks. It's impossible to send them to the land of water without any preparation, right? That's not investigation, that's suicide. However, after the disbandment, Hidezuo waited for Shisui and Tens to leave, and unceremoniously pulled her along, saying he would take her home. Ujo wanted to object, but couldn't resist Hidezuo's enthusiasm. Now that they're home, she feels she should say something. Also, you don't have to walk me home next time. I'm your senior, I'm not as fragile as you think. But, if you encounter Obito Uchiha coming to make things difficult again, I'm afraid senior won't be able to handle it well. Hidezuo blinked, and this question left Ujo speechless. She really wanted to say, how could that guy Obito Uchiha come looking for trouble with her? But after thinking about it, it seems better not to say this topic. Hidezuo doesn't seem to have provoked Obito Uchiha, but he was attacked, and almost successfully framed. Although, to be honest, he's not completely unrelated to the Uchiha clan. For example, he's Shisui's teammate and also proctored Ataki Uchiha's Chunin exams. But she is also Shisui's teammate, so it's really hard to be sure about many things. Okay, I understand, then I'll go back first. Ujo pursed her lips, and finally could only say. But Hidezuo didn't move, but looked at her curiously and asked. Won't you invite me up for a cup of tea? Ujo couldn't hold it in anymore. Fortunately, Haizawa didn't make things too difficult for her, and quickly took out a kunao from his waist pouch and handed it over. Senior, take this. If anything happens, please inject chakra to activate it immediately. As soon as I sense it, I will come immediately. Okay. Yujao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and took the kunao from Haizawa. She knows that this kunao should be the flying thunder god. Having this kunao can indeed avoid a lot of trouble sometimes. Thank you, then I'll go first, you should go back and rest too. After saying that, Yujao ran upstairs without looking back, not giving Haizawa any room to speak further. Seeing this scene, Haizawa couldn't help but laugh and cry. He's still young, even if he goes upstairs for tea, it's really just for tea. Shaking his head, he turned around and walked through a street, but after a moment, he stopped in a deserted alley. You've been following for so long, aren't you willing to come out yet? That's so as not to disturb you, Haizawa. From the shadows, Yakushi Kabuto slowly walked out, his glasses emitting a faint glow. I didn't expect you to change so much after leaving Root. Do you like her very much? My inclusiveness has always been very strong. Haizawa didn't deny it, but secretly muttered in his heart, only limited to beautiful women. Speaking of which, what are you looking for me for? Does Dans have another mission? Indeed, he said that Obito Uchiha's mission has no follow-up for the time being, so take advantage of this time to resolve the Sand Village's matter. Yakushi Kabuto nodded helplessly, which almost made Haizawa roll his eyes. Dans, this old neurotic, is really using people to death like cattle and horses. The matter of Obito Uchiha had just ended, and then another inexplicable mission came over, with no room for respite at all. If there wasn't a temporary way to ensure Konoha's organization while dealing with him, Haizawa would have wanted to assassinate him overnight with the Flying Thunder God. All right, I understand. Are you going to act with me this time? Haizawa nodded, thought about it, and asked curiously. Yes, he asked me to go with you, but I won't be returning to Konoha after completing the mission. What do you mean? Haizawa frowned, and suddenly he had a guess. Could it be that you will? Ah, you guessed it right. Yakushi Kabuto's face showed a hint of bitterness, and the anger in his eyes was also faintly rising. According to what you said, I said I wanted to withdraw from Root and meet with the director, he refused, and gave me another mission. And the destination of this mission is Uegakure. Obito, there is temporarily no way to solve it. Land of Water, inside the Mizu Cage building in Kirigakure. Black Zetsu shook his head at Obito regretfully, he said calmly. This technique is very difficult to eliminate with ordinary methods, really very difficult, perhaps I still need to study it, or perhaps you can try using White Zetsu. Using White Zetsu means directly scraping off the flesh on his body, and then covering it with White Zetsu's body. This kind of pain is difficult for even ninjas to bear, and once this is done, Obito will probably have to spend time adapting again. Even if it won't be as troublesome as when he first adapted, it will still take some time. Forget it, if there's no way to solve it, there's no way to solve it. I was thinking of having a good chat with that brat. Hearing these words, Obito was also extremely upset, but he ultimately shook his head. He must take revenge for this grudge. It's been a long time since he's been tricked so badly, and Zahara Haizawa recognized him with just a simple analysis. This also aroused his interest to some extent, knowing that even his teacher didn't recognize him. Whatever you want, but I still suggest you be low-key recently. Black Zetsu sighed in his heart, he couldn't understand Obito's brain circuit, is it really interesting to leave such loopholes on his body? Unfortunately, he couldn't convince Obito, and fortunately Obito is indeed not easy to die, so he simply agreed. Humph, I know. Obito nodded, but just as he was about to say something, suddenly a white head popped out of the ground. Obito wants to be low-key, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Obito and Black Zetsu looked at this White Zetsu in confusion, and White Zetsu said with a smile. Because Obito's wanted order has spread everywhere. Newbie begs for follow-up reading. Now follow-up reading will determine everything about a book. Raising a book is easy to raise it to death. Thank you Ons. Chapter 58 Akatsuki Meeting. Konoha's efficiency is still very high. In just about a month, Obito Uchiha's wanted order has already spread to neighboring countries. Although it didn't explicitly state his great achievements, after all, Konoha can't afford to lose that person. Similarly, his specific abilities were not clearly stated, but the remark was extremely dangerous, and Konoha also took out an extremely generous bounty for him. Driven by such a generous bounty, I don't know how many bounty ninjas have been attracted. Even though Konoha has made it clear that this guy is extremely dangerous, it doesn't matter to bounty hunters who only have money in their eyes. As far as they are concerned, any enemy they face is extremely dangerous. One more of him doesn't make a difference. And the large ninja villages also seem to be quite interested in this Uchiha wanted by Konoha. Even if they don't know what he did, his surname is enough to attract people. Uchiha, that means Sharingan, and being labeled extremely dangerous means that this guy's Sharingan activation level is definitely not low. Under the temptation of bloodline, the entire ninja world seems to be stirring around this Obito Uchiha at this moment. Bastard! However, Obito Uchiha, who was then, was not happy at all. He didn't understand how Konoha got nervous. Just based on Zahara Hidezawa's few words, he completely confirmed his identity. Or, where did I reveal any flaws? Obito couldn't figure it out, and now he didn't have time to think so much, because Akatsuki was holding a meeting. He is indeed the person hiding behind the scenes, but he will also appear when necessary. What's more, this time Nagato convened the meeting in the most important form, and it is very necessary for him to come forward. I can only let White Zetsu find out. Thinking in his heart, Obito set off with Black Zetsu to attend the meeting. However, Black Zetsu was a little puzzled. Nagato is so anxious, what's the matter this time? I don't know, who knows what that idiot is thinking? Obito shook his head. How could he know what Nagato was thinking, and he didn't care what Nagato was thinking. It's just a tool person, it doesn't matter what Nagato thinks, what he has to do is to control this tool person. His body turned into a vortex, and soon he appeared in the Akatsuki base with Black Zetsu. And at this moment, inside the Akatsuki base, Sasori, Kakuzu, as well as Nagato's clone and Konan have already arrived. Since you're here, let's start the meeting. Nagato saw the two appear, without any intention of nonsense, he said indifferently. Number 43, 43. This meeting is very important. Maybe we can welcome a new teammate. New teammate? Obito, who had just arrived, raised an eyebrow. This matter was still able to arouse his interest. The Akatsuki organization currently has too few members, especially the core members, who are pitifully few. Perhaps having experienced the failure of the past Akatsuki, Nagato now completely focuses on elite routes for Akatsuki's personnel selection. Only powerful ninjas, especially rogue ninjas, will be the focus of his choice, and such strict selection has led to them currently only having Sasori and Kakuzu as these two thugs. Wait, a new teammate, could it be? But Kurizetsu on the side suddenly froze for a moment. He seemed to realize something, while Kakuzu on the side sneered. Of course, it may also be our bounty. After all, we don't know what that Uchiha Obito is thinking. Besides, Konoha has offered a reward that is hard to refuse. When Obito heard that familiar name, his whole body suddenly stiffened. At this moment, he understood that they were targeting him. And Kurizetsu on the side immediately sighed. As expected, it was just as he thought. Uchiha Obito, a rogue ninja who is wandering outside and defined as extremely dangerous by Konoha, isn't this the target of the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Obito. Obito opened his mouth in a low voice with a dark face. His tone was full of disbelief, and at the same time, it was faintly filled with some anger. He never expected that he would have such after effects after being wanted. He really can't wait to go to Konoha and strangle that damned Shizuhara Shizuo to death, and he also has to include that Shimura Danzo. It was this old neurotic who cultivated this little neurotic, and as a result, he was so badly screwed over. That's right, Uchiha Obito. Nagato nodded, affirming Obito's thoughts. This guy meets our requirements very well, and being wanted by Konoha like this suggests that his strength is not weak, but when facing the joint strangulation of a large ninja village, he also needs shelter. I believe the Akatsuki organization will be his best choice. I called you over because I think you should know him, shouldn't you? Nagato meant that as Uchiha Madara, he should understand Obito, who is also an Uchiha. But Obito really wanted to curse at this time. Even if he wasn't Uchiha Madara, he would still understand, because he is Uchiha Obito. Absorb my ass. Aren't I already in the Akatsuki organization? Turning his head again to look at Kurizetsu beside him, Obito found that Kurizetsu was lowering his head and not saying a word. He immediately knew that this guy was unreliable. After all, no one has ever encountered such an absurd situation. Maybe. Obito replied vaguely. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated to speak. Do you really want to recruit that guy? The Uchiha's personality is arrogant, and they are not so easily recruited. So we want to get some understanding through you. Nagato opened his mouth indifferently. He didn't trust this guy who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but he couldn't deny that this guy was still useful. No matter what, you are the most convenient, and at the same time, you and he may have some resonance. Resonance? How can there not be resonance? I know what he's thinking. Obito's fists were already hardened, but he couldn't say anything. After a long while, he opened his mouth in a low voice. I can't guarantee that I can convince him, and I also need time to get a good understanding of him. No problem, you can handle it yourself. Nagato nodded, but he still added. If you fail, kill him if you can. If you can't, send the information back. After all, he is very valuable. I would rather you send the information back. We are really short of money now. Kakuzu also nodded from the side, agreeing very much. For him, it is more worthwhile to look forward to a large sum of money than an unfamiliar teammate whose details are completely unknown. Kakuzu is now in charge of the Akatsuki organization's economic problems, and he is more obsessed with money than anyone else. I understand. Obito kept trying to control his emotions so that he could calm down. But unfortunately, he failed. The feeling of being so aggrieved that it couldn't be added made the anger in his heart grow stronger and stronger. Who would have thought that he just went to Konoha, and as a result, the matter of I investigate myself and I kill myself actually happened. And it happened to him? At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. You all deserve to die. Chapter 59, Stealing the Dragon Vein. While Obito's heart was a little broken, Shizuo and Yakushi Kabuto had quietly arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. A month's time was enough for them to prepare many things, especially since Danzo, that old bastard, was like a reminder. Shizuo had no choice but to calculate the time and decisively choose to set off. Speaking of which, what are you going to do next? Looking at the seemingly endless yellow sand in front of him, accompanied by the whistling cold wind rolling up layers of sand waves, Yakushi Kabuto turned his head and asked. You said you wanted to make Tsunagaku hate Danzo. Although it seems that you have done it, how are you going to handle this negotiation now? Of course, we will negotiate according to Lord Danzo's ideas. Shizuo couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He tightened the windproof scarf around his neck and said in a low voice. Negotiation is very important. If it is negotiated successfully, it will naturally be good for you and me. If it is not negotiated successfully, it will be terrible. You can't possibly not understand this. In fact, what we have to do is very simple, that is, strictly follow the highest standards given by Lord Danzo. When Yakushi Kabuto heard this sentence, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Negotiation naturally has standards, an ideal price and a bottom line of its own, the middle part is used for bargaining. Shizuo's opening is to plan to do it according to Danzo's ideal price. Isn't this going in the direction of a breakdown? Hey, don't go crazy! Yakushi Kabuto couldn't hold back anymore, and he immediately opened his mouth anxiously. If you want to leave me here, you can just say it directly. There's no need to do this, right? You can use Flying Thunder God to run away, but I can't run away. Tsunagakure's anger will all be vented on me at that time, please. I'm not crazy, and you won't die. Shizuo rolled his eyes. He felt that this guy Yakushi Kabuto was too sensitive. We are just working people. We are working for Danzo. If there is a grievance, there is a debtor. They will also look for Danzo. Moreover, since I dare to come and dare to do this, there must be a reason. I can tell you in advance that I have the information they want. Moreover, the information is real, they have to have it, and we can even lower the price. You mean? Yakushi Kabuto is very smart. In an instant, he understood what Shizuo meant. This guy has something more important. Continuing to lower the price like this will indeed make them angry but not easy to take action. Do we have to continue to fan the flames? What do you mean by fanning the flames? It's clearly singing praises to Lord Danzo's greatness and achievements. Shizuo glared at Yakushi Kabuto. He felt that this guy didn't know how to speak. Didn't I say that we are Lord Danzo's working people? If there are any problems and things, it is naturally what Lord Danzo requires. What does it have to do with us? Yakushi Kabuto subconsciously adjusted his glasses. He felt that he couldn't be so shameless. What kind of praise is this? It's clearly fanning the flames and lighting the ghost fire. Why are you talking so grandly? Also, when you are in Tsunagakure, learn a little bit. It's best to leave traces when doing bad things, and the traces. Shizuo hadn't finished speaking, he continued to expound his theory, and Yakushi Kabuto couldn't hold back anymore. Okay, I know. I will leave Danzo's traces as subtly as possible, but what if you are wrong? Even if you are wrong, don't you want to be in charge yourself, so that you can do something for the orphanage and the director like people? Danzo thought he had a hold on Shizuo's lifeline, and from childhood brainwashing and the tongue-severing curse seal, he trusted him in a physical sense. But in fact, it was Shizuo who had a hold on Yakushi Kabuto's lifeline. Kabuto was not deeply brainwashed. After all, he was sent to other villages to lurk very early. He doesn't know too much about Danzo, so naturally there is no curse seal in his mouth, and Shizuo knows this guy's personality and some ideas too well. Of course, it is because of Kabuto's personality, potential, and the absence of brainwashing and curse seals that Shizuo is willing to find him. The original book didn't say, let's assume it doesn't exist. And you left the village early, you don't know much about Danzo. On the contrary, I know his personality very well, he will definitely do this. You are really confident? Yakushi Kabuto shook his head helplessly, but at this moment, he suddenly saw Shizuo handing over a kunao. What is this? Although I don't know when it will happen, it's better to be prepared. Shizuo smiled and said. When you are almost done with your mission, I am worried that Danzo will arrange for you and the director to meet, or let you meet in some other missions. Either you go to assassinate her, or she comes to kill you. Although they are all guesses, it's always good to be prepared, and you will be more careful. You are really gloomy. Yakushi Kabuto complained like this, but he honestly took the kunao. Soon, he suddenly joked. Am I the first boy to get your kunao? You weren't like this in the orphanage. You talk too much nonsense. Shizuo rolled his eyes. For a moment, he really wanted to snatch the kunao back, but Kabuto suddenly spoke again. There is a question, Konoha is so far away from Iwagakure, can you get through? Even if you get through, do you still have any fighting ability? This is the problem we are going to solve tonight. Shizuo looked into the distance. This distance was enough for him. Are you ready? What? Yakushi Kabuto was a little confused, but in the next instant, Shizuo threw a kunao on the ground, and at the same time, one hand was placed on his shoulder. Buzz! Accompanied by a burst of chakra roaring, Yakushi Kabuto immediately felt dizzy and his eyes blurred, and everything in front of him was reversed. And when his vision recovered again, and the feeling of dizziness was still strong, he suddenly found that he had come to a high tower. This is... Suppressing the urge to vomit, Yakushi Kabuto turned his head to look at Shizuo, only to find that this guy was pouring soldier pills into his mouth. This is Rurin. Shizuo chewed on the soldier pills while opening his mouth to breathe slightly. Number 44, 44. I don't think I need to introduce you to the history and past of this place, right? I know this place. Yakushi Kabuto got up with some difficulty. He glanced at the surrounding environment, and was immediately attracted by the kunao stuck in the ground. The shape of this kunao. This is... Yes, it's the fourth Hokage's kunao. He once came here and sealed something here. Shizuo nodded. He slowly walked over, waiting for the soldier pills to take effect, while also quickly recovering his chakra. He looked at the kunao on the ground and said, I've heard of this mission, and I've also secretly read a lot of books and scrolls, which led me to an answer. Answer? Yakushi Kabuto murmured. He already knew what Shizuo was going to do. Yes, buried here is a huge source of chakra that belongs to Rurin, but is essentially unowned. Shizuo revealed a smile. He turned to look at Yakushi Kabuto and slowly said, Tsunagakure has always been thinking about it, wanting to use its power to become stronger. But tell me, is a non-threatening, unambitious alliance better, or an ambitious alliance that might stab you in the back at any time better? So, for the sake of Konoha, I think it's better to cut off their ambitions. Yakushi Kabuto really couldn't hold back. He had seen shameless people before, after all, he himself was one. But Shizuo, who was so special, was really the first time he had seen. You're stealing, just steal, why do you have to make it sound so noble? Newbie begs for continued reading now determines everything about a book, keeping books is easy to kill them. Thank you, bosses ons. Chapter 60, grab it and refine it instantly. Whether it's stealing or thanking nature's gift. Shizuo never thought of leaving the power of the dragon vein to others, and what he said was also true. Leaving it here has always made the people of Tsunagakure eager to move, and in the future, it will attract the so-called Lushan. In that case, he might as well strike first to avoid these forces being coveted all day long. This is also in line with the will of Root, everything is for Konoha. Of course, this operation is not without risks. His sealing technique has never been improved. Whether it's dance or Uchiha Obito, they didn't give Shizuo extra time to prepare. But LV5 sealing technique should be able to unlock the current seal, and what I have to do. Shizuo's eyes were slightly blurred. What he had to do was to grab it and refine it instantly when the dragon vein chakra burst out. It may be a bit much to say it like this, but in fact it is almost the same. Whether it's a bloodline limit, a bloodline elimination, or Shizuo's ultimate dream of a bloodline network, fusion requires a huge amount of chakra that is unimaginable. And such a huge amount of chakra is actually very difficult for normal people to obtain. The upper limit of a person's physical fitness is there, and not everyone can produce chakra. Otherwise, why are there so many civilians in the ninja world, and why does the ninja school enrollment have to be assessed every year to see if there is ninja talent? Shizuo naturally has talent, otherwise he would not have been forcibly taken away by Dans. What's more, his current strong comprehensive physical fitness can bring a lot of chakra. In addition, he has pointed his chakra to LV7, which not only greatly improves his control and application of chakra, as well as the most important recovery, but also increases the quantity. But even so, he doesn't think that this amount of chakra is really enough when he performs bloodline fusion. It seems that after these things are over, I still have to focus on physical fitness and chakra. The damn free points are still too few. Shizuo sighed secretly in his heart. Physical fitness is the foundation. LV7 physical fitness can only be considered elite Jonin. LV10 is only Kage. If he wants to catch up with Hashirama Senju's physical fitness, he must be above LV12, right? As for those Tsutsuki, focus on the present. Shizuo didn't dare to think about it at all. The more he thought about it, the more headache he would have, and it would also cause him to have a choice phobia. It is indeed good to focus on one addition, but sometimes it is necessary to decide according to the actual situation. If he didn't have earth release and he only focused on water release, he would probably be beaten into a fool in the previous mission. What's more, he still has to fuse the bloodline network, so he can only be a bucket with peace of mind. I've recovered almost, I'm going to start preparing, you help me pay attention to the outside world. Don't you need my help? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and asked in a low voice, but this was quickly met with a pair of white eyes from Shizuo. Do you know sealing techniques? I'll keep watch for you. Kabuto was very sensible. He immediately changed his path when he knew he couldn't do it. Shizuo nodded in satisfaction. Squatting down, Shizuo began to carefully examine the sealing formula in front of him. But just as he approached, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something strange coming from the seal. He could vaguely feel a force of chakra constantly roaring, but all its fluctuations were blocked by the sealing technique. This is too exaggerated, right? At first, I thought it was the wind, but I didn't expect. Kabuto also noticed this situation, and he couldn't help swallowing, then looked at Shizuo. Are you really going to be okay? Don't cause any accidents. Don't influence me, I know what I'm doing. Shizuo was actually a little overwhelmed, but he still replied. This wasn't just being stubborn, but he really found something interesting. 4-symbol seal, the effect can actually be so good. After careful observation, Shizuo could determine what kind of seal Minato Namikaze had left here. This is the 4-symbol seal. Although the entry level for the 4-symbol seal isn't high, mastering it isn't easy. Minato Namikaze's technique is very clever. He used several layers of superposition to lock the dragon vein with interlocking 4-symbol seals. Moreover, this kind of blockade also created a very interesting effect. Once one seal is destroyed by the dragon vein, the other seals can quickly resist. At the same time, the destroyed seal can be repaired using the chakra overflowing from the dragon vein. After all, the dragon vein is pure chakra, perfect for repairing. At worst, even if there are problems with the seals in succession, I can come over with the Flying Thunder God technique as soon as possible. Looking at the special kunao at his feet, Shizuo couldn't help but sigh. This 4th Hokage was really meticulous. It's a pity that heaven is jealous of talent, and he was betrayed by his good disciple, and then chose to commit suicide. Otherwise, Shizuo would have no chance at all. And it's a good thing it's the 4-symbol seal. If it were the 8-trigram seal, I would be out of luck. The 8-trigram seal was what he used to seal the 9 tails, and the current Shizuo has no way to deal with it. Then, let's begin. Taking a deep breath, he stretched out his finger, and a faint chakra appeared on his fingertip, then pointed towards the weakest side of the seal. Although his sealing technique isn't high level, the 4-symbol seal has long been classified within it, and besides, what he needs to do isn't difficult. That is to open a gap in this set of seals, allowing the dragon vein to continuously consume the seal itself, so that it won't be too dangerous after coming out. And he can use this time to complete his own preliminary preparations. Buzz. When the seal was opened by him, the violent chakra instantly began to vibrate. The firelight inside the tower began to flicker, and a sense of inexplicable oppression swept over him and Yakushi Kabuto. "Have you prepared the retreat plan?" Kabuto Yakushi adjusted his glasses, feeling the increasingly strong aura, and frowned as he asked. "Don't worry, I won't joke with my own life." Shizuo nodded. He sat cross-legged next to the seal, and then silently closed his eyes. Seeing this, Kabuto didn't say anything more. He looked around at the surrounding environment, and then began to set up various traps. Being dragged into the pit by Shizuo, Kabuto was also a little helpless, but he still chose to believe in Shizuo. After all, they were both brought up by head nurse Nan. After all, they were friends from the orphanage. After entering Root, he of course understood how important such friendship was. For him, perhaps the most trustworthy people right now are head nurse Nan, and Shizuo, this shameless guy. At the same time, Shizuo also began to extract the chakra within his body. Earth release is what he's most familiar with. After all, earth release is what he uses most often in battle. Secondly, it's water release, although it's a pity that due to terrain limitations, and he's unwilling to waste too much chakra, his frequency of using water release in current battles isn't high. But the fact that its level was originally second only to earth release already shows his preference for water release. When these two types of chakra were completely mobilized by him, he also began to mobilize the power of his own yang release unhurriedly. And when these three powers were fully mobilized, he also began to operate according to the formula in his mind. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the situation was not right.